Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Elliott to the left of Rush, first and goal, outside the one. Snap back, Rush looking left, fade, Lamb, caught in one hand, touchdown Cowboys. Okay, that's two big boy plays.
Isn't it?
By C.D. Lamb on this possession. That touchdown down the left side of the end zone, reached out with an Inspector Gadget left arm, grabbed it, yanked it in, feet inbounds. That's a big boy play.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and RJ, and it feels just as good as last week, I think. DFW Sports Station is coming at you live on Twitch, live on the Fan Cam and YouTube. Truckwreck.com text line is wide open. Phone calls a little bit later on. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30 to celebrate. RJ Choppy, another win for Cooper Rush, 23-16 on the road.
Yeah, I don't know if this feels better than last week, because last week it was the defending AFC champs. It was just a better team. The Giants were a team that we both picked the Cowboys to win this game, right?
Yeah.
And I believe we both picked the Cowboys to lose last week to Cincinnati. So yeah, this is less surprising.
Yep.
But nonetheless, it's a good win. I mean, it's a road win in the division, and the Cowboys do the same thing they do every year. They destroy teams within this division.
7-0 in the NFC East since the start of 2021. 7-0.
Yeah. And that's pretty good. Like that, I don't think you're going to get better than 7-0 in the last 7 games.
The game recap for me, in no particular order, Cooper Rush just coming up with big plays and big moments. His poise and his calm, you can literally feel it through the radio and through your TV screen. He's the first player since 1970 to lead 3 fourth quarter or OT game-winning drives in his first 3 career starts. First player since 1970. The defense stalking Daniel Jones all night long. 24 pressures, a career high for Daniel Jones in facing heat from the defense. 24 pressures, 5 sacks, and then, of course, the audio you heard right here on this station, the redemption for number 88, who everybody was trying to cancel in the first half.
Yeah, he's going to get a star up and a star down, I'm sure. All the same game from the for the Tolos. That's just kind of the way it is.
I texted Michael Irvin, your boy's scared. Your boy shook. I don't know what you guys talked about, but, take that Chipotle bowl back.
Chipotle.
For that little sit-down you guys had. And then, I'm laying in bed watching the second half with my wife. I get the FaceTime call from Mike. Probably the only time in my life I can ever say I'm declining and rejecting a Michael Irvin. I'm not picking up my phone in bed with my wife with Michael Irvin calling me on the other end. And then Irvin records the social media celebration as he's in his own weight room or gym, sweating it up with medicine balls as he was going crazy.
Yeah, look, Mike will go nuts on you. He loves the Dallas Cowboys. And he loves to let you know that he loves the Dallas Cowboys. This was one of those games where you could be excited because, look, it's also the only game in town. It's the only game going on that night. It's not like it's a noon game where you got to get ready for the 3 o'clock games, or you got a million other games you could watch. And whether or not the game's a dud or not, you can turn it off earlier. You can kind of check out of it when it's like, oh man, what a blowout this is going to be. You can't do that with this one, and that's why these Monday night games. The NFL is the ultimate overreaction sport.
Yep.
And we're going to overreact to this game, and everybody will nationally overreact to this game more than anything else.
How do you rank the performances between Coop, CD, and the defense? Let's also give props to the running game. We'll get to star up, star down at 6 o'clock. 30 carries for 176 yards. I know Troy Aikman tried to poo-poo it a little bit by saying, you take out these 2 long runs, and they pretty much been controlled. I didn't necessarily agree with Aikman on that.
That's easy for you to say, Troy. If I take away your 3 Super Bowls, you were just another quarterback. Okay, you can't say that.
Like, Pollard had a number of nice runs throughout the night. Zeke got free with some tosses to the outside as well. But Pollard with 8.1, a huge 10-yard gain to help kill the clock late. So I guess we got 4 things to talk about with Rush, Lamb, Run, D.
You have to, to me, you got to put Pollard in that group of 3. with Rush, Lamb, and the defense. So it's got to be 4. But you average 8 yards a carry on the night, and I don't care if one of those carries basically was half the yards.
46.
That's part of it. That's part of the game. That's kind of how this thing works. So I got to put Tony Pollard in that. But look, the story to me is Cooper Rush still. Like he's playing relative mistake-free football. He's keeping this team in it. I think his play action is very good. I really like it. I like some of the shots he's taking downfield. He's not playing like a backup. He's not playing like a scared backup right now, and that to me is key.
He's definitely not scared.
No. Like there are backups that come in, and we saw this. We've seen this with when Brandon Whedon came in, or Kellen Moore. Either they A, didn't have the ability, or B, were scared to make mistakes. And Cooper Rush feels like right now he's not scared to make a mistake. Like he's just going to go out there, he's just going to kind of play. And when his time is up as the starter here, he's going to go find himself a job next year.
What time up?
Okay, Jerry. That's right.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30, and let's see if it starts percolating on the truckwreck.com text line with a little bit more Cooper Rush Dak noise. Rush is the first undrafted quarterback to win each of his first 3 NFL starts and throw for 750 or more since Kurt Warner in 1999 with the Rams. Kurt went on to win NFL MVP and Super Bowl MVP that season. So, as my wife would say with that old school song from when she was growing up, to the bowl, y'all, to the bowl. As Kurt Warner showing the way for Cooper Rush to take us to the big game and to the playoffs. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. What's the early word from the Tolos before we go inside the locker room to celebrate this win, 23-16 over the G-Men?
Let's see. Rush won't get cut next year, that's for sure. The refreshing thing with Cooper is he puts the ball downfield. Y'all are carnivores.
What's that mean?
Meat eaters.
I know that, but
yeah, I don't know. Diggs' interception got me the win in fantasy. Okay. I'm just here for the let's get rid of Dak conversation. Star up needs to go to Donovan Wilson. Let's see. Are we going to lose Rush at the end of the season? I think so. I mean, I don't think someone's going to.
What's his contract?
What's his contract? And someone's going to give him a chance to start. Dak has never been accurate and never will be. Y'all were crapping on Noah Brown, but now that he's got a QB that can throw, it looks like an NFL receiver.
I was crapping on Noah Brown, and he's coming up. So this is an example why practice does matter. All the commentators just keep talking about that chemistry that they developed from training camp, Oxnard, working with the scout team, the number 2s, and Noah Brown just comes up with humongous, big catches. Bobby Belt had tweeted out a stat on 3rd and 4th down, the damage that Noah Brown has been doing. And then defensively, the Cowboys lead the NFL in sacks. They lead the National Football League in sacks. 13 in 3 games, 6 different guys have taken down the quarterback. And there was a brief moment yesterday. Cowboys were up, so I could feel a little sympathy. I was feeling a little bit bad for Daniel Jones getting run down.
Yeah, he was. He was definitely getting run down. I mean, when you gave him time to throw, he was okay. The issue is that, just like with everybody, great quarterbacks, when they don't have time to throw, could still make you pay. And Daniel Jones can. That's why he's not a great quarterback.
The Giants have not fixed their offensive line in how many years?
Oh, gosh.
How many
a
years
long
is this
time.
bad?
They've got Andrew Thomas and 4 other lifeless bodies. But this is part of what putting Micah on the line does. Okay? Tank's a force again last night, at least.
Woo.
And, it doesn't, you could sit here and say, well, Micah didn't get as many sacks as he had the week before. That's not the point. The line did.
The attention.
The attention to him, and you saw the attention to him. The attention to him allowed Tank to get back to being one-on-one. Tank was he was eating again. Tank used to be getting the Micah treatment. 2 guys guard, on him. Now, Micah's got that, and Tank's able to roam free. Tank, I mean, he could wind up having a dozen sacks this year now. That's a hell of a season.
Let's go inside the locker room and celebrate with CeeDee Lamb, Mike McCarthy, and Cooper Rush. It's a Cowboys Tuesday with Jerry Jones on to celebrate. I think Bobby Belt went to sleep 30 minutes ago. I think he tweeted, just landed, good night, y'all. And one of the Tolos said, not for long. You got to be up at 7:20 on the home of America's team. Let's go inside the locker room to celebrate with Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next.
Minute 17 in the game. Snap to Jones. They stunt. He throws it over the middle. That's intercepted at the 35 by Diggs.
And that ended it. Diggs had a couple opportunities earlier in the night. That one that I thought was going to be a pick six down the sideline And I wanted to get mad at him and say, knock that down. Knock that down. It would eventually lead to Giants points. I think it was a field goal. Yeah. But then that's Trayvon's game, and I can't really get mad at him for it because it looked like his hands were right there. And if he would have made the catch, that would have been 6 points the other way. Here is Diggs on having that short memory after not getting that first potential interception to end it for the boys.
Yeah, I just had the short memory because I was down a little bit about it, because I usually make those plays, and I was just down about it, I was like, it's going to come back. So when it come back, I make sure I make it. So when it came back, I made sure I made it.
So, couple of panic points in this game for the Tolos. Number one, the CeeDee Lamb issue, which we're going to get into his redemption. But the other was when the Giants scored after the Saquon touchdown, I got a couple Tolos tweeting me, game over, see you later. 13-6, Cowboys offense can't score. And after that, Cooper Rush really took over in the next two drives. Resiliency. Noah Brown, I talked about it to open the show. Humongous plays. CD, resiliency.
Hendershot. After he played like Hender, you know what, for in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He came on in the second half. Really nice, bounce back for him.
Our weekly Friday guest, Mike McCarthy, on his team bouncing back and that resiliency.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all about your play style. I mean, and every team is striving to have an aggressive, dominant, disciplined play style. And we're no different. But to get out there on the edge, you look at some of these penalties 2 weeks in a row. They're primarily our young players, and we got to be better, and particularly in the pre-snap area. But these guys are aggressive. We got to stay confident with them. We can't start yanking guys after one or two mistakes because that just that inhibits growth. And but I think the fact that our team is a complementary football team that they pick up for one another always puts us in a position to win.
We'll get to the penalties and star up, star down. We actually ended up the same amount as the Giants, but it just felt like ours were so much more crucial, and we were penalized for more yards. But the CD apology hotline will be open a little bit later on in the show after we are trying to literally rip the 88 jersey off of his body. People wanted Dez Bryant to go downstairs on the field and do it. I was trolling and hitting up Michael Irvin, the playmaker. Here is CeeDee Lamb on breaking through after what happened in this first half.
Most definitely. I appreciate Kel for trusting in me and all the guys, believing in my ability. And it was tough. It was a tough, third quarter. Just kind of thinking about. I kept thinking about it. All the guys just kept preaching to me to let it go. We still got more game left. And then fourth quarter, when I kept hearing my number being called, I knew it was my opportunity again. So I had to step up.
Diggs talked to him. Tank talked to him over there on the sidelines. So his teammates were trying to pick him up. Any particular guy, any particular comments jump out to you, CD, to get you back on track?
Not necessarily. It was kind of, the same thing. It was like a situation where I had to deal with most importantly on my own. Obviously just understanding that I'm the one that dropped the ball for the guys. So knowing that I had to make this up in the back end of the game, understanding that it was going to take it, like the game was going to go down to the wire, and I had to step up. It was mandatory.
So there's CeeDee Lamb inside the locker room. Bobby Bell will join us at 7:20.
It was a great bounce back for him. He could have mailed it in. Like he could have gotten his head completely out of that football game after that drop. That is a drop that sticks with you. I mean, he had a walk it in TD. Pretty much.
Yeah, I was trying to determine if it was a definite touchdown because it was kind of angled.
Yep, and there was a defender behind him, but I mean, one-on-one to beat him,
you're definitely getting points.
You're getting points. I mean, you put yourself in a position for points there, no doubt. I got to say, like that was the most impressive moment of the game for CeeDee Lamb to bounce back from that. You could easily see other receivers,
yes,
maybe even himself, letting that get to them and then never returning for that game. Like they're cooked for the rest of the game. And it didn't happen with him. CD responded, and that's what ones do. Ones respond. And credit to him for that.
Trayvon Diggs on picking up his teammate when the whole world was coming down on him?
When I seen him, I seen that he was down. I seen that, he was kind of upset about the drop. So I went over to him. I said, relax. You got it. Let's go. Get back. And I got you. You got me. So we both had our, plays, and then we both made the plays back up later.
Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053. And we have a new Kirk Cousins, Kirk Jr., over on the other side as Daniel Jones, prime time in his career. How do we not see this stat before yesterday's show? I think it's now 8 straight. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, 9 straight. 9 straight or 9 primetime games with a loss for Daniel Jones. 2 in 2019, 3 in 2020, 3 in 2021, and 1 to start off last night.
Yeah, the difference is that Kirk Cousins is expected to win these games. Daniel Jones isn't.
Right.
And that's why Kirk gets all this flack. Daniel Jones isn't going to get this flack. We don't expect anything from Daniel Jones. Well, what do we really expect from him? Nothing. We expect him to be cut. We expect him to lose his job.
Yes.
We don't expect him to win these games on Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football.
Yet Daniel Jones, I mean, you can tell how much they feel like they have to do with him in order to make him effective. A ton of play action, ton of running, ton of throwing on the run, ton of really, really quick passes. I felt like the ball was coming out really, really fast. Now, that may not be for Daniel Jones, and his psyche and his ability. It's more for his health because the offensive line has been trashed for a long, long time. But that was the one thing that was going to beat you last night. Besides Saquon and that long run, it was going to be Daniel Jones' legs, as I believe he ran for 6 first downs on the night.
Yeah. 6. That's good.
It's like you're facing Taysom Hill out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of is. Accounting for first downs. I love that they do that first down percentage. Like, how many runs are first down do you create first downs, or how many passes create first downs. They have that stat. And that's a really good thing to have. If you can't throw for the first down, you can run for one.
Saquon ran for 81. Yeah. Jones ran for 79.
Yeah. I mean, he can move, man.
Oh, yeah.
Like, the idea that he ain't a drop-back passer. They got to get him using his legs. If they get him using his legs more, he actually might be more effective. Like, a lot more effective.
Or dead.
But that's okay.
Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. We're going to get to your star up, star down here on Sean and RJ. What a way. And it's a Tuesday. Another day knocked off during the week. Jerry Jones at 8:30, getting you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible. They did not cut in to the Aaron Judge at bats last night on the main ESPN channel. I'm going to assume not the case for the Manning cast, as I only checked in for a little bit. But Aaron Judge did not hit a home run. And I guess more importantly to some football fans, ESPN did not interrupt your football coverage.
No, it didn't. And I wonder, because we had speculated about this because they did this on Saturday during college football. And it's like, would they do this during the NFL? And I wonder if their contract with the National Football League prevents them from doing that. It very well may. We don't know. You would have to get a look at the inner workings of their contracts. And maybe the NFL's contract with ESPN prevents them from cutting in for anything.
Joey, what did you watch? Did you watch main channel or did you watch the Mannings?
I was watching the main channel and I flipped into Manning every once in a while just to see some of the guests and whatnot.
And what'd you think?
I always enjoy it. I think they're really good just because obviously they're so knowledgeable and usually they have some funny takes and whatnot, especially the one on CD and the drop. That was pretty good too.
Who was the best guest?
Probably Jimmy Johnson. I think he's just so knowledgeable, and to get his perspective, especially from a Super Bowl winning head coach that's obviously on the outside now and what he did, it's pretty cool.
Look at this young buck.
Look at this guy.
I think Fish wrote an instant article talking about how boring Jimmy was.
Oh yeah,
he just cranked it out right there, as I believe he was in the Big Apple, and he's like, nothing? You didn't stir anything up? No Ring of Honor? No Jerry shots, no QB controversy, as he wrote an article of how boring Jimmy was, but I didn't see it. I couldn't. We don't have time for it right now, but I was planning on trying to use commercial breaks to go back and see some of the Manning commentary, but that was a dumb plan. That did not happen.
Yeah, I'm just kind of out on it. There's too many. There's too much dead air and talking over and. they had to repeat themselves 5-6 times because the other person didn't hear it because their stupid AirPods are in the way. It's just, and then the interviews. I don't care. I don't care about hearing from Pat McAfee and Jimmy Johnson and Tracy Morgan and Al Michaels. I don't care.
All right, Tolos, hit us up. Star down to celebrate the win. Your Cowboys report card at 2-1 after the win over the Giants last night. That's next with Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
It's all in the
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Back to throw. Jones pressured. Lawrence got him again. Lawrence taking all of this stuff personally, it would appear, with his second sack of the night.
Brad Sham with the call. What a glorious Tuesday morning. Who needs sleep? It's Sean and RJ on your home of America's team. We got Joey running things this week on DFW Sports Station after the 23-16 win as Cooper Rush goes to 3-0 as a starting quarterback, and he's basically turned into Joe Montana around here. Lawrence Taylor would approve. We'll talk about that reference a little bit later on. But it's now time for Star Up, Star Down. This is your Cowboys report card on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And since we played the audio, let's just go ahead and talk about DeMarcus Lawrence. RJ came into this game with no pressures. No pressures. In the first 2 weeks, he was torching the rookie Evan Neal on that right side for Daniel Jones. 4 early pressures. He had 2 sacks in the first half. He got number 3 against Neal to open the third. Had the left foot injury. We're like, uh-oh, there you go. He's gone for the game, but he was able to return. Part of a Dallas defense that pressured Daniel Jones 24 times. That's the official number.
Is that a lot?
24 pressures. That's the most that Daniel Jones has ever seen in his career. 5 sacks and all for the Cowboys D. Give props to Dorrance Armstrong, Jerry Jones's crush. He had the blocked field goal. He had a sack that was taken away because of a Donovan Wilson penalty. Micah Parsons was clearly limited last night. When I saw him starting off a drive over on the sideline, I was like, okay, this congestion issue, whatever he was dealing with, as I guess he tweeted out a picture of Jordan with the flu game that slowed Micah down a little bit. But this entire defense from Dan Quinn made life miserable for Daniel Jones.
I mean, they paid Tank $90 million or whatever for a reason, and last night he showed why. That was a phenomenal game from him. And part of this is, you could give some credit to Micah. Micah takes some pressure off him, taking some attention on the other side or on the interior, wherever he's coming from. He's going to take a little bit of pressure off. I think more pressure off when he's coming from the outside because they're gonna put the running back or an extra tight end over there, whatever it may be, and Tank is able to reap the rewards. Look, he got paid for a reason. He didn't get paid because he can't get to the quarterback. He got paid because he does. And there's just so much attention put onto him. And I know it's easy for these dopes to say, well, you just got to get through it. You got to get through the pressure. You got to get through the double team. Well, no, it doesn't work like that. You don't just get through double teams unless, you're an all-time great. He's not an all-time great.
All right, let's take this to Coop time, crunch time, whatever you want to call it. 4th and 4, game tied. 10:27 left. 4th and 4 from the Giants 42. And I was channeling my RJ Choppy saying, definitely go for this. Absolutely, definitely go for this. And here's what happened in this clutch situation.
4th and 4, rush in the gun. Slot left, one man split wide right. Snap is back, blitz off the edge. He throws it left. It's caught by Lamb on the stick mark. That might be a first down.
I think
where they have
it.
spotted it.
Yep.
They're moving the chains at the 37-yard line of New York.
Wow.
Wow is right, Babe Laufenberg. I was scared over the spot. I was like, did that definitely make it as a first down? Are they going to shut the game down? Are they going to stop it? I think the Cowboys went high tempo to run their next play, but the shot, the toughness that CeeDee Lamb showed. See, my issue with him in the first half wasn't even the drop. It wasn't the first drop where, by the way, looking at the replay again, I don't think he scores because of the angle of the defender. It was the second drop. It was the one where the ball was tipped and CeeDee pulled up and he was scared. He was scared of the contact. And man, did he infuriate Tolos with his smile after the drop. That's an overrated reaction from the Tolos, which we'll get to in a second. But I had a problem with him pulling up because that probably could have given Maher a shot to kick. Joe Buck was very surprised that they did not attempt the long field goal with Maher, because Brett, throughout his career, he can bomb from that deep. He's hit over 63 times. And instead, CD drops that one. The ball's on the 35. They punt versus a 58-yard attempt. He catches that football. They're probably attempting a field goal, and then they didn't gain any yards because the punt went into the end zone. So it was a touchback. They were like limited with the net yards gained on that. But that's where I was impressed with CeeDee Lamb's toughness. That 4th and 4 catch where he got freaking popped.
Yeah, he did. He did get popped. And I couldn't believe that they gave not that they gave the forward progress, just that he was that far past the line. He was clearly past it. But he definitely deserves a star up for his ability to bounce back from that drop. There's no doubt about that.
Here's Mike McCarthy. Well, actually, I think it was Cooper Rush I called for. Here's Cooper Rush with that decision to go for it on 4th and 4 in the 4th.
Yeah, it's 4th down. Ball's got to come out, make a play. CD, great job getting to the sticks. Kellen had the right call on for the pressure, and we got up there, got the first down.
This guy's demeanor. We got up there, we got the first down.
Yeah.
What else? What do you want me to say?
Have some fun and play together.
Where's my latte? That's what he sounds like. He sounds like he's playing and drinking a latte all at the same time, with Cooper Rush out there at QB. And then CD was asked, when's the last time you got rocked like that after that catch?
I ain't gonna lie, it wasn't that bad. Don't make it sound like that. You know what I'm saying? But he did have a great hit. But last year, most definitely.
So there's CeeDee Lamb. Everyone's going to focus on the touchdown drop and then the smile. I'm focusing on the tipped drop, where I thought there was a lack of toughness, and then the definition of toughness on that 4th down conversion. So star up for that.
Speaking of the 4th down, star up, Mike McCarthy, who was the number 1 star up for this game. He single-handedly won this football game for the Cowboys.
What? Number 1?
Going forward on 4th and 4. And let's not forget, before the half, he could have sat on the football. He's got a backup quarterback. There was, 10 seconds left?
Okay, are we talking about when the Giants had it? And then
The Giants went forward on 4th.
Okay, so this was going to be a star down for me, actually, with McCarthy's decision to call the timeout for the Giants. Right? It's 4th and 2. It's fourth.
You're talking about right before. Okay, 4th and 2 right before the half.
Yes.
Yeah.
So my worry was, it looked like the Giants were going to burn off more clock. It looked like they were just going to let it run. And correct me if I'm wrong with the details of this. I'm a little bit foggy with the 4 hours of sleep, just like you guys are. But I was like, I don't know if I like this timeout, because you're giving the Giants more time for an easily converted down. 4th and 2, I assume you're going to convert that. So they burn the timeout. It ends up working because Daniel Jones throws incomplete, and the Cowboys have 10 seconds left to get that playoff, and then the field goal attempt. Is that the series you're talking about, right before the half?
Yep. So by calling that timeout, he gave the Cowboys a chance to get the field goal.
Yes, but I was playing the odds of the Giants converting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
4th and 2, I'm like, they're letting the clock run down.
Right.
They're letting the clock run down. Don't give them more time and more plays by burning your timeout.
Right, but I understand that. But what he did, though, by calling the timeout with 10 seconds to go, that would have put the Giants in a real tough spot to be able to get a playoff, call another timeout, and get enough yardage to have time there. Right? So like it was 10. So he was giving himself basically a chance. He wanted to give the Cowboys a chance to get the field goal, and he did. This was a masterclass in game management and coaching on those two spots for Mike. The 4th to 4 that won the game. Right? They don't convert that. Who knows what happens in this football game?
Oh, the 4th to 4 to me was a no-brainer.
No-brainer.
You had to go for it.
Yep, I totally agree. And then I love the, basically coercing the clock into getting a free field goal attempt right before the half. Even though it didn't work, he didn't make it. A lot of coaches, when they get the ball back there with a backup quarterback in, instead of taking a chance at a turnover, at a strip sack, whatever, he went for it. He put some faith in his player, and he went for it, and they got a dozen yards or so, or a handful of yards, and they wind up getting.
And I thought I heard this stat. I texted it to my Meatball New York friends, and of course, they went dead silent. The Giants haven't scored points in the last 2 minutes in 19 straight games. Like last 2 minutes of the first half, they have not scored in 19 straight games. What? So that's like a lack of offense, maybe a lack of game management, and they didn't get points in that situation. Star up to that Cowboys run game on the first play after Jason Peters made his season debut.
Rush under center will hand the ball off to Pollard. He explodes into the middle. 50. He's into the middle, turning right, and then left 30, 20, down to the 17-yard line of the Giants. Run the ball. Run the ball.
Man, Tony Pollard just got that juice. Brian Broaddus was giving a lot of props to Kellen Moore in the post game for figuring out this running back balance now. More touches, we all wanted it, right? Zeke had 15 carries, Pollard had 13. When I saw Zeke pull himself out of the game when the Cowboys were down in the red zone, I was like, okay, Zeke is fine with a carry share. He's fine with it. He got paid his money, and he is fine with TP getting his run. Pollard, 13 for 105, 8.1 per touch. Zeke, 15 for 73, 4.9 a touch. Pollard's longest run was that 46-yarder, and Zeke's longest run was that 27-yarder. But I gave a star up to that run game in that first half with a nice job against that Giants defense. And Jason Peters comes in, and on the first play, he sets up the big block to spring Tony Pollard at the age of 40.
I was driving in, flipping around, and there was like an NFL wrap-up show, and the great Willie Colon, remember him? Was on
Steelers.
It was on. He said Peters had a great game. Had just for a guy playing his first game of the year after not having training camp, he was a menace.
And that was their longest play of the season. As he came in and played left guard.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a big-ass left guard.
Dude, he's a huge human being. My goodness.
And did you see him with the tips to the youngster after the game? You got to see this. I retweeted it at 1053SS. When the two sides started tussling afterwards, there's a shot of Jason Peters next to Tyler Smith, and he seemed to tell him, put your helmet on. If things are about to go down here, put your helmet on. I'm a vet. I got all this experience and age, and we're not going to be sitting here. We're not going to be swinging, and we're going to have protection with the helmets if stuff goes down. So it was kind of like young Simba getting taught right there the old tricks from the vet as Jason Peters went in for Forniak early in this game, and then they busted one with Tony Pollard. So star up to the run game. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan, truckwreck.com. Text line, hit us up, y'all. Hit us up. Let us know who gets the star up, star downs at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053.
Wow. I'm looking at some stats of this game from Cooper Rush. So CPOE is a stat that I love.
Okay, save that.
Okay.
That's the next discussion. Where are we now with the quarterback? A few people, I'll just say like 2%. My biggest tweet of last week was asking, what trait or attribute could Dak borrow from Cooper Rush, if anything? Maybe you think there's nothing. Cooper Rush is an inferior player. Dak is a supreme talent compared to Rush, but there were still hundreds of responses. I'm going to ask it again, and Steve Young weighs in. Where are we now with the Dallas Cowboy QB situation? Did you watch the Manning cast or Buck and Aikman? And who are some of the star downs for this game? It's a Cowboys Tuesday. Continue to join us for the party right here with Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to BlueChew.com. Promo code RJ. You probably don't need Blue Chew after that game, but there's going to be other nights where you may not be feeling it. Okay, I know sometimes you're excited and the mood hits and everything is going.
license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for one when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Pollard motion, circles back left. Rush with a play fake to Elliott. Throws a deep ball to the left side. Lamb 15-10. Bulls his way to the 1 yard line. Not dropping that one. I saw it. Remember that other one? And not dropping this one.
Brad Sham with the call last night, part of the CD redemption as they beat the Giants 23-16. This is Sean and RJ. Choppy is dancing. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and it's a celebration on a Tolo Tuesday with y'all as part of the 6 a.m. club. The guy who got the celebration started, of course, was the playmaker, Michael Irvin, who joins us every Wednesday at 8:40. This was Michael in the middle of a workout after the Cowboys clinched.
Hey, you see that? We did it again. I don't know how it happened, but we have done it again. We have stolen another one. I want us to understand this, Stephen A. Here goes the new slogan. It's as a backup, in rush, we trust. As a backup, in rush, we trust. As our backup of America's team, in rush, we trust.
Start down to you for not answering a phone call in bed with your wife last night.
My wife looked at me. She said, "You've made it. You've officially made it. After 11 years, you decline and ignore Michael Irvin's FaceTime video."
I don't.
There it is.
Yeah.
There's the proof.
I say it.
Very tough.
I say it. I think it's a little bit weird, man to man, male to male FaceTiming. It's a little bit weird.
That's why I declined it.
It's a little bit odd, especially when
I think you can only do it with your father when it's a grandchild check-in.
I don't want to see him. I think it's a little bit weird, especially when you're naked in bed, to be answered a FaceTime call. However, you have to do it when it's certain people. When that person is famous, you have to do it. You just have to make that. You have to take that phone call. You're obligated.
I had already talked with one Mike, another Mike earlier in the day. I finally answered Basic's call. I didn't pick up the 2 phone calls on Sunday.
I appreciate you picking that up because if you didn't pick it up, he would have called me.
No, did he call you Sunday? No. It must have been T-Law.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did call me Sunday.
Yeah, that's what he does. He just goes around. It's phone. It's the circle.
Yeah,
the circle of phones.
He's in a car. He's driving somewhere. He's bored.
Yep.
Nothing on the radio, whatever. I don't know what it is.
I get in. I'll have 2 max long phone calls a day. That's it. I talked to Sandler, and then I talked to Basic, and I was out. I was done. And I'm not. So playmaker, I apologize. I'll apologize to him tomorrow at 8:40. But I was laying there in bed with my wife, and it just didn't feel right. It did not feel appropriate. But there's Irvin prefacing backup as a backup. As a backup, you're going to have to get that as a drop, Joey. As a backup in rush, we trust. And you're about to give some props to Cooper in the passing game.
Yeah, so if you look at the passing game from Cooper Rush, this is according to Next Gen. He was 5 of 6 for 108 yards on passes targeting the intermediate passing zone, which is between 10 and 19 yards.
All right, so he went 5 for 6, 108. With intended passes 10 to 19 yards.
Right, and that one incompletion was a 16-yard incompletion just outside the left hash.
Okay.
He is also now 14 of 16 on the year on those intermediate passing yards, 10 to 19 yards. 252.
He is not check down Charlie only. He is not restricted to check down Charlie.
So for reference, a deep ball in the NFL is considered more than 15 yards downfield.
I thought I saw a stat that the Giants don't have a completion of 25 yards or more on the season.
I could see that.
I can't. An NFL team through 3 weeks.
Oh no, I get it. I'm just saying, like with Daniel Jones, I can see that.
I thought that was the stat, and maybe they were referencing air yards. You know what I mean? Instead of like
maybe it is. Maybe they were.
It has to be.
Yeah, maybe they were. Now his CPOE, which is completion percentage over expectation.
What does that mean?
All right, so they have they take your completion percentage, right? And then so your actual completion percentage, and then the one that you should have based on how open the wide receiver is at the time of the throw. So if it's a tight window throw, or it's a low percentage pass downfield.
Like you're not expected to complete it versus like a wide open dump off.
Right. So, let's see, was there a play? I'm trying to think of a play yesterday in traffic.
Right.
That he shouldn't have completed, but he did. Oh, I'll tell you what. Perfect.
Noah Brown?
No, the touchdown to CD. Right, the one-handed touch. That's going to be a pass that he should not have completed, but he did. That gives him a boost.
Okay.
All right. So his completion percent. Now you want your completion percentage over expectation to be anything in the positive, preferably over 1%. He is 20% better than what he should be.
Wow.
He is completing 20% more passes than he should based on how open the receiver is at the time of the throw. That is first in the NFL among quarterbacks. Now, if it was just one start, you could chalk that up. We're talking about 2 starts plus, 7 minutes? So, he's barely got less time than anybody else in the league. That's just really, really solid. He has done exactly what you want a backup quarterback to do. He has played relative mistake-free football. He has not been a hindrance from a play calling standpoint. It doesn't look like you have to call different plays.
Yep.
Now, you might not be able to call the same kind of running plays, but for the most part, you're passing.
Why not the same running plays?
Well, Dak's just a better runner.
Oh, that's QB runs.
QB runs. Sorry, yeah, QB runs. So you can call the same amount of plays. Cooper Rush, I think, is probably better than Dak at the play action, so you can work some more of that in. Although Dak's good, I think just Cooper's better at it. So, look, I mean, you have the full complement of your playbook, and that's one of the biggest downsides to having a backup quarterback playing. And we saw this when they went from Romo to Matt Castle or Brandon Weeden. I mean, they had to completely change their playbook because Romo was a gunslinger. Well, Dak's not really a gunslinger, so you don't have to change it up that much. And Cooper's doing a phenomenal job.
And look, I apologize. I mean, I trashed him, and I didn't think he was capable of this. If I had to write down my top 3 traits for him, or the top traits, he's smooth, right? He is even keel. You can see it in the way he plays. He is willing to be aggressive, and he's clutch. You can believe in that word or not. I do, and this guy is clutch. When they went down 13-6, a lot of Tolos were like, "That's it. That's game over." He went 12 of 13 for 129, back-to-back TD drives after that. That right there said, oh my, this guy can bounce back. After being down 7, 12 of 13 for 129. And now when that game gets to the fourth quarter, we got to come up with some type of trademark for this, some type of copyright until Dak returns. If Dak returns. I'm kidding, I'm trolling. But this one, you feel like Cooper Rush is going to come through for you. He is now the first player since the merger to lead 3 fourth quarter or overtime game-winning drives in his first 3 career starts. That is clutch. And Mike McCarthy was asked about his QB after the game.
Yeah, definitely. I thought Cooper played very well. Came out, wanted to get him a rhythm throw there and really on the first play, and I thought he did a great job exercising the game plan. We were in a bunch of run checks, run pass checks, all the way down to the one third down that, we had a chance for a big play there. So I thought he managed the game very well. I thought Tyler Biadasz managed the game. Don does an excellent job schematically challenging. It gives you a lot to work on, as far as different personnel groups in the scheme. I thought our guys did an excellent job hitting on it.
Tyler who?
Did you say Tyler Rush?
No. He tried to pronounce Biadasz. Now he's got me rethinking how it's supposed to be. We always joke about Biadasz from Steven. Give me the isolation on Tyler's name, Joey. Tyler
Biadasz? I thought that's what it was.
Yeah.
What does he say?
Give it from McCarthy. I don't care what you think. Give me the head coach and the clip.
And then he called him Cougar Rush to start with.
Did he?
Yeah, the very start of the clip. I thought he said Cougar.
Play the clip from the beginning, Joey.
Yeah, definitely. I thought Cooper played very well. Came out, wanted to get him a rhythm throw there and really on the first play, and I thought he did a great job exercising the game plan. We were in a bunch of run checks, run pass checks, all the way down to the one third down that, we had a chance for a big play there. So I thought he managed the game very well. I thought Tyler Biadasz managed
All right.
Yadash.
Texas William, get that on a T-shirt. Cougar Rush. We got a new nickname, baby.
Yep. Cougar Rush, baby.
Cougar Rush with the red beard. So there is Cooper making Cowboy fans fall in love with him. So Steve Young stole our segment idea. They were talking about in the pregame with RG3, what could Dak learn from Rush? And Steve Young put up a stat, time to throw this season. Cowboys' first 2 games. All right, so Dak in week 1, time to throw, 2.72 seconds.
Which is pretty good.
Cooper Rush, 2.32.
Yeah, so Cooper Rush was 2.42 last week, and now I guess that's gone even down further. He does get rid of the football.
Second fastest in the NFL this season, Cooper's number. So Steve's point was sometimes you need a reset on doing the simple things, you know? Sometimes, hey, when Dak comes back, try to make that first easy execute the offense, 2 seconds, and then the big plays will come versus, right, sometimes Mahomes gets in trouble. Sometimes, we've had quarterbacks that hold on to the football, right, for a while because you're trying to make something big happen. Now, a lot of times you do get big explosive plays. Carson Wentz hangs on to the ball like way too long. So that was Steve Young's advice for Dak to borrow from Rush because Cooper's assignment and job is come in, run the offense, get the ball out quick, and let's just go ahead and not lose the game. And sometimes that mindset can maybe reset you back to the fundamentals, and that was Steve's advice.
Okay, so I'm going to read you the guys on the time to throw who are ahead. There's only one guy ahead, and then the other guys that are right behind him. Ahead, Tom Brady, all-time great.
Yep.
Right behind him, Aaron Rodgers, all-time great. Jimmy G, not an all-time great, but been to a Super Bowl. Kyler Murray, first overall pick. Trevor Lawrence, first overall pick. Joe Burrow, first overall pick. Derek Carr and Tua one's having a great year, and the other one has been to the playoffs a couple times. Matt Stafford, first overall pick. I mean, Jameis Winston, first overall pick. Jared Goff, first overall pick. Matt Ryan, second overall pick. Like you got things he's doing these at the same rate that guys who have some of the best talent, pure raw talent, whether or not they materialize in that talent or not.
Yeah.
Some of the best talent in the game, and that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Star up, Cooper clutch, Cooper Rush coming through for the Cowboys again, and a star for Noah Brown. The Noah Brown drive, right? He went Skywalker for that catch, and then they went up tempo. I love that coaching adjustment, by the way. It was 3rd and 3. They went up tempo. So Noah Brown on that drive had 2 for 33, and I love this stat from Bobby Bell because this is what Noah Brown has been about. 3rd and 4th down this year, 8 targets, 6 catches for 110, and 6 first downs. And was he mugged on that 3rd and 3 at the 10? Oh, my God, that was criminal. That was absolutely criminal. So when the Giants got screwed on their call with the OPI.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it was terrible.
That's the way I always view it. Even the Giants fans are crying to me. I said, Noah Brown was taken down 3rd and 3 at the 10. He also looked like he was interfered with and mugged later in the game. McCarthy and them were ticked off later in the game. But that 3rd and 3 at the 10, man, that cost you possibly 6 points with the flag that would have been thrown in the new set of downs. So when the refs let Sterling Shepard, or they didn't let Sterling Shepard have that OPI, that was a 3rd and 13 to Galladay, too. That was a big play. And I was just laughing as Brian Daboll was going insane. Even Steven.
Yeah, I guess it was. I thought that was a bad call, though.
It was a bad call.
I think both of them were.
Noah should have been flagged. Shepard should not have been flagged.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I thought they were. And
but you know the takedown I'm talking about, Noah Brown.
Were you trying to go through 2 guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happened twice.
Yeah.
I think the 2 guys may have been at the more towards the end of the game.
It was second half.
But the first half, he got tackled in the end zone. It was bad.
Yeah.
There you go.
The officials stink, and they have stunk for a long, long time in football. There's no doubt about that. I don't necessarily always buy into the makeup call.
Oh, I'm not saying they made it up.
Right. No, I know. I'm saying, like, sometimes, you'll see a makeup call.
Yeah.
But, like, when you've got the ball 3rd and 3 and you're about to score, versus one at midfield, like, there's a big difference between having a first down and 1st and goal, and this is the 1st and 10 at the 50.
Here it is.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, that was bad.
Yep.
That was a take. That's PI.
Of course.
The rules official.
He's outside the 5 yards. It's excessive contact anyway. Totally PI.
All right, 877-881. Gosh.
Oh, man.
What's happening
How
to me?
many Reds did you have yesterday?
877-881-1053. I need to breathe. All right.
Breathe.
Let's take it off the field for a little bit. Did you watch Buck and Aikman, or did you watch the Manning cast? We had a cringeworthy moment with Jimmy Johnson. We had Joe Buck embarrassing himself, and Troy Aikman finally said something about a Cowboy that we've been waiting for 2 years. A Cowboys Tolo Tuesday continues with Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get you over to Boomer.
Goes deep, first down for Lamb. He dropped the ball at the 15-yard line.
Oh my goodness, you could not have laid this ball in there any better.
And the Tolos came coming to rip that 88 right off of his body. CeeDee Lamb. And then the thing that set so many people off was the laugh. Let me tell you why that y'all shouldn't be so upset over that. People react to devastation in different ways. You ever had a horrific day and just one thing after another, and you're so cracked out and you're so over it, you're just like, you laugh. Like you're in a crazy frame and stage of mind and you laugh. People have missed game-winning shots and they smile. I've seen MJ do it or Kobe, and it's like, I can't believe that didn't go in.
I know.
I can't believe that didn't go in. So don't sit there and overreact to CeeDee Lamb laughing. It's just a mechanism that certain people have. But you know, to pretend like he doesn't care or he didn't view that as embarrassing or a big moment. He talked about teammates, you know, cheering up on the sideline. Trayvon Diggs went over there. We played the audio. Tank Lawrence was over there. If they didn't think he cared, they wouldn't have gone and talked to him. So people getting pissed off and furious over Lamb and his reaction of smiling, man, that was overrated.
Totally overrated. I mean, this happens, okay? It's frustration. It's a frustration smile.
If Tiger misses like a fourth straight putt, you can easily see him being like, of course. Yeah. Yep. Why wouldn't it lip out?
Why wouldn't it lip out? Of
Why
course
wouldn't it?
Maybe not Tiger. Tiger maybe.
Yeah.
Tiger may be different, but most of them they would chuckle out of it. They would get a laugh out of it.
It's an angry laugh.
It's an angry laugh. It's a you got to be kidding me laugh. It's a frustration laugh. It's a again, really? We're doing this again? So I'm not. I can't sit here and get all upset about this. I've done the same thing. A lot of people have. Tony Romo used to do this all the time. Tony Romo did this all the time.
And by the way, I'm not defending CeeDee Lamb as a true number one. Again, I put a higher status on it. I put a higher meaning on it. Last night, he had a season high 8 for 87 and a touchdown. But you can still think he's not a number one. We all know he should have caught the first ball. You are going to have drops, by the way, y'all. Everybody is going to have drops. But the reason why I think we're going in on CeeDee Lamb too much, he's had a nice start to his career. Now, yes, he's not Justin Jefferson, but year one, statistically, you really can't complain that much. Year one, 74 for 935 and 5. Year two, 79, 80 catches for 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns. That's a very good year. So, because he's not Michael Irvin or he's not Drew Pearson, I think he's been catching a little bit too much. Again, I think that the number one most overrated thing about CeeDee Lamb that I heard coming out, like people acted like he was Anquan Bolden after the catch or Deebo Samuel. I haven't seen any of that. You know, I had this uneasiness years ago when I said, I feel like Zeke doesn't have a burst. I feel like he's not elusive. And that ended up being right. And with Lamb, this physicality and breaking tackles and running through guys, well, how? He weighs 110 pounds. So I didn't understand it too much. I was like, I have to go back and look at some Sooner tape. I think it was probably facing the sorry Longhorns defense where everyone, kind of created that reputation with what happened at the Cotton Bowl. But give CeeDee Lamb credit for responding. And we'll see if there is a CeeDee Lamb hotline that we want to open up a little bit later on in the show. What did y'all watch? Now, maybe you were listening. like RJ leaving Boomer Jacks? How was Boomer Jacks as a setup?
It was good. It was a good setup. I mean, like it's West 7th down at Montgomery Plaza. It's a good sized location. TVs obviously everywhere. But they had on the regular broadcast on literally every TV. There was nothing that was not the Cowboy game. There wasn't any baseball game.
So it was Buck and Aikman.
Yeah, they had the sound piped in. So it was a good setup. Good setup last night.
All right, the three of us watched Buck and Aikman. I'm surprised that RJ, especially feeling that Tennessee Volunteer love these days.
I'm out on him.
On Peyton.
I'm out on him.
Well, because he's a jinx?
He's a jinx. Hope he never shows up again. If he shows up for that Alabama game in 3 weeks.
Oh, you know he will.
Oh, if they're
and then he'll be blamed.
If they're undefeated,
losing to Alabama.
If they're undefeated going in to play Alabama, they'll probably be number 5 or 6 in the nation at that point because they're number 8 right now. If they're undefeated, then coming to that Alabama game, he will be there and they will lose because what does Peyton Manning do best? He loses. He's a loser. He's a loser.
You are Team Tom. You have made the full transformation. So I just want to know, truckwreck.com text line. What did y'all do between Buck and Aikman or the Manning cast? Manning cast had on Jimmy Johnson, Tracy Morgan, and McAfee. 877-881-1053. The three of us stuck with Buck and Aikman. How about the totals? Like, what's coming in just in terms of the TV? Even if you were listening to Brad and Babe, I'd imagine if you were listening to Brad and Babe and watching TV, you're definitely going to have on Buck and Aikman. There's no reason to take away from the TV viewing experience by having two guys and guests on.
I watched ESPN. I care about the game. Man cast for non-Cowboy games.
Say that again.
He said one guy said I watched ESPN because I cared about the game. Manning cast for non-Cowboy games. I said this yesterday. I'm starting to think differently on that because I think you can get a better if they just get rid of those stupid guests that are pointless. I think they give a better breakdown of individual calls and decisions that are made throughout the course of the game that I think really are beneficial to the local team. But I understand wanting to hear the crowd, all that stuff. Buck and 8, Buck and Aikman, Buck and 8, Buck and Kimmel. Buck and Aikman. I watched Buck and Aikman.
God. Buck and Kimmel.
Manning cast annoying. Aikman, the broadcast is terrible. I flipped between the two of them. When my streaming lagged, I'd switched to because I enjoyed McAfee. I wanted to watch McAfee. Had to see Jimmy. Had to see McAfee.
One Tolo suggestion I love. They said, I'm going to try out the Mannings when the Cowboys are on offense, and then I'll go to the regular broadcast when they're on defense. Because that way you can hear Peyton and Eli talk about the Cowboys and formations and the X's and the O's.
Yeah. Like, all I care, like, and I've made no bones, but I care only about the quarterback. I don't care about anything else. Like, when pull back the curtain, when we're doing, like, star up, star down, like, I'm sitting here the night before, like, having to come up with other positions. Because, like, I just follow the quarterback watching these games. If you play a position, like that's why I hate my son play. I hate my son playing football. He plays center and defensive end, and I'm just sitting here and I'm having to eat it, and I'm like, oh man, this is awesome! I can't wait to see you play. And then the reality is, I don't care about either one position that he's playing.
You know how some guys in life they get a daughter because they deserve it for their past actions.
Yeah,
like they ran around all the time, strip clubs, sleeping with, and it's like you're gonna have a daughter. God's going to punish you. This is God punishing you.
It is
with your son playing football.
So if he makes the NFL and he's a center in the NFL, and I'm still working, and we go to training camp, and he's going to be on the other side of the field, and I'm going to tell him, sorry, I'm going to go watch the quarterback. I only watch positions that matter.
So here is a little portion of the Manning cast. They were mocking the Dallas coaches. You want to set this up? This is after the CD drop that we played right here on the Fan. They were mocking the Dallas coaches and their reaction, right? You want to set this up before we play it?
Yes. Okay. So this is it's McAfee, Manning, and Manning.
Yeah.
And this is when there was that obviously the CeeDee Lamb drop, and they start looking at Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy doing some kinds of hand gestures.
Kellen gave like the double thumbs up.
Double thumbs up.
Hit it.
You're good. You're all good. Okay. Look at Mike McCarthy. Great job.
Mike McCarthy, all right. Good throw.
Did he know he dropped it? I don't think he knew he dropped it.
Awesome job, CD. Way to go, buddy. Proud of you. We're about to punt again.
Smart asses. Sorry, Peyton. Not everyone gives a forehead stare through someone's soul after every mistake. And Eli, you made one face throughout your whole damn career. You made that one dumb face throughout your whole career. RJ's doing it on the fan cam. Looks like you had some bad Mexican food the night before. But what are y'all talking about? Facial expressions.
Here's Manning's.
Yeah. Exactly. Both of them. Peyton did have on a funny shirt. They both had on funny shirts.
They did. They both had funny shirts. They really did.
Peyton's was the Penn State quarterback tryout from Eli.
Yes.
What's his name? Powers?
Chad Powers, right?
Chad Powers had on that shirt, and then Eli had the old school Christmas sweater.
Yep, the Christmas sweater on. So look, I mean, they're fun. But what do you want to do? And these guys know this. When someone makes a mental mistake, you get mad at them. If they just drop a ball, it happens.
Yep,
it happens. Guys drop balls. Quarterbacks throw interceptions. They make bad reads. It happens, man. It's not like this was a. If he ran the wrong route, I think you can get on him. He didn't run the wrong route. He just dropped the ball.
Finally, the cringe-worthy moment, as RJ has always hated the guests on the broadcast. I'm going to steal that from that Tolo. On the broadcast, listen to them not figuring out this audio for the second year in a row when Jimmy Johnson was on.
Eli, you like
Hey, you're going to have to
here?
buy my book.
I got two running backs.
You know,
I love the
I'll
name.
tell you what,
Right?
Daniel Jones is
Swagger, brass balls.
Okay, I didn't know what all that was about at the end.
I didn't either.
But they kept stepping on each other.
Yeah.
It's like when you don't know, okay, now I'm going to go, and now it's your turn, and all three just keep doing that at the same time. It was a mess.
It was a total mess. And that's why I'm kind of out on it. It's nonstop talking over like that.
How they not fix the audio in a second year? Can you just not get the time right? Like,
There's going to be a delay, I guess. I don't know. It's terrible, though.
Balls.
It's terrible. And I don't mind talking over in general. I don't like the delay, though. And if you're going to talk over, just keep going. The talking over, then the stopping, the pausing, the waiting, the awkwardness, just go. Just keep talking over. I'd much rather have that than what they're doing right now. What they're doing right now, I can't watch.
It's Sean and RJ. It is a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones is going to join us to celebrate. He asked us last week, am I in a better mood? Is it more fun to speak with me? Imagine the mood that JJ is going to be in at 8:30 this morning, but we'll bring you everything else you need to know from this game. And they got this done without Gallup and Schultz. Gallup, inactive.
Non-active, whatever.
Inactive before the game. Schultz didn't play either. Let's give props to the other Cowboys with Star Up, Star Downs, brought to you by Blue Chew. It's headlines on a Tolo Tuesday next.
Well, let's get you over to Zero Res. Let's get that carpet clean. Clean Way, Green Way, Zero Res.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
High formation. Ferguson, the fullback, in front of Elliott. 3rd and goal from the 1. Handoff, Elliott coming right, pushing, goal line, bangs in. Touchdown, Elliott.
Brad Sham on the call. This is Sean and RJ. It's a glorious Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. We are your home of America's team. Props to Chiafalo, Wolchuk. Brian brought us with the pregame, postgame coverage last night of the Cowboys' 23-16 win over the New York Giants. I didn't think the scoring was going to get this high after that first half.
Oh, no. Even going into this game, I think I had it pegged at like 17-16 or 17-13, and you were somewhere in the same range. We didn't have this thing being, either team scoring over 20 points.
6-3 at the half.
Yeah.
And I was tweeting, y'all miss Dak yet? Or I was thinking about tweeting it. The reason I didn't is because...
Second half was coming?
No, I was trying to factor in the CeeDee Lamb drop. right? Because otherwise you're thinking 13-3. And then if you score 13 in each half, 26 points is fantastic. So I was like, okay. Because a lot of Tolos were saying Cooper Rush is playing great. His receivers are letting him down. And obviously the CD drop was the big story, the big headline.
The drop was a killer. Fortunately, it didn't hurt them long run because they rebounded. CD rebounded nicely. They wound up winning the game, but that was definitely that drop was definitely one of those plays that you can't have happen from your number one receiver. Your number one can't be making drop. He can't be dropping sure passes. Like, they're going to have drops throughout the course of the year. Can't drop that one.
Here is Mike McCarthy on number 88, bouncing back.
Oh, definitely. I mean, CD's going to get CD's our number one receiver, so that'll never change. I mean, it's I did so many good things in the game, and I think. Part of this is September football. You see some mistakes, particularly our young guys, and penalties. Whether it's a drop, we need to improve. We got a lot to correct, but just love the division win, the complimentary football that we played today. It's always refreshing. Long week, and you come up here and you're in a hotel all day and. But I just think our guys did a really good job executing the game plan, staying after it, and but yes, I mean, excellent win on the road. But we have a lot of work to do.
And then CeeDee Lamb on overcoming all the things going through his head when he was like trying to laugh it off. My biggest problem was not the big drop; it was the tipped drop because he pulled up. He was worried about contact. And that could have gotten them within field goal range for a Maher attempt. That's where I was really furious and ticked off that he bailed on that and was not looking for contact. Here's Lamb on dealing with that first half mentally.
Very frustrating, honestly, just because, I practiced all week, all offseason, just on focusing in on the ball, and I let that one slip away. It was tough. Personally, just because, like I said, all the hard work I put in just for, one play away, I let it slip. You know what I'm saying?
And then, of course, you got the highlight reel touchdown. The one-handed touchdown in the corner of the end zone. Here is Cooper Rush. 3-0 Cooper Rush on that one-handed CD highlight.
So unbelievable catch. I was just making sure his feet got down. And big-time player. Ran a good 4 route on a play, and that's what he's about.
Okay, we may have to stop playing any Cooper Rush audio. He is maybe more boring than Dak. Dak is not a boring person. He's just very generic. He's got down the coach speak. But Cooper, that kind of tells you how poised he is when he's on the field with all the chaos happening around him. Like, this guy has no blood pressure. He doesn't have high blood pressure. It does not get going. Other star-ups that I did want to throw out there, Donovan Wilson, the Tolos are throwing out there. Donovan Wilson, Noah Brown, and Brett Maher. We have looked dead wrong about the kicking situation. Dead wrong. Because Maher has been fantastic. He missed 1 from 59. But to start the season, 6 of 7 on the year.
All right. And what does that say percentage-wise? Let's do a quick little math thing.
These are just my notes.
Yeah.
I didn't write it down in the notes. But Brett Maher was, the Maserati. He hit from 26. He hit from 28. And then he hit another one to put them up 10.
So this is, what Maher's doing is kind of what you want. It's kind of what we talked about. Like
making kicks?
Well, he's at 85%. And, if you look at last year, and I'll go get the kicking numbers right now, but the individual kicking stats, your top 10 are usually in your 90s. And right now, the top 10% of field goal kickers are basically, you've got 12 guys who have not missed a field goal yet this year. And then you've got 3 more guys that are ahead of Maher. And, look who he's tied with at 85%.
Justin Tucker?
Greg Zuerlein.
Oh, no.
Kickers are going to be about 85% unless you're elite or terrible. And that's exactly what you're looking for. We never know when the miss is going to come. Could be in a big spot, could be in a small spot. We don't know. But he's doing what you want out of a kicker. Just make 85%. Let's go home.
Fantastic job. 26-28 and a 44-yard field goal for the Maharati. And then we're getting some early PFF grades. Tyler Smith only allowed one pressure across 31 pass blocking snaps, according to PFF's first review.
Okay.
So he did have a penalty. Jason Peters coming in for the debut, helping to spring Tony Pollard immediately for that 46-yard run. But these are some of the other star-ups that we wanted to throw out there. Dorrance Armstrong as well. I thought Anthony Brown, I don't know how he tackled Saquon one-on-one a couple times. I have no freaking idea, but an excellent job tackling by Anthony Brown. And then, of course, Trayvon Diggs with the game-ending interception. Bobby Belt, I don't know. I haven't talked to him. But he went to sleep probably about 3 hours ago. Bobby Belt scheduled to join us at 7:20 this morning here on Sean and RJ. And Jerry Jones will be live at 8:30. All right, let's get you some updates around the rest of the league. Injuries. Mac Jones is going to be out for a few weeks.
Yeah, he is. High ankle sprain. No timetable for his return. And I wonder what this does for the Patriots and their playoff chances. I mean, they're not a great team right now. They're 1-2.
Who's their backup? I have no idea.
I'll go look. I thought it was Jarrett Stidham for a minute, but I think he's gone.
High ankle sprain, likely to miss games. Rashawn Slater, torn left biceps tendon, out for the season. This is what the Chargers do, man.
Yep.
The Chargers just let you down. Keenan Allen to start off the year banged up. They lost another receiver yesterday too, but Rashawn Slater, the stud offensive lineman, is gone for the season, and Trent Williams is gone for San Francisco for 4 to 6 weeks. High ankle sprain. Why'd you make that face?
Because we have seen the last of Mac Jones.
News?
No. Their backup is Brian Hoyer. Brian Hoyer ain't going to see the field. If Bill Belichick...
Brian Hoyer won't see the field?
If Bill Belichick has a clue as to what he is doing, he will put in the guy who will make the Patriots forget about Mac Jones.
Brian Hoyer?
Bailey Zappi.
Oh.
Western Kentucky. This dude can slang it. He will light it up. If Bailey starts the rest of the year, the Pats go to the postseason.
Whoa! Hot take!
He is that awesome.
Hot take.
Cannot wait. Give me Bailey. Give me Bailey.
You love him as much.
I think it's either Zape or Zappy.
Oh, you must love him a lot.
Well, I didn't watch a whole lot of Western Kentucky football, but when I did,
yeah,
it was Bailey's awesome, dude.
Myles Garrett involved in a single car crash after practice. His Porsche was mangled. As apparently it flipped multiple times. The Porsche flipped multiple times. One witness actually helped Myles and his passenger get out of the car after the accident. He was complaining about wrist pain. He appeared to be bleeding, according to the witness, from both his ankle and chest areas. The Porsche flipped several times, but he escaped with just minor injuries. Transported to a nearby hospital. Cops say alcohol, drugs did not play a factor, and both passengers were wearing seatbelts at the time of the crash. You hear that, Jerry Jones and everybody else? So this looks to be a 911 Turbo S, which costs around $215K, according to TMZ. 0 to 60 in under 3 seconds. Top speed over 200 miles per hour. Those are just the car specs. We don't know who was driving any which way.
This was mangled, man. This was terrible. This looked like they're lucky to get out of there.
You know what jumped out to me? Living in this part of the country looks like it's awful. Look at this road he was on. That looks like my type of country roads with where I grew up in Bum F, Maryland on the eastern. Look at that. That's where he's driving to and from practice.
That's you know what? There are a lot of people that love that. A lot of people love living in the country like that. Get some peaceful quietness out there. Yeah. Boy, you need to clean this screen. Oh, my God. The amount of spit that is on that screen.
Last week was rough for me.
That is disgusting.
The last 2 weeks. Do you have a computer screen cleaner? I need that.
Here you go. What you got here? Clorox.
I don't know. I need to see if I can actually put that on the screen. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com, text line. Hey, it was NBA Media Days across the association. As for the Mavericks, Christian Wood is coming off the bench. Jason Kidd says he'll primarily be a 6-man. Jay Kidd says, I don't need him to be the microwave. Vinny Johnson shout out. I just need him to be C. Wood. And then Christian Wood's quote was, this is my first time hearing about it. Says he's motivated to finally have a chance to win in the NBA. Not too worried about whether he starts or comes off the bench. Meanwhile, Zion.
Zion looked shredsy, as they say.
He transformed.
Yeah, he's got. He looks good right now. Zion is looking good.
He's going to be a monster early on.
He will until he gets hurt in game 2.
Yeah. James Harden was asked how much weight he lost over the summer. He wouldn't give a real answer. He's like 100 pounds. 100 pounds. Jaylen Brown with a really weird answer when asked about the Ime Udoka scandal in Boston. Listen to this quote. I wish we had more details. From what we know, it's hard to make a decision whether it's consensual or not. I guess there's more to it, possibly. We don't know. Whoa. So that's Jaylen Brown, one of the Celtics stars, dropping the term consensual. And then Greg Popovich with probably the quote of the day when Spurs media was asking Pop about his squad.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I'll say it anyway. What the hell? Nobody here should go to Vegas with the thought of betting on us to win the championship. And I know somebody will say, gosh, what a Debbie Downer. There's a chance. What if they work really hard? It's probably not going to happen.
This is great.
Wow.
You know, there's this thought process that Popovich, Saban, Belichick are these hard asses who are like, yeah, win or failure. But they're also at heart coaches. Teachers. And coaches are teachers. And teachers love to teach. And coaches love to coach. And they get as much joy, I'm guessing, out of watching kids, young players, develop into real basketball players, real football players, and seeing the growth as they do from winning championships or competing for championships. I'll bet you they get just as big of a high because it's an accomplishment. They know, coaches know, they're not dumb. They know you can't win without players. And they know when they have players and when they don't. And when they don't have players, they know their goal is to develop them into basketball players or football players, whatever.
So there you go. There's a recap of your headlines on the Cowboys Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Let's wake up Bobby Bell, who just came back from New York. How many Cowboy fans were out there? What was it like in the locker room? Let's continue the Cowboys celebration with our Cowboys Insider next.
But let's get you over to the...
spinning kick. Turpin drifting under, is going to go 35, 40, 45, 50. Sideline 40. Dives over a man to the 33.
Wow, that was a
Jamie Gillan, the Scottish Hammer, stopped him after a 28-yard return.
This was part of the downhill momentum to finish the Giants off. You had CeeDee Lamb responding, those two Cooper Rush drives where he was going 12 of 13 after Saquon scores, those two ice-cold poised drives, 12 of 13, two touchdown back-to-back drives, and then the Turpin return, Maher from 44, 23-13 with 6 minutes left. I would have liked them to ice it out with the 4-minute Kellen Moore offense, but you just knew the Giants were going to get the ball back, but they didn't have any timeouts, and then Diggs ends it with the interception. But you had those two drives, Turpin return, Maher 44, and night-night as the Cowboys win at the Meadowlands 23-16. Bobby Belt was there. I think he just went to sleep 3.5 hours ago, but he's up with us now on the Diamond Factory hotline. Good morning. When'd you get in? How you feeling?
I feel good. Got in at a little past 4, got home a little after 4:30, and so I'm up. Not only am I up and ready, I already did KRLD. I've done KRLD, Sean, and so your trash talk on Twitter about let's see if he wakes up, which you could have added me, by the way. You didn't. I'm here. I showed up, just like I showed up at training camp the 2 days you thought I wasn't going to be there.
Bobby Belt already feisty. My Lord, the Adderall is working already. All right, just take us take us inside that stadium or down towards the locker room with whatever direction you want.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me, the biggest takeaway is the CeeDee Lamb redemption, and that big drive that he had, that touchdown drive that he had where he had those 4 catches, the big one on 4th down, the one to set him up at the 1-yard line, and of course then coming right back with the 1-yard touchdown catch and taking his helmet off and turning around and screaming at the Giants crowd, which it was funny. Before he stood up and did media, before we were starting to record, we were talking to him about that, and he goes, "Yeah, they were pissing me off tonight." So he was a little irritated with the New York crowd, but he talked about how he was in his head a little bit after that drop, and that he was, there may have been a little bit of some focus issues after that because he was having trouble letting go that he, missed what he thought could have been a touchdown.
Yeah.
And that he had guys coming up to him and saying, "Hey, come on, a lot of game left. We still believe in you. You can do this." And I know when he came back off the field, it was Trayvon Diggs and DeMarcus Lawrence that went right up to him and were, trying to keep him engaged in the game there. And so I thought it was just really important to see him bounce back and not let that overwhelm him for the remainder of the game and come up with that big drive. A drive that, I think you can confidently say that's the best drive of his Cowboys career. Yeah. Just the way he stepped up and made big plays there, and looked like a real number one, including, that swagger at the end, going back and forth with the Giants crowd. That's the type of swagger, that's the type of energy the Cowboys like to see from the number one receiver.
Would you have bet on him to respond? You've, I think, been fair, but, some Cowboy homers don't like when you talk about CeeDee ceiling or coaches wanting to see more dog from him in this season. Would you have bet on him to respond, or that's the direction where you can continue to go south?
Probably not. I mean, you want to see it, but I don't know that I would have felt confident that I was going to see it, just because I think we've seen at times he can take himself out of the game like that when he gets a little distracted and a little frustrated. We saw it a lot in week 1. And then he kind of owns up to that at his locker, talking about how he was thinking about it so much after that happened. But that's what I think you want to see, is it's, a work in progress, becoming that guy. And he was asked afterwards what he's learned most about being a number one receiver in the first few weeks. And then he's like, it's, kind of putting things in the proper context. You got to be able to, recognize the ebbs and flows of it. And kind of, as cliche as it sounds, take it, one play at a time and don't let it, define your next play. And so I think he's starting to get there and starting to grasp that understanding of what it is that's expected and the approach that you have to have there. And so I think it's very encouraging when you see him bounce back like that and be so clutch and come up with so many crucial plays for them in the second half.
Is Cooper Rush going to get a job next year?
What do you mean? This job? Of course. Yeah. Well, Jerry wants. No, I'm not trying.
You know what I mean? Like another starting job, like a shot to start somewhere in the NFL.
I don't know. I mean, when we saw him step up against Minnesota, I think a lot of people thought, oh, maybe there's some value there. And then 31 other teams passed on him again this very training camp when he got cut. So I would think so. I mean, you're 3-0 and you've stepped up and had, go ahead drives, game winning drives in all three of these games and done it on, very big stages. You're talking about 2 primetime games on the road and then 1 against the defending AFC champions. I would think that would be of real value to some team. But is he, I don't know. I mean, I guess the question at that point is Cooper Rush one of the 32 best quarterbacks in the NFL? Maybe. He might be. I mean, I don't think he's obviously a guy where it's like, oh man, this is somebody who definitely needs to compete and start somewhere else. But sure, he could potentially be, just outside the top 25 maybe. It's a starved position in this league, I think, after you get outside the top 15 or so.
Did they really see this? Like, I know that they want to take credit for Micah rushing the passer. Broada said that was not on the Penn State tape. I know they're going to want to take credit for Dak. They lucked into that. They tried to get 3 other quarterbacks beforehand. They put Cooper Rush on waivers. They let him hang out there. How much do you think they really expected this? Now, he's not throwing for 4 and 5 touchdowns a game. I think we all kind of need to reset. But did they expect this?
I don't think so. I mean, you're right. Not only did they put him on waivers, I mean, they also completely got rid of him. He was out of this building. He was with the Giants for a year. They even in the McCarthy era, they've cut him now. In 2020, they went with Garrett Gilbert over him. Garrett Gilbert was considered the leader in the clubhouse in 2021 to be the backup before Cooper Rush took that. There was a lot of people, myself included, who thought Will Grier should have potentially got the job here in 2022. So, no, I don't think that, when Jerry's sitting up in his Oxnard skybox and he sees his life flash before his eyes because Cooper Rush has thrown the ball up near him 20 feet in the air, I don't think they totally expect him to step up and be 3-0 and make big plays when they matter. And look, you're right. Is he putting up great statistical games? No, but he's doing enough, and he's making plays when they count.
Yes.
And yesterday, I mean, CeeDee Lamb with a big drop, Jalen Tolbert with a drop. They weren't doing him any favors either. He very easily could have had, right up near 300 yards passing yesterday. He was pretty good, even better, I think, than the box score says he was.
Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, back from the Meadowlands on the Diamond Factory hotline here on Sean and RJ. Who else made your star up list?
Man, I was really frustrated that we didn't. I know we played the clip coming here. I'm really frustrated we didn't get a Kevontae Turpin touchdown. They took the ball
coming.
Out of his
Yeah,
hands.
it is.
Gavin Dawson's going to get proven right.
It's coming, and I've got 2 more weeks to win $50 from Jared Sandler. So
what's the bet?
Sandler said no chance Turpin gets a return in the first 5 weeks of the season because he thought he was like, Turpin's one of these training camp stars that everybody freaks out about and then ultimately doesn't do anything in the regular season. And I told him I think this guy's actually going to have an impact. And so it's funny, on that punt return where he got tackled, I was opening up my phone to text Sandler, and Sandler texted me going, "Ooh, that was close."
Dude, how did the punter bring him down on that?
I don't know.
I don't know. And it was the kick return, too. He had a kick return where I don't know how clear it looked on TV, but, I mean, he had, about a 30-yard kick return. And if he had broken that last layer where he got brought down, there was nobody behind him. And so that was twice yesterday where he got beat by, on the kick return, not the last man, but the last line. And so, it's coming. He's running back. I'm betting he runs back a punt and a kick this year. And so I was hoping we were going to get it last night. I really thought we were going to get it last night. I was talking to some people who covered the Giants in the press box before the game, and they all were thinking it was coming last night because the Giants are so terrible covering kicks. But ultimately fell short, so that was a little frustrating. I thought DeMarcus Lawrence did a really good job. It was nice to see him bounce back. A little scary with the foot, obviously. He was standing at his locker afterwards, so it's nothing to worry about. Man, I don't know how clear it was on TV. Micah Parsons was exhausted. He was completely gassed, and he was standing at his locker. This is 25 minutes after the game when everybody's showered and cleaned up and, looks like you can hardly tell they just played a football game. Micah was sweating at his locker, even though he was fully dressed and finished. He was still drenched in sweat. And, he talked about that. Look, I think my 60% is better than most guys' 100%, and I was good enough to play, and so that's all that mattered. But
he helped out still. He still made an impact, taking attention, and Tank was able to reap the benefits.
They double teamed him, they chipped him all night, and even still, he came close about 3 times on getting a sack. I mean, he was still generating pressure. I thought it was interesting. I'll be interested to see the exact numbers on how often he had been in coverage, but heading into this game, DeMarcus Lawrence and Dorrance Armstrong had combined for more snaps and coverage this year than Micah Parsons had.
Wow.
And yet Parsons was playing a lot more traditional linebacker, it felt like, last night, especially early in the game. I think when he was a little winded and a little fatigued, I think they were using him a little more, and they were being a little more conservative with his workload. And bringing him in particular spots.
Someone also whispered to me, he played 60 defensive snaps last night, according to Michael Gelkin. Someone's whispering to me, he's just not sick, he's nicked up. I don't think we made a big enough deal of what happened at the end of the Bengals game. I believe that was. Are you hearing anything that he is?
Yeah, he's nicked up, but he'll tell you, and probably other guys will tell you, like, I'm not any more nicked up than anybody who's just gone through the first few weeks of the NFL season. Right. Like, you're always going to be that is what was so frustrating, not to go off on a tangent, but that was what was so frustrating a lot of the times for the Cowboys about Amari Cooper, was that they kind of felt like, dude, everybody's nicked up.
Right.
I understand you're hurt, but everybody's nicked up and everybody's fighting through things. So, like, help us out here. But ultimately, I think he's a little banged up there. And then another takeaway, I mean, Jason Peters in the 14 snaps or whatever he played, he looked really good there at guard. He helped spring Tony Pollard on that big run and was getting movement in the run game, looked good in pass protection. And I mean, if he can hold his own there at left guard, I think that's a pretty strong, powerful left side of the offensive line with Tyler Smith, who continues to look really, really good and continues to look like a cornerstone player that you can build with and a future, left tackle, a blue chip left tackle for this organization.
Yeah, your guy, Duke Manyweather, the offensive line guru. By the way, amazing IPA, Duke. So thank you, Bobby, for that. I tried it over the weekend. I'm not the biggest IPA guy. It had a sweetness to it. It was phenomenal. So feel free to send more. But he was going back and forth with Trey Thomas, and Duke was like beside himself that he seemed to be beside himself that Peters wasn't playing left tackle. And Trey Thomas is like, look, start off. Trey Thomas, longtime lineman, very nice career. He goes, start off and make sure you're good in the phone booth playing left guard. If he wanted to play left tackle, he could play left tackle, but Jason Peters signed up for this. So that was the two of them going back and forth, not arguing, but debating. Why would you not put him at left tackle? Well, the answer to that,
growth,
Duke, is Tyler Smith's development.
Yeah, this is, I love this. This is absolutely the right move, putting him at guard. Let Tyler Smith continue to develop and grow. Even as much as Willie Colon was talking, I heard him this morning. He was saying, like, man, dude was a menace yesterday in the limited snaps.
But Peters can't play a whole game right now. Right. You don't want that at left tackle.
Right.
No, and it's he's got load management right now while they're still working him up, which by the way, you mentioned Trey Thomas there, going back and forth. You know the fun connection he has to 105.3 The Fan, don't you?
No.
That's who Brian Broaddus selected in the first round for the Eagles when he ran their draft. And so, Brett,
over who? Wait, what draft was that? Let's see.
That was
98. No. Trey Thomas was the stud. He was a Pro Bowl. Broaddus drafted 4 Pro Bowlers in that 98 draft. So he can flex on everybody with that one. But Trey Thomas doesn't just disagree with Duke Manyweather. He disagrees with Broaddus. Broaddus thought that there would be some struggles at guard. Feels like he's pretty heavy-footed and not going to be able to get up to the second level. But I was sitting next to Bill Jones from CBS 11, Cowboys.com, and Bill had said there that first play when Peters blocks the guy at the second level and opens things up for Pollard, Bill's just writing down notes, and he goes, "That's why he's a 9-time Pro Bowler. Like, that's the guy. That's you trust that he's going to make plays wherever he goes." I still think, is he best at left tackle? Yes. Is Tyler Smith the more moldable piece, so you could probably flip over to the right side or bump him inside the left guard or whatever, and he'll have some success? I mean, Tyler Smith has played more snaps at left guard this summer and this season than Jason Peters has in practice, and so I get the line of thinking, but I think it also just goes to they really like Tyler Smith at left tackle, and that's his future, and that's why kind of what we talked about on Friday. I think that even if Tyron Smith is back healthy, there's a potential of getting Wally pipped there, that it may just be Tyler Smith's job now.
Bobby Belt here on the Fan. Brian Broaddus drafted. I was joking about High Roseman. I know how he wasn't there. Brian Broaddus drafted Trey Thomas at 11 over Keith Brooking, Takeo Spikes, Jason Peter, remember him, Anthony Simmons, Kevin Dyson, Brian Simmons, Robert Edwards, Vonnie Holliday, Terry Fair, and, of course,
Go Vols.
Randy Moss with the controversy.
Now, do you know who his number one player on his board that year was, on his big board?
Well, you've cried about it nonstop over and over for the 11 years I've known you that he put someone over Peyton Manning.
Yeah, he had Manning like 5th. Yeah, it was Andre Wadsworth was the number one player on his board that year. I'll never let him forget that. I won't.
And that's why he's sitting here working with us, maybe. All right, take us through the surprise of Michael Gallup not playing and also Dalton Schultz inactive.
Yeah, again, I'm going to have to come for you on these Twitter streets, Sean, because I noticed you liked the tweet that said Bobby Belt lied about Michael Gallup. I did not lie, Sean Sharif.
Did I say one that you said? Did I like that?
No. I'm teasing. It was somebody making fun of the fact that they were like, Bobby Belt the lie. They were joking too, so that's fine, Sean. I'm kidding.
Because I see myself retweeting you during games. I know that. I don't see you really retweeting any of my amazing observations. So before you come, back and forth, don't be like I know you got your little media gang with Hellman and Machota and Gelkin where y'all can only retweet each other.
Hey, David Hellman's been to his. You've been to as many regular season games this year as David Hellman. Yeah. So
wow,
he is in California.
Yeah, he is a Cali.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, he had to go all Skip Bayless on us, the old Hollywood Hellman. That's what's going on there. But no, Michael Gallup, it was definitely something that when you were talking to people leading up to it, it was, he'll be good to go. He's going. He's going to be ready to go. And just the line you were getting from Mike McCarthy and others was just not quite crossing the finish line yet. And so whatever terminology that means, I mean, it's nothing where he suffered a setback. It's just they don't feel like he's totally ready yet. And I know we talked about him being on a pitch count and probably not running a lot of in-breaking routes. And Chop, I know you said when we mentioned that, well, that doesn't sound like a guy who's ready to play. And I think ultimately, that's what they probably came down on was, look, we shouldn't put him out here quite yet. I think he'll go against the Commanders, but I'm not going to, try to guess anything at this point, given what we had heard leading up to the game and then what ended up actually happening.
All right, final one. Unless you have something else we need to know, did you really meet up with the Tolo who tweeted when he heard you talking about going to Cheesecake Factory and McDonald's versus New York places?
Yeah, actually good places.
And he tweeted, "Hey, I know this pizza spot. Meet me." And you go, "I'll meet you there." Did you actually meet up?
I did. I went to Hoboken. Wow. We went to the pizza place. And it was wonderful. I did not love that it was one of these places where it's like, sorry, we don't take cards. It's cash only.
Oh, that's
the best.
Yeah.
It tells me that it's probably going to be a good pizza place, but I'd like that to be a little more prominently displayed instead of getting up there to pay and going, oh, okay, well, let me find cash real quick. But no, it was great. It was a great spot. We went. He walked with me down the street after that to Carlo's Bakery, the Cake Boss.
Wow.
We went and checked that out. And
a man of the people. A man of the people.
I try to be. I try to meet up with Tolos when I'm in other cities. I did it in Oxnard when we met up with Chase, the Tolo. And so, if I'm in another city and you're listening, I'll go eat lunch with you while I'm in town. And so we had the pizza. Good time. G was he's a Port Authority officer. And so I felt good walking around Jersey knowing I had, the Port Authority officer with me.
Well, if you were willing to meet with random strangers in Oxnard, you're fine in Jersey with the gang's capital out there.
Gang capital in Oxnard.
What was the name of the pizza place?
Oh, Benny something. I'll text it to you. I don't remember what it was. It was
All
Benny something. But I mean, it was a giant piece of pizza.
Was
Okay.
it Benny Todino's?
I want to.
Yes, that's the one.
All right, we got a Portnoy review on there. I want to go ahead and see.
Benny Todino's on Washington Street in Hoboken.
There it is. Bobby Belt already up after the flight back from the Meadowlands for a Cowboys victory Tolo Tuesday. Thank you, brother. Great stuff.
I love you all.
Bobby Belt on the Diamond Factory hotline. Okay.
It's called Home of the Largest Slice.
That's an alarming sign. The giant slice like that, that's drunk pizza. Adams Morgan, D.C.
The size of that thing. Pinup Pizza in Vegas, right at the Planet Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic slice. It's huge. It's an enormous pizza.
Yeah.
I love the big slice. I love putting that. I love putting all the toppings on that and just shoving it in there.
So there you go. Bobby Belt getting the work in. What?
I see a square version of it. I'm out on that.
You don't like the grandma pizzas?
No, hate it.
Why?
Just hate it. I want, because you always get stuck with the inside piece.
Oh, I'm the only one in the world who prefers the inside
I know.
piece.
I know.
I don't want that crusty.
I don't know. You know what? Crust.
Cardboard. Give me cardboard with tomato sauce on it.
You can't fold a square piece the way you want to.
You need to fold it.
Got to fold. Got to fold. Got to fold.
All right, so this is kind of making the rounds. Lawrence Taylor was there last night, along with Michael Strahan, and LT was asked about Micah, and he said, quote, he's playing pretty well. Let's see if he can keep it up for a daggone 13 years. So that was Lawrence Taylor talking about the next coming, and also talking about Tom Brady, Joe Montana, with little QB comparisons, which we'll get to in 1 second. I do need to throw in some star downs, okay? Because this would be a much bigger topic if they actually lost. The penalties are not going away. This mind-numbingly stupid, back-breaking penalties. Farniak with a hold on the opening drive. That kills the opening drive. Anthony Barr with a hold on 3rd and 3. First down. Hendershot, false start on 3rd down. That backs you up. They were on the 3. So that was like Tom Brady type penalty backing up 5 yards. So you're sitting there on the 3-yard line, false start, 3rd down. They had 4 penalties in the first quarter. Another Hendershot penalty. Pollard had a nice run. Hendershot bringing it back. Then Tyler Smith had a penalty. So you're 2nd and 20. And that's when they pulled out the Zeke toss on 3rd and 12. That's one of those things. No one gives credit to Kellen Moore. We're like, you're lucky that worked. Because if Zeke gains 2 yards on 3rd and 12 on a toss, people are going to come for Kellen Moore's neck. But the drive was backed up because of penalties. 3rd and 14, Jordan Lewis, illegal contact, automatic first. Like, I'm not just, look, you're going to have holding penalties. But I'm talking about 3rd and 3 false starts on the 3. That's a backbreaker.
Oh, yeah.
3rd and 14 penalties. That's a backbreaker. That led to the Giants tying field goal. Sam Williams' stupidity, the hit on Daniel Jones going to the sideline. That was on the drive where Saquon scored the 36-yard touchdown. Donovan Wilson throwing the ball was probably the most discussed. What was y'all's take on it? 877-881-1053. Donovan Wilson, do you know what play I'm talking about? What do y'all think?
Joey, look like you're going to say something.
Well, I mean, I didn't really get a good look at it after. Well, because was it thrown out of frustration? Like, obviously it was.
Well, people were trying to break down where was the ref? Was the ref behind him? Did he not know the ref was there? Look, I don't care.
You don't throw the ball towards another player.
Period.
Either. That's part
Just
of it.
period.
They're going to throw that every time.
Just period. Kelvin Joseph with the face mask. Dorrance Armstrong had a sack, and then Kelvin had a face mask. You know, that took the ball to the Cowboys 32. It's a 10-point game. There's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left. You don't give them a free 15 yards. Stupid. This continues to be a stupid football team when it comes to some of these back-breaking penalties, and I had to include that amidst the celebration that we've been having so far for 2 hours plus.
Well, I mean, these are the penalties are going to kill you. This team is a highly penalized football team. I'm going to go look to see where they rank throughout the rest of the league. Because if you go in terms of penalties against, Denver has more. They're right there with Philly. 23 penalties for both. The teams with 23 penalties called this year: Philly, Arizona, Tennessee, and the Cowboys. The problem is that they're down 71 net yards. So over the course of the year, they actually lost 70 yards of penalties based on what they've had called against them. And Parcells was always I don't coach penalties, but one of the things he always looked at was are they getting penalized more than you? Are you winning the dirty yards, right? 10 penalties, 100 yards worth of penalties is always a factor in as a touchdown, right? Just factor that as another touchdown. And that's a problem. When your offense isn't electric, and it's not electric right now, you can't be getting 10 penalties a game.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So any other star downs? Not stopping Daniel Jones' legs, 6 rushing first downs. He came up just a few yards shy of Saquon on the night. And then you had the Barkley 36-yard touchdown. They held him to 7 for 26 in the first half.
Yeah.
7 for 26. And then, of course, all the drama with CeeDee Lamb and that drop.
Lamb got a star up and a star down. The star down, obviously, the drop, but the star up was keeping his head into it and responding really, really nicely. The penalties, obviously, are star down. And, of course, you not answering the phone for Michael Irvin is a huge star down.
Playmaker will be joining us at 8:40 tomorrow. Troy Aikman finally said something negative about Zeke. He kind of gave Zeke a little star down on the broadcast. He's like, this team doesn't have a thumper. He was talking about Tony Pollard and Zeke, and he's like, for years, I've thought that Zeke was the best finisher in the NFL. Doesn't seem to be that guy anymore. And I was like, oh my God. Aikman finally, 2 years late to the party, talks about Zeke not having the same ability. And he finally said it. What else do we have? Eli took a shot at Russell Wilson on the Manning cast, said that the Broncos should have paid their punter the $230 million and not Russ. Joe Buck was awful, and I defend Joe Buck. He had this weird interview with Jimmy Kimmel at halftime.
Oh, my God. What was that?
That was, obviously, right, network connecting.
Network connection, yep. Right there in New York.
Kimmel show on ABC. Mm-hmm. ABC is with ESPN. And Joe Buck can be funny. He's got a really dry, sarcastic sense of humor. It was awful. Now, people are killing Kimmel, too. I think that may be some Republicans, some conservatives amongst the Tolos that hate Jimmy Kimmel. But Kimmel wasn't funny either.
That'd be odd. Conservatives aren't on Twitter.
What's that?
I said that'd be odd. Republicans aren't allowed on Twitter anymore.
They're not?
No, they did a study the Twitter and what it is and just the political side that it rests on. And Republicans skew Facebook and Democrats skew Twitter. And then everybody's on Instagram.
So that was Aikman, that was Eli, and that was Joe Buck with my broadcast observations.
Yeah, I didn't care for the Joe Buck Jimmy Kimmel interview. It was it just seems like it's forced. If it's forced, what are we doing it for? That's what these Manning cast interviews feel like. If it's forced, why are you doing it?
We have some forced things. We have contractual things that are forced.
Contractually, sure. But they seem to do they force an interview on the Manning cast in every quarter. Pretty much, it seems like. Which, fine, but I think they just keep them too long. Put them on for a couple minutes, let them go. Let's get back to breaking the game down.
Mikey Bassick is up and at him. Oh, I forgot. He said, make sure to take your Lamar Jackson shot at Bobby. Dang, I've forgotten 2 days in a row. Today's not the day for that.
No, I ain't the day for that. We got tomorrow. We got Thursday.
But then he texted, what does Dak do better than Rush? I mean, score points. I don't want to do this today.
This is a tired argument.
I can do it tomorrow, but we weren't missing Dak Prescott in the first half, or were you just adding 7 points to the Cowboys' 6 because of the CD drop? What does Dak do better?
Here you go. If Dak got cut in training camp, he wouldn't have cleared waivers.
True.
And that's with a $40 million contract tag on him.
Are they going to score 30 points a game with Cooper Rush at quarterback? No. There you go. Case closed. It's really that simple. Now, I like Mike. He would break things down more specifically to be like, tell me trait-wise, ability-wise, what does Dak do better? Because Tolos right now are going to say Cooper may go deep better. He's got better touch. He's more clutch. Dak has a lot of fourth quarter stats as well. Mobility-wise, you'd give it to Prescott. I mean, are they game managing Rush? A lot of people think that this has made Kellen Moore look really, really good. That Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy deserve a ton of credit, and they do.
Oh, I don't want to. The rest of the world, that y'all can miss me, but the Mike McCarthy's a bad coach, and that Kellen Moore's a bad OC. They're 2-0 with a backup.
That's
3-0 if you go back to last year.
Let's turn it over to the Tolos.
Word, I'm in on that.
I want to make 8 a.m. phone calls the day after a Cowboy game. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Wherever you want to take it, right now, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Your Star Up, Star Down brought to you by Blue Chew. Hit us up on the hotline for your Cowboy calls next.
Let's get you over to carsforkids.org. Let's change lives.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Elliott to the left of Rush, first and goal, outside the 1. Snap back, Rush looking left, fade, Lamb, caught in one hand, touchdown Cowboys. Okay, that's 2 big boy plays.
Isn't it?
By C.D. Lamb on this possession. That touchdown down the left side of the end zone, reached out with an Inspector Gadget left arm, grabbed it, yanked it in, feet inbounds. That's a big boy play.
Shall we turn this now into the C.D. Lamb apology hotline? Here on Sean and RJ, I would like to apologize to Cooper Rush, Noah Brown, Brett Maher, and C.D. Lamb. Maybe that's a separate segment tomorrow. Cowboy apologies so far throughout the season, but everybody wanted to strip him of his number 1 status and his 88 jersey after what happened, and then the redemption, showing toughness, amazing athletic ability with that one-handed catch, and being clutch. Jerry Jones, live at 8:30 here on DFW Sports Station. Let's get to your calls. Cowboy calls every morning after the game at this time at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I have no idea what I'm looking at with this new phone system.
I saw this thing yesterday.
I have no idea.
I don't know what this is, man.
I have no
Good
clue.
gosh, let's
All right.
see. We got a red.
Joey, turn on your mic, and you're going to direct the calls. You go ahead.
Alrighty.
And you say who's on the air, where they're from, and let's start rolling.
Alrighty, we're going to go with Gabriel here from San Antonio. He wants to talk about the bonehead play of the night that you guys didn't talk about.
All right, Gabe, go ahead.
All right, I've been listening for most of the morning, and I've been hearing a lot of harping on C.D. Lamb and the drop catch. I get it; it's a bonehead play, but I can't believe the bonehead play of the night is being more harped on than anything else. The running game is going great. Okay, you've got Tony Pollard, you got Zeke Elliott running on cylinders. The one time you should rush, you don't.
3rd and 1.
To put the game away, give Zeke the ball, and you just and Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore decide to overthink it, get a little cute, throw it. Not only do you not get the first down, but you stop the clock. And I think this is where Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore, at least once a game, show who they really are. And that concerns me. Yeah, you got the win, you got the defense, but that to me is the bonehead play of the night.
It's a good point. It's a fair point. It's a good call, Gabriel. Thank you. What do you think?
Are you talking about the one with like 6 to go? About 6 minutes left, the 3rd and 1 with about 6 minutes left?
It's where they threw.
Yeah, and they still got, there was a lot of time left. That's okay. Look, that's too early to milk the clock. It's too soon. Now it's a 10-point game. That's good, but we're not in milk the clock territory with 6 to go just yet anymore. Not in today's NFL. In the past, yes. Whether I agree with it or not, and I don't necessarily agree with it. Coaches don't view it like that anymore. Coaches don't view 6 minutes to go as clock milk time just yet. It's still too early.
I got to look up the exact timing of it. But
right here, yeah, it says with 6:06 to go in the 4th, 3rd and 1 of the Giants 26.
Yeah, I'm fine taking a shot. Did you kill him for running the toss on 3rd and 12? That's one of those things where you all were like, okay, let's be quiet on this because it worked.
Yeah.
And then if you fool everyone because they think a run is coming, play action, 6 minutes left for a big play, that we give props for being aggressive.
Sorry, because it was a 7-point game at the time. Okay, so it was a 7-point game, then the field goal on the next play to make it 10. So with 6 minutes to go in a 7-point game, you're not running the ball and ending the game there. There's still 2 more possessions in the game when you've got 6 minutes to go.
All right, let's get to Cole in Dallas. Cole, you're next up on Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday. Cole. Hey, Cole. Cole's gone. Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, you are live on Sean and RJ. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. I think a big part of it, they simplified the offense. They scaled it back.
Yeah.
And they protected Rush well. They gave him time to throw the ball. Sometimes they get too cute with that. They try to get too pretty with those plays. Sometimes being vanilla works. You just line up and hit them in the mouth. And I think that worked last night.
Great call.
Thank you for taking my call.
Great call. Now, look, I can't speak to schematics.
Well, we'll also kill them if they go vanilla. Right?
Yeah. I don't know if they run simpler routes. I don't know if the concepts are more vanilla. I do know the Giants didn't get a sack. He's dead right on that. But this is what Steve Young talked about. He said if Dak was going to borrow anything from Cooper Rush, just simplify things. Get the ball out in 2 seconds, the first open guy you see. And then that will open up bigger plays down the field. Cooper Rush's job is to go out there, don't turn it over, and hit the open man. It doesn't matter whether it's a 3-yard completion. Now, Cooper has been showing that he will and can go down the field, but that was Steve Young's advice. Get the ball out a little faster and simplify things. You got something on that?
Nope, you're right. I mean, they do that. It seems like that. You know, if you want to simplify,
I can't speak to how much more complex. I don't know that.
Well, no, yeah. We also, we're not watching the all 22 film.
Yeah. I would assume that things have been simplified.
I mean, I assume the routes are basically the same. Maybe what they're giving him.
But one of the things McCarthy and Jerry have said over and over and over again, Cooper Rush allows us to maintain the same playbook.
Yeah.
That's
key.
That.
Now, maybe what they do is they don't give him the opportunity to audible. Don't know. We don't know what he's allowed to do. I assume he's allowed to audible. I would hope that he is. I mean, if you're going to put the guy at quarterback in the National Football League, let him make you have to allow him to make adjustments at the line of scrimmage.
Trey in Grand Prairie. Trey, you're next up on Sean and RJ after a victory during Monday Night Football. Go ahead, buddy.
Morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Awesome. Great victory. Hey, I'm going to pull a page out of Bryce's book, man.
All right.
Are you guys just bitching just to be bitching or what?
I heard this in the post game.
Hey, man, we got the penalty on that 3rd and 1 that didn't get called. Are we forgetting that? That play could have easily worked. We all saw that Noah Brown was being held down by 2 defenders.
Trey, how long have you been listening this morning?
Been listening since about 7:30.
Okay, so that would then you tuned in just for the one time we did star down. But from 5:30 to 7:30, it's been all star up. I do have to talk about the penalty. So it's not just bitching to be bitching, but this is a stupid football team when it comes to drawing flags. That's a fact.
No doubt. But, I just heard you about maybe 2 or 3 minutes ago, again mentioning the 3rd down penalty and, the debate on if it was a good call or not. To me, in my opinion, it was a pretty solid call. Without the penalty, who knows what that is? First down, touchdown, who knows? And now we're looking at Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy a totally different way. I'm not the biggest Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy fan, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I will say they called a pretty good game considering what they had yesterday.
I don't know that there's anything that I could complain about with Mike McCarthy. Yeah, he single-handedly won the game on the 4th and 4 play. That was right. It. That won the game. And then, he manufactured a field goal attempt at the end of the half with the timeout.
Which I thought it was a mistake. It ended up well, but I thought they were going to give the Giants more time to convert the 4th and 2.
They were, but here's the thing. The Giants have not scored in how many straight games in the final 2 minutes?
I believe 19.
So they haven't scored in 19 straight games, and they know that. They knew that. So we're going to be worried about them on 4th down from midfield with 10 seconds to go?
I know you respect the numbers and the odds. Would the numbers have said that the Giants should have gone for it on 4th and 2?
Would they have said they should have? Yes.
Of course they would. So why would McCarthy and the Cowboys, any team, bet on them not getting the 4th and 2?
Because even if they get it, there's 10 seconds left.
Yes.
It's at midfield, okay? They're going to barely have time. They're going to kick a low percentage field goal attempt, as opposed to you getting the ball back and then you trying to take the same thing.
What if they pick up 5 to 8 yards? That gamble isn't worth it to me. You have to have them not convert a 4th and 2. And they had all their timeouts, or they had multiple timeouts.
I think they had 1 left, right? Yeah. Or 2 left.
It looked like the Giants in that moment were willing to let the clock run down.
No, what they were going to do is they were going to take a shot at the end zone.
Yeah.
They were going to. So you prevent them from taking a shot at the end zone.
Which I'm fine with them taking a shot at the end zone. I mean, it's a Hail Mary.
I think the numbers would say allow them to try to convert on fourth down, and then kick a low percentage field goal of 60 yards.
Okay. I disagree with it. It worked out. They didn't get the 4th and 2. Cowboys executed a play, and then Maher missed. Let's see. Joseph in Dallas. Joseph, all right, Joseph, go ahead. My bad.
It's okay. How you guys doing this morning?
Awesome. Just same as you, I assume.
Oh, yeah, I'm on my way to work right now, but I just wanted to get my 2 cents. I've been a Cowboy fan all my life, and I really love what they're doing right now. My only problem is if the backup quarterback can put up 20 points, then the starting quarterback should be able to go out there and just obliterate anybody in front of him if they had the same cast.
But, Joseph, he did last year. They led the league in points.
And unfortunately, things didn't exactly wrap up well. I'm not ragging on him.
Yeah.
I'm just praying when he comes back, he can pick up where he left off, and he sees what's happening now. He can improve on it.
Thank you for the call, brother. I appreciate it. Based on the evidence, and I'm not the biggest Dak fan, but this is getting out of control. They led the league in points. Doesn't that mean something? He was a first half MVP, and they scored 3 points against maybe the best defense in football in Tampa Bay, with a receiving core that has been compromised, in my opinion. Let's continue with it. Jerry's coming up at 8:30. If you got a special question for Jerry, don't curse, but you can give it to us next on the Diamond Factory hotline, 877-881-1053. A few more Cowboy calls, then Jerry joins us to celebrate after this.
Well, let's get that carpet clean.
truck. Some companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck can be held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30 this morning. I think that was truckwreck.com. The music was blaring over you, JoJo. Got to get that voice deep.
Yeah.
Got to drop that voice in. Don't have that music overwhelm Mark, Scott, and Gene at truckwreck.com. A few more Cowboy phone calls to celebrate before Jerry live in 10 minutes. Let's get to Eric in Dallas. You are live on Sean and RJ on a Tolo Tuesday, Eric.
Good morning, guys. Love listening to y'all guys. Listen to y'all every morning. Just real quick, diehard fan. Nobody's talking about Dak week one. He didn't play any in the preseason, and he probably went against arguably, top 5 defenses in the whole league. And, I just want to get y'all's thoughts on that. I mean, didn't play any preseason. Dallas, obviously, we got a top 5, I think, elite defense, but I think Tampa Bay's right there.
No doubt about it. Thank you for the phone call, Eric, and thank you for listening. This is what sucks about one game a week. This is the taste we're left in our mouth after Dak and the offense looked horrible, scoring 3 points. But come on, guys. Cooper Rush, I don't believe, is better than Dak Prescott. I really don't want to get into this too much today, but Tampa Bay's defense is locked down.
It's very good defense. I mean,
Cowboys had new weapons. This was your problem with Dak not playing in preseason games. Look at Cooper Rush and Noah Brown's chemistry. That didn't just come out of nowhere. These guys are playing in the exhibition season before the year together. We don't know if CeeDee Lamb is a number 1 receiver, and Dak Prescott is out there with guys named Dennis Houston, Simi Fehoko, and your 3rd-round pick isn't good enough to be activated for game 1. Look at Tom Brady right now and his offense. I told you this his last year in New England, and I'm telling you now, Tom Brady ain't washed. He's throwing to bums. With respect to Cole Beasley, he's throwing to bums. Rex Ryan said it yesterday. Give me Tom any day of the week right now. Any day. Now, when Mike Evans and Chris Godwin come back, I don't want any piece of them. I believe you do have to have some weapons, and they faced an outstanding defense early on. Let's see. David in Cleburne. David, you are live on 105.3 The Fan. Go ahead, boss.
What's up, guys? Let's go Cowboys!
Yeah!
Woo! Yeah, so Dak has a better deep ball than Cooper Rush. I want to start with that. Also, people forget that Dak hasn't had 2 full years with Lamb, so the
Oh, Dave, we lost you with the phone signal. Let's try to take it back to the game. Let's stay away from any QB comparison today. Let's celebrate. Let's go Star Ups, baby. Logan in Denton. Logan, you're live on The Fan.
Sean, what's up, man? What's up, RJ?
Saw, dude.
Dude, I've called you guys before a few times, and one thing I always say is it makes me sad on the fan text. RJ, you don't reply anymore on the fan text, man. So I'm also sad at you.
I reply like I'm replying like 6 times a segment.
There's a lot of them on there, man. There's a lot of them on there, bro.
Rather replying right now.
No, I know. No, I'm just messing with you guys. But yeah, no, what a good win. I think, I agree. No reason to try to do a quarterback comparison, man. It's cool that Cooper Rush can just step in there and, make it happen and get things done. I will say one thing that I noticed, and maybe this is kind of going to a quarterback comparison. Have we thought about the things that Cooper Rush sees, the openings, and maybe it's going back to what you said earlier. He's doing a good job of simplifying things, but to me, if I were going to be extra picky, that would be a little bit concerning because it looks like when Dak's out there, he's trying to make the perfect play at the perfect time for the perfect pickup and yardage or whatever it is. And Cooper Rush, he sees a window and, man, he just lets it rip and throws it. And, it's working out well. So
yes,
that's a thought I have.
Thank you, Logan. I thought we weren't going to talk about the quarterback comparison, but this is why Jerry Jones did what he did last week. This is why he did what he did. It was intentional. It was designed.
Of course,
it was brilliant because this is a fan topic. It's a media topic, but fans, we also love arguing this as well. This is the good problem. This discussion, this last 5 minutes is like Jerry Jones perfection. I'm like, let's take it to the game. Let's go Star Ups. Let's stay away from the controversy. Every single phone call is redirected back.
Don't smile.
Jerry's
don't give him credit
genius.
For this. No,
He
it's
is
not
a
genius.
genius.
It's absurd. It's stupid. Don't give him credit for this. Don't feed into that.
He's about to come on.
Stop being charmed. Stop being charmed by him, okay? This guy's a menace. He's ruining this franchise.
I'm in too good a mood. Let's celebrate with him. This is going to be all-star ups with the owner and GM. What was his flight back like? Coming back from NYC after the win over the Giants, Jerry Jones joins us live on Sean and RJ next.
Coming up in the next.
here on DFW Sports Station and your home of America's team. I'm ready to party. I'm ready to celebrate. Jerry was last week, and let's do it again as Jerry Jones joins us here. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you after the 23-16 win over the Giants last night on the road. Good morning, Jerry. You ready to party?
Hey, Sean, you bet. RJ, great to be on with you guys, and what a fabulous win for us. And I'm still in New York. Oh. I've got league meetings up here today, and but it sure feels good, and we'll feel even better walking down the street and having them tip their hats, and that happens in New York. We've got so many fans up here, and just fans of football and fans of sports. So it's a good place to be to celebrate a victory this morning.
They tip their hat. You're not afraid to walk the New York streets after that win?
Oh, my God. Not a bit. We have such a positive situation regarding just sports, but certainly the Cowboys are popular here in New York, and I understand the rivalry, but that's not the way it goes. We've always had really in every way a great reception, a great feeling about our team, and of course it just feels good to be here in New York after you have a win, and a lot of times that's been the case lately against the Giants.
Well, Jerry, you guys are looking really, really smart with Cooper Rush again becoming the first player since the merger to lead 3 fourth-quarter or overtime game-winning drives in his first 3 career starts. He turned it on after Saquon's touchdown. He looks poised. He looks clutch. He is calm. He is chill. Let's talk about your quarterback that you guys decided to go with that's gotten you to 2-1.
Well, let me say this. He's certainly playing as well as anybody could have expected. And I'm real impressed with his protection. I'm very impressed with the running game that he's working behind. All of those things, he would be the first to tell you, make his job his good play attainable. But I don't want to take anything away from him. There's no question. He understands this offense. He has got the makeup for a top quarterback, and I underline the word makeup for a top quarterback. And we're very fortunate. The purpose of the backup quarterback in the NFL is to be able to step in and have your team function on all the cylinders without having to give up some of your offense that the starter usually takes with him when he leaves. In this particular case, you've got somebody that knows this thing inside and out, and he knows how to execute it, and we're seeing that he'll do that under pressure. He'll do that when the chips are down. He'll do that when the play isn't exactly happening the way it's designed to be. He's doing that. All of those things you see in Cooper Rush right now. So he's doing a great job, and I know that he doesn't have anybody that's supporting him any more than Dak, because when Dak does get back, if we have a chance to have a record that lets us be in the hunt, lets us be viable, considering the loss of time we had with Dak, then that's what a quarterback is about. That's what the position is about, and I think we've got a good one in Cooper.
Yeah, I was going to ask you with a smile on my face, as you like to say, what's the status of your QB controversy in terms of what Rush could do to make this a legitimate discussion?
Yeah, well, let's put it like this. I think if everybody stops and thinks, you want your quarterback to be able to come in, and when you lose your starter, you want your quarterback to be able to come in and, like I said, not miss much of your offense, much of your ability to win the game. We have that. That's exactly what you would hope to be. You can't find these things out, though, until the backup gets in and gets when the bullets are flying and get a chance to show what he can do. We're showing that. We're buoyed by this. The team is inspired by this. I'm inspired by it. And it's just like we had hoped would happen but Dak lost some playtime.
Jerry, what does Cooper do as well as Dak, or better than Dak in some cases?
Well, But I don't know that you do a comparison. You have your, of course, you certainly know who your starter is. You know who your, and you know the role of the backup. That's football. That's NFL football. But what you hope is that when you call on them, that you can execute, and that's been the case from the standpoint of knowing the offense. You don't lose anything when he's in there. He can execute, he can read, he can change the play at the line. You saw him doing it last night. He can get you in the right position. But more important than all of it that you're seeing is that when the chips are down or when the bullets are flying, then does he have it? Can he stand in there and make the plays at the critical times? You don't know that until you see it. Well, here he's every chance he's ever had to get in there, he does it. That tells you a lot right there.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Before we get back to the game, could you just give us a Dak physical update, Jerry, and what you're looking at with him timeline-wise this morning?
I think his progress is nothing short of amazing. Now, progress has everything included in the definition for Dak of the ability to be able, with firm strength, grip the football so that you can throw the football. He's not doing that. But as far as his ability to potentially function in a couple of weeks or a week or 10 days or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I don't think you could ask for a better result. The type of injury it is, he'll be able to play within a week or two. He'll be able to. And from the standpoint of risk to the injury, it's a question of whether or not he'll be able to grip and throw the ball. And we don't know that.
Let's talk about the amazing redemption story of CeeDee Lamb last night. What can you say about number 88? A lot of people wanted to just rip that jersey off of him in the first half, Jerry, and then you got that response. Talk about that redemption last night.
Well, I know that you fight those setbacks as a player, and you have them all the time. Football is usually one of, as I've said many times, it's a real small percentage of successes. But no one in the world was fighting those demons any more than him of disappointment. And I saw him fighting through it. Well, after the ball that he dropped, he was working through his body language when we were on defense. And then finally he got up and he walked completely to the other end of the bench and just reached down and gave 5 to Cooper Rush and told him he'll do better. He did that while the defense was out on the field. It was obvious he was trying to work through not letting that play impact not only his night but impact him. And, of course, he came in and played not only inspired but at a level I think it all showed his mentality when he caught that short ball, really took a big collision, kept going, kept driving. Well, you could see what was happening in his rebound from a big disappointment.
Jerry, is this defense? Is this a dominant defense right now?
Well, we like to all use these kinds of words, but it's certainly a defense that at this juncture, after the third game, we're not the same defense that was out there for the first game. Although we played well. It was a good Tampa team we played, and we played well defensively. And so, again, those kinds of words you're reluctant to use them in the NFL. Let's just put it like that, because you've got such great talent you're playing against. 75,000 people play college football in a given season. 75,000. We draft 400 of those. After a couple of years, there's only about 100 of those left in the NFL. So you end up on a long-term basis with 100 or 150 people out of every 75,000 that play college football. Everybody out there is a good to really good football player. Everybody out there has got some elite aspect to them. And so that's just what you're competing against. That's what your team is made of. It's a pretty equal serving that you've got when you play an NFL football game. Everybody, you saw these weekend games. Boy, it's close.
Jerry, who were some of the individual standout performances on that defense? By the way, you all set a career high against Daniel Jones for him, 24 pressures, along with 5 sacks. Tank had 3 of them. Donovan Wilson, your guy Dorrance Armstrong, Diggs ended it with that pick. Who jumped out to you on that side of Dan Quinn's defense?
Well, Wilson, I thought, had a really outstanding game. He's very physical, and I thought he made key stops and key plays. He just seemed like he seemed to be everywhere. But I thought he had an outstanding game, and obviously we haven't watched the film, but I thought he did. I did think our pressure players, combinations of them. Lawrence was a real factor out there. But Mike, of course, you can't talk about it without including him. But I thought Van Der Esch will grade well and played well. And then I thought your down guys, Osa. I thought Bohannon. I hesitate not to mention Golston, although he might not have had the stats that some of the others did. But I thought our corners came up and played real well. That, of course, they highlighted by that interception that we had out there right at the end of the ball game. But in general, I thought our corners played well. Had them covered. Looked to me like if there was a completion, usually we had a secondary guy that had him covered or hit immediately. That's good coverage usually. All of those things come to mind, but our defense allows us to play with the aspiration or with the plan to have a balanced offense-defense. Coach likes to use complementary. That's good stuff. And this defense really allows you to practice that. You can count on it. And it's not so worn out, though, because the offense was able to get there, run the ball. Then your defense didn't get worn out. It was out there quite a bit, but did not get worn out. Well, that was critical at the end of that ball game.
Jerry Jones on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on Sean and RJ every Tuesday at 8:30. We got our fill of Tony Pollard. Well, great balanced rushing attack, and that Pollard big run came behind your new left guard. Take us behind the Jason Peters plan, Jerry, with what you anticipated and how you thought the future Hall of Famer played.
Let me say this, what I didn't plan for. I didn't plan for him to be able to play guard. The position flex that he brought us. There was no question. I know there was no question. I don't know how much it showed on the televised aspect of the game. But when he initially came in, he and Tyler Smith, that side of the line just started dominating over there for a few of those running plays.
Yeah.
So he came through it well as far as his conditioning, getting back in shape. But now he's an all-pro, not an all-pro player. He's an all-pro player. He's a Hall of Fame player. And he can really still play and gives us the ability to move him inside or play both the tackle spots. And so that's one of the highlights of the game, really, for me, was his ability to come in there and make some of those plays. But I want to give it to all that offensive line. I thought Tyler really played well. I thought Steele played well. I thought certainly Martin plays well. The center played well. It had to have, for us to have that running game we've got. When you can run the football like that, we get tired of hearing it. But when you can run the football and then off of that throw, that's complementing your ability to have guys open. You got a quarterback that can confidently execute like that, then you got your offense jetting. And we did last night.
So, Jerry, we were all fascinated to see what y'all were going to do with Peters. Now that we saw Can you just take us through why you decided to play him at left guard? We were like, are you going to put Smith back at guard? Peter's more natural position. Can you just take us through the decision to play him at guard versus tackle, or even to come off the bench?
Your question has hit on the right way to look at it as far as a plan. Your question says it. Do you play him at guard? Do you play him at left tackle? Do you play him at right tackle? You can play him at all of them in my mind. He's that good a player. He's that experienced a player. Last night showed me that. So we want him to get in shape. We want him to come on around and get in shape, and recognizing the veteran that he is, the campaigns, if you will, that he's had. But he is going to be an unbelievable, valuable part of this team going forward, it looks like. What we're doing is we've got help on the way now. We're starting to get McGovern should be coming on back in here. We're starting to get some experience. We got some reps by the young guys there. And so that offensive line, with the way it's evolving, the way Peter's coming on, the way we are with some of our younger players there haven't had to get reps, it's really the recipe for having your offensive line rolling by the time you get to the middle of the schedule or to the end.
Jerry, do you see any Jones-Barber in the Pollard-Zeke 1-2 punch?
Well, I just like, let's call it the Zeke punch. Zeke is phenomenal, and boy, does he take a toll. And so teams covet that. We covet that. Behind the line that we're just talking about right here, Zeke is absolutely a threat. He hadn't played any better in my mind. He's running with authority. And then you turn around and put Pollard that has just outstanding suddenness. He has outstanding burst, and you see it. And, brother, he is not afraid to turn it up and take it north and south with all he's got. And so we benefit from that. That's not 1-2. That's 1-1 punch.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Jerry, two other much maligned topics in training camp, including by us. Noah Brown and your receivers / weapons and your kicking situation. We were all terrified. Maher has been outstanding, and Noah Brown has been clutch. Talk about your kicking game and talk about Noah Brown finally shining at this point in his career, whichever one you'd like to discuss, if not both.
I'll just have such confidence when Maher lines up, and that says it all. And I like him from distance, and I like him consistency from the medium end range. Boy, he's a veteran kicker. He's got ice in his veins, and if you notice the way he's approaching the ball, the way the ball's coming off his foot, what he's doing, that's all the things that are A+. But guess what? More importantly, he's making the extra points and field goals.
Yeah.
And that's fabulous. It's everything we could have hoped that we could have. Your receiving core, I'll give Rush some credit for that. His balls are receiver friendly, as it turns out here in these last two ball games. Going to the right guys, giving them a chance to catch the ball. So it's always two that are sitting there when you think about how you throwing and catching the ball, of course. No, I like him. Wilson is Brown is just he's playing above I think anybody's expectation.
Yeah.
But not above what he's capable of doing. He makes those kind of plays. When you see a receiver make a play, or you see a player make a play, then you know they can make them. Now, will they make them consistently, or will they get a chance to make them? Well, Brown's getting a chance, and he's showing he can make that play, and he's a viable part of this team as offense on a going-forward basis.
Jerry, how surprised were you that Michael Gallup was not able to go? Can you just give us any status update on Gallup and Schultz?
Yeah, I wasn't surprised at all. At the end of the day, the player has got to feel right. He's got to feel in his own mind that when he's coming off of a major surgery or if you will, a major rehab effort that has got to, in his mind and our mind, stand the test of the rest of his career stability. Then players want to feel right in their mind when they step out there. We let those guys make a call, Schultz and him. They said the night was not didn't feel as right for them. They'll be out there next week in all likelihood.
And then, Jerry, before we let you go, what type of credit should we be given to Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore piecing together this offense for these back-to-back wins with a backup quarterback? What should we be saying about the head coach and the offensive coordinator?
Well, I think you should recognize that the plan to run the ball was evident and purpose, and we got it done in a big way, and they stuck with it very much. A couple of things you can have back, but that's the way it always is. But they stuck with the idea that we would run the ball and we'd take some shots downfield. They did that. And so they stuck with that game plan. And so kudos to them. I think Mike is just outstanding. These last, not that he's not outstanding, but these last couple of games, everybody knows that when you lose Dak Prescott, of all people, and you don't have him to go forward with, then you're playing with some real limitations as to what you might have had. They talk about some of these other teams that have lost a lot of players, and that's dimmed their expectation. Well, we certainly are right in that list in a big way. We've got a bunch coming back, though. That's big. That's big. And Mike and them will be, are not only our team is better, having played through these last two ball games and come out of there with wins. Our chance of being in position, our chance of being viable for the long haul this season and possibly beyond, our chance has been enhanced tremendously by the job that Mike and Kellen Moore and that we're doing with on our defense. I can't say enough about them. Positive.
And then, Jerry, the Tolo question of the day is from Twitter. Ask Jerry, does he smoke a victory cigar when the Cowboys win or just smoke anything? Wink, wink.
Hey, I don't even want to answer that one, but I will hold a big cigar in my mouth.
Yeah.
If there happens to be one handy, but I'm not real choosy about what goes on after we win. That's the easy part, and but it was a good time. We sat there. Jerry Jr. had his birthday last night, and just as a adjunct to look for an excuse, not that we needed one, how to make it lighter and longer here in New York. Good place to have a big game.
All right, well, congratulations. Thanks for giving us a thrilling Tuesday morning. Get your hands on a victory cigar, and we'll talk to you. We'll hear from you on Friday, Jerry. Thank you.
Great, guys. Have a good week.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. He heard me ask about the cigar and not just the weed, right?
Well, it could have been, it could have just been a
peyote.
Could have been
hookah.
Could have been a cigarette.
Could have been a hookah. Could have been a cigarette.
Could have been a hookah, yeah.
Could have been something else. He is not giving you your quotes you're looking for with these comps.
Yeah, he is.
He's not giving you your comps. He's not giving you your bold headline. Your headline chasing.
Really?
Yeah.
He literally said how much he likes Cooper Rush's balls. Okay, he gave us plenty of headline stuff.
What's wrong with you? You tried to get him with the new Thunder and Lightning.
Yeah, he doesn't like Tony Pollard. It's a one punch. It was a Zeke punch.
He ain't taking the bait on any comparisons and no headlines. That is Jerry Jones. Nick Eatman wants to come on. DallasCowboys.com. So Nick, back from New York, will join us at 9:20. Your final Star Up, Star Downs brought to you by Blue Chew as the final hour of Sean and RJ continues right here on The Fan.
Let's get you.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pollard motion, circles back left, Rush with a play fake to Elliott, throws a deep ball to the left side, Lamb 15-10, bulls his way to the 1 yard line. Not dropping that one. I saw it. Remember that other one? That I dropped. Not dropping this one.
Final hour fist pump time. Everybody energetic? Everybody awake? We all stayed up about 11 o'clock or 10:15, 10:30, 11 o'clock. RJ is fist pumping on the fan cam, live on Twitch, live on YouTube. I'm good. You look like you're hurting a little bit. Did you go hard at Boomer Jacks?
No, I mean, not like I wasn't drunk or anything like that, but it was an early wake up call. Like,
yeah.
That ended quick. Like that sleep. That was fast sleep.
Spittles coffee is permeating through the hallways. I'm just sitting here chugging them down. I'm good to go. Hopefully you are as well. It's much easier after a win. And that's what happened last night at the Meadowlands, 23-16. The Cowboys moved to 2-1. Jerry Jones recap. He talks about Dak probably coming back in a couple of weeks. He didn't pour any more gasoline on the controversy fire. He talked about his boy Dorrance Armstrong again. Offensive line with Jason Peters. Surprised that Peters could just go in there and play left guard like that, and give him props to Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy, and they do deserve a lot of credit. Even though, look, you're playing the New York Giants. We told y'all early on, the Giants are overhyped, overrated. They stink. All this 2-0, Brian Daboll and the culture. Look at Brian Daboll's culture with Daniel Jones at quarterback. You're going to be limited, even though Jones played pretty decent yesterday. I've seen him play much worse.
Oh, yeah.
But his legs saved himself and the G-men.
If they don't care about his long-term health, I mean, they should actually run him. They should run him quite a bit.
Right.
Because he's got that ability. He's a very good runner. Outside of Saquon, he's probably their best runner with the football. And Saquon can't stay healthy. So he might be it.
And then he sounded like, and look, Jerry actually gave us the heads up on this last week. I thought he was playing poker. But, everyone was like, Gallup's going to come back. And Jerry was like, last Tuesday. And I was like, that's weird. But he just said Gallup and Schultz should be good to go. He's talking about Connor McGovern as the Cowboys are trying to get healthy before taking on the Commanders on Sunday. Nick Eatman, back from the Meadowlands, will join us at 9:20. Then we'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40 here on DFW Sports Station. All good? Little around the NFL? Week 3 overreaction or not?
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's take a little around the NFL break before going back to the Cowboys.
All right.
By the way, injury updates that we should tell you about, just so you know. Tua never even went in concussion protocol?
Crazy.
This is fishy. This is real fishy.
That's the Dolphins phrase.
I don't want to see my guy Mike McDaniel get in trouble now, but he's worrying me that they're trying to do something sketchy, because you don't just stand up, start walking, and fall down to the ground.
You're right. You don't. But he did. He somehow went down to the ground with a back injury and got up with vertigo. I don't know how that happened, but that's definitely a head injury to me.
Mac Jones, high ankle sprain, likely to miss games, according to Schefter. Rashawn Slater, torn left biceps tendon, out for the season. Trent Williams, high ankle sprain, out 4 to 6 weeks for San Francisco. Myles Garrett, accident update after he flipped his Porsche multiple times, was released from the hospital last night. Injuries are not life-threatening, according to Tom Pelissero. He swerved in an attempt to avoid an animal on a wet road, resulting in the car flipping. Police say no alcohol, drugs were involved, and he and the passenger wearing their seatbelts.
That's at least they were wearing their seatbelts. Man, I got to fight. I fight with my kids all the time. Julian refuses to put a seatbelt on the back seat. We get in the car, he's in the back seat, and I just start driving. Next thing I know, I'm on the highway, and I look back. Hey, your seatbelt on? No. Just I'm like, put it on. And he puts it on. He just forgets to put it on. It's terrible.
Okay, so
we've reminded him about that a million times.
So he's not trying to defy you. He just forgets.
Yeah, I don't think he's trying to defy you. He just forgets. But it's like, dude, like every time, like you got to do that, man.
Yeah.
Safety.
Show him up. Show him a video. That's what I plan on doing with Oliver. I'm just going to show him grotesque, disturbing videos that give him nightmares if you don't want to do something. Okay, here's what happens if you don't.
I showed Luca, because Luca would put in the front seat he would put his feet up on the dashboard. And I showed him like a picture of I said, if I get into a car accident, this is what's going to happen to your hip. And it's like,
oh, I put my feet up on the dash. I should watch it.
Oh, yeah, definitely watch it. What are you doing in the passenger?
My wife, when she drives.
I have no personality in the passenger
Oh, is that
seat.
Is that not? Well,
It's very unmasculine. It's very effeminate to let the wife drive.
Let the wife drive. Well, I'm looking at my phone. Sometimes we got to alternate who drinks or not.
Oh yeah, it's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have no personality in the passenger. I don't even know what to do with my hands. I'm just sitting there like quiet.
Passenger.
I know, right?
Or overall.
There you go.
All right,
here we go.
Little around the NFL overreactions or not after week 3.
The Jags are a threat.
Dang. They're a threat. A threat to what?
They're a threat. They're not the Chiefs or the Bills.
Right.
But this is a team that is going to be a problem in the postseason.
I'm not going to say they're going to be a problem in the postseason, but they're a playoff. They're a threat to make the playoffs because of their division. That's why they're a threat.
Yeah.
I want to get this topic out of the way before Bassett comes sprinting in here. So they beat the Chargers 38-10. They shut out the Colts 24-0. Lost to the Commanders in the opener by 6. Let's see what happens at Philly this week.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens at Philly. I'd love for Jacksonville to beat them. But then you got Texans, Colts, Giants. Yes.
Yeah.
Because of that division, they are a playoff threat to make it. But I'm not going to say they're dangerous right now in the postseason.
Okay.
You?
Dangerous in the postseason. I am going to say they'll make it to the second round of the playoffs this year.
Whoa.
They'll make it to the division round of the playoffs.
Playoff win. Okay.
Playoffs.
Now they beat the Commanders, the Colts, and a banged up Herbert.
Yes, they did.
We're not knocking. There's not a lot of people knocking weak schedules early on unless it's Cowboy fans attacking the Eagles' resume.
Yeah, no, not a whole lot of people doing that, but I think they'll make the second round of the playoffs.
All right, I like it.
Derrick Henry is washed.
No.
54 attempts this year. It's 5th in the league. 192 yards. It's 14th in the league, so it's not on par with his attempts. 3.6 yards a carry. 38th in the NFL.
He had 20 for 85 against the Raiders. He was a 4.3. No, I watched some of that game, and he looked powerful, like he was running people over. Derrick Henry is not washed. The Tennessee Titans are probably washed.
They might be.
With no A.J. Brown to worry about. I'd like to see a loaded box stat against the Titans throughout the young season.
Sure, we could find that out.
I'd like to see how loaded those Derrick Henry boxes are.
I'll check it out.
But I'm going to say he's not washed. You?
I don't think he's washed yet, but 13 for 25 against the Bills. They couldn't really run it. They were getting beat up so badly.
They got their ass
couldn't run it
kicked.
much, but still,
41-7.
He's averaged less than 2 yards a carry in that game. I don't think he's washed, but I don't think that he is as good as he was 3 years ago.
Okay, you are going to see at least three big-time Derrick Henry highlight reel runs.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Next one. Philly is the best team in the NFC.
Are we being picky about they're the best or playing the best? Yeah, right now, and I think I said this last week. Yes, they're playing the best of any team in the NFC. I think the team I'd probably put up there second would be like Green Bay. That's how weak the NFC is right now.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay, maybe the Rams, but if they all played on a neutral field right now, I would have Philly favored. So yeah, I shouldn't even have hesitated that much. They are the best team in the NFC right now.
Philly? Yeah.
Do you agree?
They are. Right now they are.
Yep.
Hurts a problem.
Who's second?
Man.
Look how weak the NFC is.
Very bad.
And we need to have an AFC West discussion tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who's the second best team in the NFC?
I'll say it's I don't want to give away too much of the power rankings. I'll probably lean Green Bay.
Um,
Although they're not scary at all.
Yeah, I think a healthy Tampa might. Remember, they didn't have
they're
Evans
not
in this.
healthy.
Yeah, I know. But even when they're healthy, like even if Evans is playing, right, without the suspension,
Just give me the second best team.
I think it's probably Tampa.
No, like right now today, it can't be Tampa.
In the NFC?
In the NFC.
Why can't it be?
Oh, okay. Well, I guess they're 2-1, but ugh.
Yeah,
It feels like Tampa is worse than 2-1, and it feels like the Broncos do not feel 2-1.
No, they're terrible 2-1.
I guess talking about Tampa is a little bit too insulting, but 51 points scored early on this season, like that was a non-impressive win over the Saints, and then that Packer game. Okay, you can have Tampa number 2, sure.
Okay, next one. The Colts have life.
No.
1-1-1. Beating Kansas City.
I mean, do they have life again because of the division? No, I still believe that Matt Ryan is washed, and they will. Who's going to win the South? See, that's the
Jacksonville,
problem.
probably. I think right now.
I don't believe in the Colts. That Chiefs win did not change my mind at all. I've seen too much. They should have lost to the Texans. They got shut out by Jacksonville. They were playing for their lives. I mean, Indy versus Tennessee this week.
Ugh.
Desperation.
Yeah, desperation for both teams.
What do you think?
I don't think they really have life. I heard Sims over the weekend.
Phil or Chris?
Phil did a breakdown of this game that they had against Jacksonville, and he said that offensive line is not good. And they're going to get that. They're going to get whoever finishes the season, because it may not be Matt Ryan. They're going to get them killed. Tom Brady should have stayed retired.
This is a good question. Because you were talking about Belichick's legacy being affected. If Mac Jones is out for a while and it forces New England to miss the playoffs, you think Belichick's legacy could be affected? What if the Buccaneers don't make the playoffs or they're eliminated in round 1? All right, I'm going to say it's not a mistake because of Evans and Godwin's return. When they come back, they'll be just fine.
I agree. I
need it because I have Tom in fantasy. So not a mistake to come back right now, even though I can't watch Tampa's games. It's that ugly. They're hideous.
They are very hideous.
I had no interest as much as I should in watching the Buccaneers Green Bay game with Rodgers versus Brady. No interest, and the final score proved why.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Mistake.
Look, I think they're going to be fine.
Nothing can happen to Tom's legacy.
No, it can't.
Something can happen to Bills. I think. Which one's more likely that they can have it affected?
Bill or Tom?
Yeah.
Oh, Bill's already affected.
Already? Oh, he's still viewed as the GOAT.
No one's chipping away at Tom's legacy. People are already chipping away at Bill.
Okay.
I mean, we've already, we've kind of already seen this. Like, Tom went somewhere else and made the playoffs twice and won the Super Bowl, and Bill, missed the playoffs and then went back once with a rookie quarterback,
which is impressive.
It is impressive. There's no doubt about that.
Man, the expectation for Belichick.
Oh, I know.
Look at us. Look at the Cowboys, and we're sitting here knocking Bill Belichick. The outright nerve that we have to come in our unfair standard.
Mm-hmm.
It's stupid.
You ain't wrong. But people are chipping away at it.
Yep.
They're already starting. Last one, real quick. Miami is for real.
I want to be right on Tua so bad. So far, it's not looking good. Yes. Then that Ravens thing is really deceiving. But that Ravens comeback. They beat Buffalo. Man, Rex Ryan made a great. Yes, I'll say the Miami Dolphins. They're for real.
I think they are.
Who's your third team to battle Buffalo and Kansas City? Is it the Chargers or is it Miami or is it the Ravens? Who's your 3 in the AFC moving forward? Not today, like predict it. Cincy?
I think it's Miami.
Okay.
I'll be honest. That team is like
I want people to start phrases from now on with I'm going to be dishonest here.
I'm going to be dishonest.
I love that.
I'm going to lie to your face.
What?
I'm going to be as lying and deceitful as I possibly can here with this next statement.
I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be who's ever said in the history of life, I'm going to be dishonest here.
I just assume if you don't start it with I'm going to be honest, then you're lying to me.
It's lying.
Right? Or is it if you start it with I'm going to be honest that I'm telling you that just to lie to your face?
Okay.
That offense it looks like when you're watching obviously just highlights of this.
Yeah.
Because you don't see every play of every Dolphins game. It's just nothing but throwing it over the top. Like they have
it's speed demons.
They've got the best deep attack in the game. I don't know. I'm not sure it's close.
I don't think it's close.
It's incredible.
And Mostert is fast as hell.
Yep.
He hasn't really done much at running back, I don't think, but Waddle and Hill
and Tua's not necessarily underthrown him that much.
He threw a laser the other day I was impressed with. I've seen him. He underthrew Tyreek in that Baltimore game with a touchdown. His receivers were wide open in that comeback. He threw a rope in the end zone the other day.
I think his hip really killed him last year. It killed his arm strength, killed everything about it. Now he might be maybe back to 100%.
Around the NFL. Little 15-minute break from the Cowboys before we return to America's team, and we're going to do it with Nick Eatman. He was there in New York. Let's do a little Cowboys celebration with DallasCowboys.com. Nick Eatman joins Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
held accountable for what happens when one gets hurt. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Joey.
2nd and 15.
Cut off the. Stop the clip. We can't hear.
We can't hear what you're saying.
The music is too loud. Get down in the gut. Get down in the gut.
My mic's turned on, is it?
It was.
That's the problem. Your mic's not loud.
Yeah, I don't know.
Turn it up.
It is.
Or turn the music down.
Yeah, just either.
All right, let's do it again.
That's a little, but listen to it, even without the music.
I don't think my mic's working.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Barely. Barely. No, I can barely hear him.
I mean, I'm potted way up. That's weird.
Okay.
I could barely hear him.
I don't know.
I'm like, we got to get the sponsors. We got to get them their mentions as the rock music is playing. So there's Joey running things for us here on Sean and RJ. It's a Cowboys Tolo Tuesday with Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40, and we're going to be checking in soon with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. Just a little recap with the star ups, star downs, brought to you by Blue Chew. The storylines of the game in whatever order you want. Cooper Rush, clutch, turning it on. CeeDee Lamb, redemption. And this defense with 24 pressures and 5 sacks of Daniel Jones. The scrutinized positions and players and people. Mike McCarthy, Kellen Moore, Brett Maher, Noah Brown. All of them coming through for the Cowboys last night and in these last 2 games.
Yeah, they did. Those guys have come through big, and this is what you need. When you get injuries or, like this offseason, they let some guys go, you have to get other players in your team to step up. Unexpected contributions. In the salary cap world, unexpected contributions will absolutely help you out. They are crucial to a playoff run. And if you don't think unexpected contributions are crucial to a Super Bowl run, you're kidding yourself. In a cat world, you got to get guys that you don't expect to come through. Big plays, big moments, big spots. That's what has to happen.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com. Text line, star up to the running game, star up to Donovan Wilson, a star up to Jason Peters, and that debut, Dorrance Armstrong, Tank Lawrence, the referee for that Sterling Shepard OPI. Hey, that canceled out the Noah Brown interference. He was mugged. That was criminal. And it made the Cowboys settle for a field goal. So Sterling Shepard, that bad call, wiping out 3rd and 13 from Galladay. Too bad. Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas. Built for you. Nick, how was that road trip?
It was a good one. I tell you, they did what they're supposed to do, take care of business. I mean, we it seems like every week we're like, well, wasn't that pretty? I mean, but they got the win. I mean, I think when you look at the inactive list, I mean, before the game, I just looked at all the inactives. I was like, this is a pretty star-studded list of inactives, and yet I still picked them to win this game. And so, I thought it was impressive to go and win the way they did. And it wasn't pretty the whole time, but I think at the end, the defense continued to rise to the challenge, and the offense, kept up.
What was that locker room like after?
It was good. I mean, I tell you why it was good is because Des Bryant got in there. And then they're like, who's the guy in the cowboy hat with the number 7 jersey? And he was going around and high-fiving everyone, and I'm over here trying to do math like, does he know you? They know you, but I guess everyone knows Dez, and Dez, and Dez always did that. He did that when he played. He always took the excitement level to another level. And so, he was in there and it was fun. And, everybody was kind of like, hey, you can just tell, like, it's going to be a short week, got a long flight. Let's go. We won this game, took care of business, and, let's keep rolling. They take on the mindset of their quarterback, their current quarterback now.
Look at that.
Current quarterback now.
What have your mentions been looking like? Brian Broaddus even brought you up in the post game last night. What have your been mentions or the DallasCowboys.com reaction been from the fans with your Cooper Rush, Dak Prescott take?
It hasn't been too crazy. I think everybody kind of understood what
what I was saying was just that, if it gets crazy, I mean, Jerry took us to Jerryland. He took us there. That's his fantasy level of like, hey, what happens if? So I just said, it will be an interesting thing, because I've said if this guy's undefeated, especially undefeated if you get like past the Rams, and you get that far, and now the reports are that Dak probably won't play until Philadelphia. So I just think it's going to be really interesting. I'm not pushing Dak's return if I've got a guy that's winning games. I mean, I'm not pushing his return. Now, if he's absolutely ready to go and if firing the ball all over the place, then okay, that's fine. But I just don't think he will be at that. I think that everybody was like holy crap, Dak's out. When's the earliest we can get him back? And now it turns out is all right. Well, they're doing okay right now. I mean, this isn't going to last forever, but right now there's no rush because
rush.
No rush. Yeah.
Rush. You like that? I backed into that actually.
I'm gonna ask you Basic's question to me. What does Dak do better than Cooper?
Well, when Dak is playing his game, but we haven't seen it in a while. I mean, until maybe early of last year, but we haven't seen Dak be Dak. And when I say that, it's just not afraid to take off and run, not afraid to dive head first for a first down, go over the top for a touchdown, cut it loose on deep throws. I mean, the awareness in the pocket. When the guy puts his hand on Cooper Rush for a sack, it's probably a sack. But Dak's like, get off me. And I think when Dak is playing like a football player, he is better than Cooper Rush, and he's better than a lot of players. But I think the injury has hurt him, the foot injury, to the point where I don't know if he cuts it loose enough to take off and run. And I do believe that. Now, I think deep throws, I think Cooper Rush is better. I think, he's got a nice touch on it. I think Dak's fine there, but I think Cooper Rush has a good touch there. And I think, he's good at the safe, basic throws, and he understands the offense, I think, just as well as Dak. But I think Dak is more of a football player, and the Cowboys really need him to cut it loose.
Will they ever go back to him running again? Or I should say, will he ever go back to running again?
I think he has to, guys. If he doesn't, if he's just a stand in the pocket, throw it guy, that's not his game. And I've said this 100 times. I love Dak. Dak's not winning some of those Disney World quarterback competitions where they used to do it back in the day.
Yeah.
And they throw it, he's not winning those. That's not his game. His game is running on the move and making plays and just being a football player. And so I think he could get it back. I think he will. And I'm not saying he doesn't have it right now. We've seen him play one game against Tampa Bay.
Right.
Tampa Bay's defense has proven to be pretty good. Aaron Rodgers had issues too. They did win, but I think it is one game. But Dak had a really good year with touchdown passes last year and all that. But I do think he needs to get back into his game of running and throwing and taking on defenders and all that stuff.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on the Diamond Factory Hotline. What other performances jumped out for you last night?
I was impressed watching Jason Peters just for a few snaps, and interesting just to see how that's gonna unfold. I usually don't just keep my eyes on the left guard there, but when he was in there and somebody next to us were like, where is he? I'm like, what do you mean, where is he? I mean, he's right there. I mean, he's the biggest guy you've ever seen in uniform. And, it looked like he missed his block at first, and then he comes back and walls off two guys. And so, no offense to Farniok, but he's not Jason Peters. And I think that, I like what they did, a couple of series there. I think they're going to ramp it up. Peters told me after the game, he expects to play, more next week against Washington. But he also was like, whatever they need, I'm just here. I want us to win. I mean, one thing I did like seeing out of him is, he's new, but he's the old man in the room. And so when CeeDee Lamb drops two passes in a row, I mean, he's the guy that goes over to him and says, man, you're a great player. You're going to be a great player. We all have our moments. Go out there and ball out, and I'm sure other players did that too. But, he is taking on that leadership role. and I think he's happy to be here and doing whatever it takes. But I think that left side with Tyler Smith and Jason Peters, if he can continue to play left guard, I mean, that's a pretty strong left side there where they could run the ball. And we saw some success there, too.
What were your honest thoughts, whether you said them to someone else, tweeted them, texted them, what were you honestly thinking after CeeDee Lamb's first half?
I wasn't jumping into the, like, you're not a number one, that kind of stuff. But I wasn't doing that because he's got to be. I mean, he's got to be the number one. I mean, that's what they have. I did wonder, though. I wonder if Jerry, is this one of those things where he's in the suite or in the box going, I've got to make that Amari Cooper type trade, the first one, not the last one. I mean, the first one, like is he like, oh man, like up the panic button, or is it just all right? Let's see what happens. We've seen some drops out of him before, but not that bad. Not that. I mean, that deep one. I mean, that was unbelievable. I mean, and really what I felt bad was like this quarterback is balling out, and they're really not helping him. I thought he played. I really thought he played great the entire game. I don't think he really had stretches. Maybe I'm missing something, but I don't remember even bad throws of like, ugly. Like I thought he played really well. I thought most of the incomplete passes were, somewhat attributed to the receivers.
Nick Eatman, Dallas Cowboys.com. You sound energetic. You sound like you're good to go.
I know. I'm working on about 2 hours. I was taking my son to school, and I heard Bobby get on there, and I'm like, man, this guy, he's on the same plane as me. He's ready to go. That's why I was like, Tuesday's not usually my day, but I was like, hey, I mean, I'm in. If Bobby's in there, he's over there pumping out knowledge at 7:30 in the morning, I could do it.
Nick, describe the physical status of Micah Parsons last night.
Yeah, he, I don't think this was like the Jordan flu game. I don't think he was, he said he said he wasn't 100%, but he also said it didn't matter. He had a funny quote I won't share on here, but but he was like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I'm sick. And I think, what did he say? I'm sick. If I have a stomach flu, I have to poop my pants. I'm still going to go play. So yeah. And probably lining up, on the other side of these offensive tackles, that they may be doing the same. I mean, I always wonder what the offensive linemen look like when they break the huddle. They're like, all right, hopefully he's over there this time. Does he have to be right here every time?
Yeah.
But I thought he played a really good game. I'd like to see what the stats look like, is because all those LT lovers up in New York can look at it and go, one tackle. He got credit for one tackle. Like, give me a break. Which is, I guarantee what they're saying. But if you go and look, and then the other guys got 25 pressures and 5 or 6 sacks. I mean, he really is a difference maker. I thought he played a really good game. I mean, he was getting a double, triple at time, and it opens up for some of these other guys. I mean, that's what you always want is, can Doris Armstrong take advantage on the other side? Can Fowler? Really haven't seen a lot out of Fowler, but I thought the middle guys. I mean, I thought Odigizua seemed like he stood out a lot in the game. But to me, I think you can make a case that Parsons makes a difference on every single play.
Thanks for being a trooper. Get some rest.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next. But look at my guy.
Back to throw. Jones pressured. Lawrence got him again. Lawrence taking all of this stuff personally, it would appear, with his second sack of the night.
G-Bag Nation weekly guest Marcus Lawrence wreaking havoc on the New York Giants.
Cowboys get the G-Bag bump now, too. It was just Rangers for a while. That's kind of awesome.
I like that. That's good.
What do you mean? Pre-game?
No, like every Ranger who would go on there would like go on a tear. And so now DeMarcus Lawrence is getting the G-Bag bump.
Good.
Who else should we throw on their show then weekly?
Dak.
Dak?
Yeah, definitely. We need to put Dak on there so he can get the
You beat me
G-Bag
to the
bump.
joke. Mike, you're getting me yelled at on Twitter by some of these
It's just
tolos.
a question.
and I relayed it to Nick Eatman and others, and I said the Mike Bassett question, and now they're attributing it to me. I tried to turn away from a quarterback controversy today. I just want to celebrate.
Jerry said it's important not to compare. That was an interesting answer. Why are they yelling at you? Do they not give answers? Do they just go, what are you trying to do?
I think it's like I would really want to sit down and watch Cooper and see what he does well that Dak doesn't. I do want to do a comparison because I don't have an answer to you other than that he has a better agent and he leads better. Like that's what Dak does better. That's all I know right now.
I'm not going to, but if I put up a poll, I want everyone's prediction in the room. If I put up the poll question, who's the better player? What do you think the result would be?
60 to 65 for Dak, 35 to 40 for Cooper Rush.
Yeah.
Thanks for clarifying the other side of it. I didn't know the 35-40 was.
Hey, I don't know what. Maybe you're going to put in your polls like bring back or let Will Greer play or so. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I just posted it via Sean Sharif.
Yes. Right. What do you think the result would be? The vote.
And it's worded who has more talent?
Who should be the quarterback of the Cowboys the rest of the season?
See, now that's a different story. If you were to ask who the better player is, it's going to be 85% Dak.
Well, then why wouldn't he be the quarterback the rest of the season?
Because, these
People
dopey
are mad.
fans
He
are going to
would
sit
be.
there like, well, when this guy plays, we win. It's
Okay.
like these guys who it's like these. You
hate winners, huh?
It's like the pitcher win theory, right? Guy could have a 4 ERA, but they win every start he starts. Versus the other guy who's got a 1 ERA and the offense never, for whatever reason, scores for him. Like these dopes will want the guy with the 4 ERA start because they're going to win the game.
And I do like what Sunday 77 says here. And you just joined the club, okay? He says, 3 people have been asked, what does Dak do better? Brian, Nick, and now Corey, and none of them have had an answer. Like, if I say, what does
Josh Allen.
Justin Verlander do better than John Gray? I would say Verlander builds up. First of all, he's not throwing his best stuff, and he saves his best stuff as the game progresses. I would say, boy, his fastball elevated is one of the best fastballs elevated in the game. When he wants to throw a bastard breaking ball that you can't hit, he throws a bastard breaking ball to put you away. And I'd say John Gray does things well. John Gray is a good pitcher. But in the clutch situations, I'll see that Verlander really attacks inside and makes you start thinking inside to then open up the outside. Now, with Dak, I'm not saying he's not good. Dak has more experience. The thing about playing in the NFL that you should know and that we do know, if you play 2 to 3 games, that somewhat means absolutely nothing. Can you do it for 5 to 10 years? Because defenses are going to make adjustments on you, and defenses have made adjustments on Dak, and at times made his life a living hell that Dak has had to make adjustments from and stay a starting quarterback in the NFL. So there are certain things, but if we're just talking about arm strength, if we're talking about accuracy, if we're talking about getting rid of the ball quickly, I don't know if there's a difference.
Somebody said we're talking about we're comparing Dak's worst to Cooper's ceiling. And I don't know, is this Cooper's ceiling? Is 23 points a game his ceiling? Or is there more to it? This might be it. Like this might be, you're just seeing the best version of him against the Giants and a Bengals team that really needed help as they were struggling. Maybe it is, but let's see him against a good team. We're going to have that at some point, right?
Eventually, if he's there for the Rams, then you'll see him against a really good team.
And there have been really, really good Dak moments. There have also been some bonehead moments.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, arm strength, it's tough for me. Like, I've always shot back at arm strength. You can't watch TV and tell who has a better arm. Like, you don't go to a baseball game and just, without looking at the radar gun, see who's throwing harder.
I feel like I can based off of the hitter's reaction. That's I used to play when we didn't have radar guns, so I'd be like, yeah. Now there are times, and I bring up my buddy, and screw you to the one guy who says, well, you bring up baseball comparisons. Well, that's where I'm a genius at, brother.
That's right. There it is.
I'm not a former NFL quarterback. I'm a former MLB pitcher, so I can do stuff like that. But when you watch the other night, just to help out this guy, just so I'm not, hey, guess what? I did not play. I'm not Babe Laufenberg. I'm not Jason Garrett. I'm not Cooper Rush. But if you watch Justin Herbert and you watch Patrick Mahomes throw the ball into small windows and at times throw the ball from different angles, you go, there's arm strength right there. There is accuracy right there. And I'm not saying Dak hasn't done that in his career, but when you watch the best of the best, you go, our guy can't do that.
Yeah.
And so I would just say.
Or won't.
Or won't. You know, you just, I'll give you this. I don't know. And Dak is good. Dak has led teams to a lot of wins, and Dak is a good quarterback in the NFL. On that 4th and 4, Cooper Rush got the snap, was getting pressured immediately, and threw a really nice ball right into CeeDee Lamb's chest.
Yeah.
Does Dak get rid of the ball that quickly and throw the ball right into his numbers? Yes, I've seen him do it. Does he consistently do it? No.
Right.
Yeah. I will say this. It's funny because you see this on the fan text. A lot of people say Cooper's more accurate. There's not a single stat that backs that up. Every stat shows Dak's more accurate.
Except for how you feel, right?
Except for how you feel. And I don't care how you feel. You know what I feel?
I know that you
I feel
don't
a lot
care.
of things. Just wait till I go to the bathroom. I feel a lot of things.
Oh, my God.
But I don't care how you feel. No stat can back up Cooper Rush being more accurate than Dak Prescott.
Corey, what do you guys need to tease?
Oh, we got Stephen Jones coming up today at noon. Plus, we have the lunch rush or the expressway, whatever you like to call it.
I'm excited about.
Are you getting tickets away?
Do you know? By the way,
Not today.
my
darn
opinion, and I think RJ and I differ on this. My opinion is the person who creates accuracy stats are human beings. So it's still a human stat. It's still not a real stat. Like a real stat would be how hard does the ball come out of his hand? That's 94 miles an hour or 68. But when we're comparing accuracy stats, it's still a human being saying that was great accuracy right there.
Right.
I'm giving that a grade of this.
That's what Pro Football Focus. I'm doing like next gen where they have like everything's with GPS based on like the shoulder pads have like GPS in them. And it just shows like your completion percentage versus like how open the receiver was and how open, whether it should be. So there's a lot of, but yeah, PFF is definitely human based. I'm not talking about that though.
And I'm not saying Cooper Rush is not better than Dak Prescott. I do not want to start off this crosstalk or finish. Get ready for our show, which I know we have to get to. As
basically saying,
But I think that there's a lot of leadership. There's a lot of intangibles that we know Dak has done, and Dak has the experience. I don't know how Cooper Rush would be if in the offseason they said Cooper Rush is our quarterback, and now the Giants and the Eagles and Washington, for example, then spent a whole offseason looking at Cooper Rush and trying to take away his strengths and make him play to his weaknesses. Dak has had to go through that.
I'll give you credit for this. When you have to write down like specific skills, it is a challenging exercise to compare the two.
Just probably not what you want, right?
Probably not what I want. No.
Either way, I think both quarterbacks on the Cowboys are better than Daniel Jones. So
sucks.
I agree.
I was trying to think, would I rather have Daniel Jones' legs or Cooper Rush? No, I guess I'd take Cooper. Daniel Jones, I've seen. But Daniel wasn't horrible last night.
Well, his offensive line was.
If he had an actual team around him, he might be halfway.
24 pressures.
It was amazing because they said this is a career high for pressures, and then he got pressured 3 more times after that.
Yes.
So good.
Sorry, I messed up the walk-off moment. I should have left it on Corey's.
At least you didn't knock your water over.
Daniel Jones sucks. Now take it away.
Stephen Jones is coming up next with the KMC Masterpiece. We'll have Michael Irvin tomorrow right here on The Fan.
Really?
for a guy who loves to sack New York Giants quarterbacks. Go look at his history and you'll see how often it's like New York Giants quarterbacks get sacked by him. It is a very long
He's the
line.
anti-Micah Parsons.
He's I think this week going into it, he said, I can't wait to sack little Eli. So it was
wow.
Yeah, so he's got that approach to it. I'm glad that because when he was not out there last night, did y'all not notice that things were a little bit different? When he was off the field for a little bit getting his ankle taped or his foot or whatever the injury was that he was dealing with, it was a little bit different, and then he comes back and the pressure's back.
Wasn't that the run where Daniel Jones started scampering up the middle of the defense?
Yeah. So there you go.
Now, my question for y'all to start things off is, what were you right about? 877-881-1053. And then perhaps, is there hope for this season after all? But I want to start with, what were you right about? I was really sad because we were 2 yards off from being exactly right when Turpentine ran the punt back 28, not 30 yards into Giants territory. And I was like, oh, we were so close. But I thought that was a great, great return. I was definitely wrong about the total amount of turnovers in this game. And man, oh man, did it look like they had a defensive touchdown when Trayvon Diggs jumped the route and the ball, I don't know, seems like it just went through him. And that looked like it had pick six all over it. But yeah, so I'm going to claim I was right about Turpin.
I'm going to claim, Kevin, that I have unnecessarily been a Noah Brown guy for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
I've often asked you, go on, you don't trust this guy? And you're like, no. Why? He has none of this. The experience isn't there. And I'm like, there's something I trust about this guy.
I supported him this year.
But I kept going, there's something about it since he got drafted. I saw him eat up OU, and I was just like, man, but that was the one game where you were like, wow, he was great. So you're like, okay, Jerry Jones will say it. He said it this morning. If you've seen him make those plays before, you're probably going to see him make those again. Can he do it consistently? And Noah Brown, over his career as a Cowboy, hasn't been on the field consistently, and you're like, why not? I really want to know what's been holding him back from doing that, because last night's game, last week's game, he's a key contributor to this team, and he's showing that he can make those tough grabs whenever it's time.
I think part of the deal might be he's just naturally going to have a better rapport with Cooper Rush because they were more likely to spend time backing things up together.
But even with Dak, though,
say that. Yeah,
even with Dak, though, he had the trust on third, fourth down kind of stuff. There were moments where there would be big plays because everybody knew that Amari and CD were going to be covered, and there's Noah Brown as fourth receiver or whatever with a route that really puts him in the right spot. But he's playing number 2. And he's making big time catches. I mean, he took a ladder with him on that first one.
Right.
It was really good. But there's a lot of fun to watch with him.
And Kevin likes calling that the ladder match.
Yes,
that is true.
Absolutely. Got that set up for Extreme Rules. You saw it happen last night. So I wanted to say, were we all right about Daniel Jones not being good? And he might still not be good. In fact, I still don't think he's good. But I don't know if I think last night was an entirely fair judgment just on him, on his skill set. As we referenced with that opening highlight, he was being harassed all night long. He got pressured 21 times, which was a career high, and then went up to 22, 23, 24. So after we reached the career high, he got pressured 3 more times. The Cowboys defense was harassing him all day long.
Yeah, man, 40.6% of the time, I think that was the number. Mike, that's 40% of the time you're pitching. You have runners on, you have 3 runners on base. Like, that's what he was dealing with last year. Since you're a genius at baseball. Whip. Yeah, since you're a genius at baseball, I wanted to give you something that you can really touch on. But that's like having that kind of pressure all the time. That's like being double and triple teamed with Luka every time. That dude was, and he struggled with it, man. 196 yards. There were some throws that you were like, okay, all right, we have some work to deal with. And on the other side, there were some drops.
I thought he made some smart runs,
yeah,
too.
There were some drops that I think that the Giants receivers would definitely like to have back. Galladay had that big drop late in the game, and there were some other ones.
Do you think they were like, that's why we don't play you?
I still want to know the answer to that question. Like, there's something brewing between Brian Dable and
That's right.
and Kenny Galladay.
Yes, thank you. It's back now. Hey, I know it's really early, but weren't your early indications of Evan Neal as he's not that great? Like, for somebody who, man, it looked like he was going to be the number one pick in the draft for a minute, and I know things shuffled out, and we still got a lot of time, and I thought the Giants drafting Thibodeau and Neal was just a master stroke of brilliance with those picks, but man, it looked like he just got clowned yesterday.
It's a good offensive lineman. He's going to be a good offensive lineman, I think. Just shows you how good Micah Parsons and even DeMarcus Lawrence went out there and schooled him last night. That was nice to see on his part because, man, I think what I saw from him more was burst. I haven't seen that kind of burst from DeMarcus Lawrence in a long time.
And I think on the first sack, they were like, Evan Neal wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, and then on the second one, you're like, oh, this is what kind of night it's going to be.
So in the DeMarcus Lawrence front, because I definitely did not predict 3 or more sacks, he's the 5th Cowboys player to have 3 or more sacks in a primetime game. Ed Too Tall Jones did it in 1987. DeMarcus Ware did it twice in 2008 and 2011. And then DeMarcus Lawrence also did it in 2017. So this is the 5th instance it's happened, and only 3 players have done it for the Cowboys, which I think is terribly impressive. Mike, is there one specific instance from the game yesterday you were right about?
Not instance in the game, but there's just no way this Giants team's 3-0, right?
I mean,
that was kind of basing it off of they're not good. Nobody thought they were going to be good. Their quarterback's not good. They have so many deficiencies. There's just no way that team starts off 3-0, right? So I would say that was the main part going into the game that I would say I was right. I'll tell you where I would say I was wrong is I didn't know Cooper Rush was this good. And I'm not saying he's great. I'm not saying he's a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, probably not even a top 15 quarterback in the NFL, but he looks like an average starter in the NFL.
Hold on, when are we doing power ranking? The power rankings, is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay, so we should have quarterback power rankings
still gonna
by
have,
then for sure.
I bet they're still going to have like 25 or 26.
I'm interested to see. I see what Mike's saying, though. I don't think anybody recognized that he could do what he's doing.
You know who really didn't recognize it is the Giants. Did you know that they claimed Cooper Rush twice and cut him twice? Now, I'm
that was with Jason Garrett on there, so that definitely is a big deal.
So I wonder if they're just sitting there, they're like, huh. Well, and I did like the moment from Troy Aikman last night when he was like, yeah, they're still trying to figure out if he's good. And then he goes, well, I guess in a way they decided when they turned down his option. Like, I felt like that was a very honest and to the point assessment when he was like, yeah.
To his point, too, is how many teams right now today are going, crap, we could have had him for free. When he got released,
he would immediately be snapped up right now, right?
Yeah,
if you're not going to waive him, but if you did, somebody would pick him up straight away.
I would say 31 teams would pick him up as their backup quarterback right now. Who wouldn't pick him up as the backup quarterback?
Yeah, no, and that's a good feeling to know that you kind of have that. And like Jerry is saying right now, you want there to be no real huge fall off. I don't think that I really don't know that they knew that they were going to get this kind of play, but they were patient while everybody else was panicking after the Dak injury. They were like, no, I think we're going to go along this path and see where it takes us.
If we can, I want to go ahead and play cut number 4. And I'm sure we'll talk about this more throughout the day, but somebody texted in, and I wanted to get your take on this because everybody handles like their failures or adversities different. But somebody texted in from the 903. Does CD have the maturity to be the number 1 veteran wide receiver with no one in the room to hold him accountable and set expectations? I wanted to punch my TV when he laughed off that drop. And I'm not saying he laughed it off, but he was laughing and smiling and pointing that it was on him. And that was
all knew that,
I know.
CD.
And I'm sitting with Jess, and she goes, this feels like a weird time to be laughing. And so I know everybody processes things in their own way. So it wasn't necessarily like a laugh like, that was hilarious, I should have caught that as a laugh. Like, it could have been like, God dang it, I need to smile so I don't, go Ken Dorsey on everybody. So I wanted to listen to cut number 4. This is CD with the mentality of how you process the drops.
Very frustrating, honestly, just because, I practiced all week, all off season, just on focusing in on the ball, and I let that one slip away. It was tough. Personally, just because, like I said, all the hard work I put in just for, one play away, I let it slip. You know what I'm saying?
So, I'm not insinuating that he was laughing. He's like, it's hilarious that I dropped the football. Just that is not my coping mechanism. And when you saw in that moment, I was like, not the time, dude. Our offense struggles to score points. That looked like, if not a touchdown, a down to the 1 or 2 yards. And then he had another egregious drop. I don't care if the ball was tipped or not. It literally floated in the air and fell in his closed hands, and he dropped it.
It was literally 2 different halves for this team and him specifically.
Yes.
It was a completely different player in the second half when he was making contested grabs. He was making catches downfield.
They don't win that game without him.
No, absolutely. The one-handed grab for a touchdown, those were 2 badass catches. Two really awesome catches. And on the second catch that he made, everybody knew he was about to get the ball. Just go look at the alignment. They all knew. Everybody knew. Nobody was going to stop him. Give Cooper Rush also the credit on the throw, because he put it in the one place that CeeDee Lamb can stick his hand out and grab it in. CeeDee Lamb makes a really good catch on that. I'm glad that he recovered. Now, the question we may discuss this even more throughout the day. My question is, did he grow up right then? Was that the moment where CeeDee Lamb had everything changed and now he is okay? I will never go back to what happened in that first half. Or, I guess we'll have to find out in the next few weeks here, but that's a great question to keep an eye on, because they're trying to figure out whether or not they pay him like a number 1 receiver. Half the fan text is saying he's not. You saw Twitter last night after that drop. Then it changed its mind right after that. So which guy is he?
And it's a win, and the win should be celebrated. There are a couple of things, though, that you don't want to get lost in the winning covers everything. From the 9-4-0, great victory, but I'm still sick and tired of the Cowboys penalties, because you go back to the first quarter, is the Cowboys had a drive destroyed by a penalty, and then they kept a Giants drive going because of a penalty. And then Kelvin Joseph had that hands to the face mask that negated a Dorrance Armstrong sack, and it cost the team 24 yards. I'm super pumped that it looks like Cooper Rush is a good player, or at least a solid player. I'm super pumped that this team won, but I still don't think the Cowboys are good enough to be absorbing that in the long run. It didn't end up costing them last night, but man, they could have gotten off to a way faster start if you didn't have a penalty-killing drive and then a drive that kept going by the Giants due to a penalty. And then the Joseph thing almost sent us all into a panic, too.
Yeah, and Reggie, I think you had a really good tweet last night early in the game after the first penalty. I think it was maybe after the first Faranoak penalty. The Cowboys have to be on schedule. And that was exactly what you can't have.
The drive
was
dead once they weren't. Yeah.
Cooper's not the quarterback that you're going to expect that, hey, you're in a 2nd and 21 situation. We're going to make this up that easy. That is Mike. I don't expect that from Cooper Rush. So if there is one thing, I do kind of expect Dak to do it, but I don't expect Cooper Rush. So when we have that conversation, I'm like, man, you really put your quarterback in a bad situation by having a penalty that puts you guys behind the chains.
And then somebody texted in, they don't win that game without Tony Pollard. I agree. I'm not saying CeeDee Lamb is the only reason they win that game. You could throw Pollard in there, you could throw Lawrence in there, you could throw Cooper Rush in there. I think there are plenty of viable candidates that they don't win that game, but I thought CeeDee Lamb was one of them.
And the 469, you barely beat a horrible Giants team. Calm down already. Hell no, I will not calm down. This is 24 hours after a victory still. I'm still in that window where it's a lot of fun. You celebrate wins. It's enjoyable. It's a lot of fun. We can dissect it. That's fine, but I'm not going to calm down about it. You're 2-1. This is awesome.
Yeah, and I don't understand that.
0-3 right now.
I don't understand that logic either. After the Cowboys lost their first game, we were like, should the season be tanked out because Dak is hurt? And the Giants were one of only 3 undefeated teams left in the NFL as of last night. You were on the road in a divisional game, and you're a slight underdog. If you're not psyched about the win, that's cool, but I think it's weird if you don't understand how Cowboys fans are excited that they won another game and are above 500. If I told you right after the Tampa game, don't worry, in 2 weeks we'll be above 500, wouldn't you have been like, you probably would have said something that cannot be said on radio.
Mike,
I think you should be excited.
Did you see how big Peters is out there? Like
All right.
They activated him last night, and that dude looks like a giant lined up there next to another giant, Tyler Smith. It's awesome.
It took one play.
One play.
Maybe two, and I was like, okay.
It's good.
That worked pretty
He
good.
sweats a lot.
There's another take that you could have from that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on a, you know what? Celebrate this Tuesday if you like. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about
Kenny Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Texans Canned Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire truck drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
2nd and 15. Clock at 1:17 in the game. Snap to Jones. They stunt. He throws it over the middle. That's intercepted at the 35 by Diggs.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, where if you thought the Giants were going to win last night, well, never mind. Right now, it's time. You're welcome. Right now, it's time. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, to talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, fellas. How's it going?
I mean, we're feeling pretty pumped.
Victory Monday on a Tuesday.
Yeah, absolutely. And how do you think the Giants are feeling knowing that they claimed and cut Cooper Rush twice?
Yeah, they probably thinking, he could have been our backup quarterback, huh?
Right.
No. So just the way you guys called it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I would love to come in here and say, I told everybody Cooper Rush would win all of the games. I definitely did not. I think we all agreed the reason why they let all of their quarterbacks go is they're like, well, we could just bring whoever we want back.
And we scheduled Washington for homecoming week.
Yeah.
Which, you always schedule a really bad team for homecoming so you get the victory.
Is that the start of the state fair?
Oh, yeah.
So it's almost like homecoming, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you hope. They weren't very good protecting their quarterback either, were they?
And so I'm trying to figure out kind of how the credit gets dispersed, or credit or blame, because do you just say that both the Giants' offensive line did not look great, but also the Cowboys' defensive line looked tremendous? Or not even just the defensive line, because I don't want to discount like Donovan Wilson and people like that.
Well, were you discrediting their 2-0 start?
Mike was. That is for sure. I know Mike yesterday was.
I just said that's not a good team, and I just can't see a bad team being 3-0 to start the year.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty accurate because they kind of squeaked through.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, there was part of me at some point when the Cowboys were up, them going, what if they score a touchdown and go for 2 with 50 seconds left to go in the game? Right? That's how they won the first game.
Yeah.
Right? And it was there until the Cowboys took control and kicked a field goal and went up by 10 and kind of put that away. Look, this defense is pretty good. You've seen this, right? 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they played 2 teams in a row that don't have very good offensive line. Well, guess what? They're going to play a third in the row also. And so, when you have that many sacks in 3 games, you got something going. And that's kind of right now their calling card. Now they've got to make sure they realize that it isn't all about go and get a sack. You got to keep the quarterback in the pocket. Can't have the quarterback rushing for 79 yards on you when they're not fleet of foot, right? I know he's mobile, but what happens when you go up against a Jalen Hurts, who really can run, right? And so, yeah. Now, I'm sure one of the things they will work on is staying in their lanes and not collapsing on the outside. But, they basically, other than that, stuffed the running game. They let, the 1 touchdown get away, but that was really the only thing Barkley did in the game. He had 81 yards, and half of them were on 1 run. So from a defensive standpoint, yeah, they got him in a lot of passing situations where they were able to pin their ears back, but they got to remember they got to stay in their lanes. They can't collapse. But again, that's 3 games, and nobody's scored out of the teens on them.
I like it.
It's pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll absolutely take that one. Mickey, I'm going to ask you this, but I'm also asking the Tolos this if you want to text in on this one, because I asked Kevin earlier.
Does Mickey have to text in, or can he just answer?
Can I just say it?
Yeah, you can verbally say it.
Or write it down so you remember.
All right, and I'll text you later so you can text it back to me. The fourth quarter, the last punt, was there a moment where you were like, Bones, do not call a fake punt right now? Or were you like, nah, there's no way they're going to do it? Because I had a moment, Mickey, where I was really like, they're going to try and fake punt this sucker and try and keep the ball.
Well, I was sitting there thinking, I don't know, might go for it.
Yeah.
I wasn't thinking about any fakes or anything fancy. I was thinking just line up and gain 2 yards. I mean, they were averaging almost 6 yards a carry. Now, I know a couple long runs kind of exaggerate that, but, I don't know that they had many, might have been 1, 2 runs for losses. I was thinking, well, go ahead and put the game away right here. But when your defense is playing the way it's been playing, then I think you go, okay, let's just put it in their hands. They've only given up 16 points, 1 touchdown, and they would have to go the length of the field to score a touchdown to win. I think that's probably was the smart thing to do.
Do you think because you just said it, the defense was playing the way that they were playing late in the game, though, how much do you think the Cowboys being able to run the ball successfully or efficiently help the defense continue to keep that level of play up?
Well, yeah. I mean, but, it's easier to play defense when you're in the lead, right?
Well, the Giants they were trying to do tempo and all these things to wear that defense out.
Yeah, well, but they were coming in waves, right? That's what happens when you got depth on that defensive line. I'm sure there were guys out there that Troy and Joe didn't know much about, Sam Williams was playing awfully well, but the only mention he ended up getting was
that penalty,
supposedly the late hit.
Yeah.
When the guy's in the air, right? So if the guy's in the air and still reaching the ball, they give him where he reaches. Well, I don't want the guy reaching. I'm going to lay him out. So I'd have got 15 yards too.
Man,
I'm saying though, the guy played well. Tristan Hill, you heard his name one time. Osa, you heard his name. It wasn't all just DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. Armstrong had another hell of a game, including a blocked field goal. Those guys up front. Bohanna had a play early, right? I think the depth there, they can go ahead and hurry up if they want. But the reason they're hurrying up, not to wear you out, they just didn't want the Cowboys to keep making changes and bringing in, however they wanted to set up their defense with whoever they wanted on the field. It's like, no, who's ever on the field right now, that's what we're doing. And I'll imagine, and this happened, I want to say maybe last week, Cincinnati was hurrying up because Micah Parsons wasn't in the game and they needed to throw the ball. And it's like, okay, let's go to the line. So they can't get him in. And I think maybe the Cowboys might have called timeout. And it's like, well, okay, no, you won't. We'll put in who we want. So that's one reason to hurry up.
How excited are you? Well, it might be different for your experience, but how excited were you that Aaron Judge didn't hit 61 and interrupt my viewing proceedings yesterday?
It's like every time I was watching something, I got the split screen over the weekend, right?
Yes.
Every time he came to bat, it's like, okay, just hit the darn thing. You're interrupting my game, right? So many times, and every time he'd take a swing, I'm going, okay, that's it. And then he fouled. He must have fouled off about 5 pitches during that game. But I'm glad it didn't interrupt. I guess I couldn't change stations either because the same broadcast is on, ABC and
ESPN. Yeah, that's why you just got to rock with the fan. We're not going to interrupt.
Brad Sham does his thing on Tolo here. You just don't change. You'll be fine. I am kind of curious. What was your assessment of Peters? He gets in and just opens the first hole for Tony Pollard for a big game.
We could have run through that one, right?
Yeah, we could have. all of us together.
I mean, he had a hell of a block, but so did Tyler Smith, right?
Yeah.
And so, it was like, I think I looked it up. He got 14 snaps in the game. So probably, what do you think, 2 series?
Yeah.
And that was about right. That's what they thought they'd do. But I would imagine they keep ramping him up. He's going to be your starting guard. Forniak had his moments, but he had a couple blocks. Those guys are almost better when they're on the move. He and Tyler Smith. Boy, when they pull, they destroy people.
Athletic,
They're athletic and they can get out there. But yeah, that was good to see from Peters, and that's where I thought all along that they were going to put him. And you notice him in there at guard, right? Before he even moves.
Yes.
It's like
he's a giant.
The line gets stretched out a little wider. But he knew what he was doing.
I thought about that after the game when it looked like there was some less than friendly words being exchanged, and Jason Peters was like hovering right outside the circle of everyone talking, and I was like, man, I wonder if he's going to decide I've had enough.
Did you see what he did?
No.
So he put his helmet back on.
Yes, I saw
and
that.
And then whispers to Tyler Smith, put your helmet on. And then Tyler Smith put his
Yeah.
helmet on too.
And he's like, let's do this right now. We're going to own you just like we own the line of scrimmage all day long.
No, I'm just going to give you some tips, rookie. Keep your helmet on. Don't be taking it off. And yeah, that was interesting. I couldn't discern how that got started or why, other than I'm sure the Giants were a little butthurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they no, did
absolutely.
a little talking going into the game, so that's all right. Just keep yakking.
And I know it's a win and things are celebratory, and I'm all about that. Do the continuing penalties, I'm not talking about like the Sam Williams thing. I hear what you're saying about that. But the continuing penalties, does that bother you at all that we're going to get in a spot where it does tilt the game?
Well, it tilted this one.
Yeah.
I mean, because maybe the Giants wouldn't have done as well. But yeah, untimely penalties that they were getting, you got to keep overcoming that stuff, and especially the penalties when they occur on third down and you're getting off the field and it extends a drive, which happened last week also. So yeah, they got to clear that up. But again, they've been resilient enough to overcome those things, and they're not perfect, but I think we got to remember. We talk about it all week, and then you get the result in the game, and you forget who's not playing, right?
Yeah.
How many guys aren't playing?
Yeah.
And you added one more to it with Dalton Schultz. So
Right.
that was another starter on offense, along with Tyron Smith, along with Dak Prescott,
Gallup.
along
Yeah.
with Michael Gallup, along with James Washington. We forget about that one, too. I mean, he would have been the second wide receiver. Noah Brown would have been third, and you're having guys step up. So no, it's not perfect. They got to get better, but there was something new last week, and I just noticed it for some reason. So when you walk from the locker room towards the training table where they eat their meals, on the second floor there's like a facade, and you can't miss it when you're walking that way. Well, up there's a collage of pictures, and in these big block white letters it says resilience.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And think about how resilient this team has been.
It's thus far, and that has not always been something I feel like we've excelled at. But you're right. Thus far, I'm digging it.
And so, when you mention the penalties, that's got to clean up. You can't have 8 penalties for, 80 some yards, 8 for 70 yards. Yeah. But you know what? They had 8 for 57 too, by the way. So, and a lot of these penalties, you know what? I was going to go down. I've got this white NFL officials hat. I was going to go put it on when they called. How anal was the guy calling the personal foul on Donovan Wilson for batting that ball?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? He
Yeah.
got butthurt for that? I mean, he thought the guy was throwing the ball at him. He didn't know the official was behind him. He
love it.
swatted that away, too. He swatted a lot away, right?
Mickey, as long as you're evaluating things, whenever we're done, I want you to go back and reevaluate the last entirety of the sentence that you said. All right. At some point,
I
Mickey,
loved it, Mickey. I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. Did he do that on purpose?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course, he wants to win Masterpiece of the Week every.
I wasn't
Mike
sure.
Is always winning.
I thought we were just
Or he
trying to
had
get to
his
the bottom
leaky
of this.
pickle thing. Yeah, okay. All
We're
right.
the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, all things from NBA Media Day, including some potential confusion among the Mavs already. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time to talk a little bit of basketball on a Victory Tuesday. I did want to shout out, we ran into them at the Eagles Nest yesterday. Cowboys win was one of McCarthy's best coach games in his tenure. And we talked about this off air. I thought them immediately snapping the ball after that fourth down conversion, that was probably a conversion depending on what you think about forward progress, but it was a little dicey. In the Garrett era, it feels like we would have stood around and been like, hey, great job, everybody. What are we going to do now? And instead they're like, hey, I think we got it, but that was really close, so let's just hurry up and snap the damn ball. I thought that was a really savvy move. Now, on to
I agree.
NBA. Thank you. On to NBA Media Day. I'm assuming we want to start with the Mavericks, so that there's all kinds of things from across the NBA media landscape. All right, I got terrible news for you, Mike. As predicted, Jason Kidd did say that Josh Green and Frank Ntilikina will get the first chances to supposedly not fill Jalen Brunson's void, because clearly Spencer Dinwiddie is going to do that. But if we're talking about third tier ball handler, those are your guys who Jason Kidd said will get the first chance.
I mean, that's who's on the roster to get the chance, I guess, unless you want to go with the two-way guy, Dorsey, who played pretty good for
in the Euro.
Greece.
Yeah.
They put themselves in this situation, and good luck. I mean, Frank Ntilikina's been in this league for 5-6 years and hasn't proven he can play point guard at 1 second of his career. Josh Green never played point guard in his life, but all right, he's going to do it at this level.
I'm excited for it.
Now, the bigger headline, and Corey, you showed us this and we mentioned it, it's probably worth diving into deeper, is Brad Townsend, who obviously I will frequently make fun of. I want to give him props to this. This is his breakdown as he was there. Christian Wood was asked how he feels about coming off the bench. And Christian Wood politely interrupted, "This is my first time hearing about it. Thank you." Christian Wood smiled and everybody laughed. So it seems like it was a joke, but then Townsend said Wood did not seem like he was joking. So when I read that everybody laughed, I was like, okay, he's probably heard this media narrative a lot. But then Townsend said, no, it didn't seem like he was joking. And if that's the case, I just can't fathom a world in which this conversation has not taken place whatsoever.
I think with young guys, and Christian Wood is still young, especially in his playing career, is they want to start. That's a big deal. It's a big freaking deal. It changes a little bit when you're on a championship team, or it changes a little bit when you're Jason Terry and you've played a while and you've established yourself on the team, and then they say, hey, we're going to move you to the sixth man role, and you understand you're going to play the last 5 minutes of every game that you're healthy for.
Yeah.
But for Christian Wood, he's going into a year where he really wants to prove himself. He's a free agent, so he's looking to make, instead of $14 million, he's looking to make $25 to $35 million per year starting the next season. I heard Zach and Eric talk about this for a second yesterday on G-Bag, and I feel like they forgot this, because sometimes you say, man, sometimes it's good on a 1-year prove-it deal. Yeah, it can be. But we also saw for about a 4-year period how horrible that was when Dirk still had something left, and the guys are like, hey, I get it. I'm here. You know what I'm here to prove? I want more money and a longer-term contract in the NBA. And then you have guys not really committing to the team. Darren Collison, OJ Mayo, Chris Kaman, Elton Brand. The list goes on and on and on and on. And not that those were bad guys, but think about it from your self-perspective. You actually can be employed by 30 different employers. One of them is giving you a 1-year contract, and 29 others might want to give you a multi-year contract. Are you going to work really hard for the 1-year team, or work hard for yourself to become a guy that gets a multi-year big-time contract that you really want? And so I think that Christian Wood is probably being told by his agent, man, go out there, give it your all, answer all the questions in the most political, right way you can. But I promise you, you do this right, and I'm going to get you that 4-year, $100 to $120 million contract. It doesn't have to be with the Dallas Mavericks.
So my question to go along with that is, I know this might sound weird. Does it matter if you don't start, if in the end you get your requisite 30 minutes and you're always closing out?
You're right. It doesn't matter. You're 44 years old or whatever you are.
43.
Okay. You're 43 years old. It doesn't matter. What when you're 25? A lot of things matter to you that now you find out don't really matter. You have a great question.
Yeah.
You have a great response. It doesn't matter. The last 5 minutes matter. That's why I just made examples of Jason Terry and Manu Ginobili and stuff like that. But when you're trying to make your way in an industry and then make a lot more money, not just $1 million or $2 million, 10 to 50 million more dollars per year / the life of a contract, it matters a lot. We've seen the 30 for 30s on Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway. Why did that matter? They made the freaking NBA Finals together, and they're like, F you. No, you know what? F you. And Shaq did it with Kobe, too, later in his career. So I think the youth here is a little bit of my worry in that, it shouldn't matter. You're going to play the last 5 minutes. And maybe as the season progresses, Christian Wood has such a great relationship with Jason Kidd, with Luka Doncic, with the Dallas Mavericks.
Sean Sweeney, that
it ends up being just perfect. But you are putting yourself in a little bit of a situation where you do everything to make Luka happy, and you should. But I feel like they're not really doing enough to make sure Christian Wood knows how wanted he is and that you are the second most important person on this team. If you don't become our second best player, we ain't going anywhere.
He said something yesterday that I was very hopeful and intrigued by. I want to show them that I can win, the team. It's just about me being motivated and me being early and showing them what I can do. Because we'd heard rumblings when he first started working with the Mavericks in the offseason that a specific quote from someone in the organization was, this guy doesn't know about winning basketball. Not through his own fault, but he's been with organizations that didn't win. And so there's like a learning curve that goes along with that. And so when he says, I just want to show them I can win and be motivated and be early and show them what I can do, I think those are all, words are words. And obviously you can do with that what you want. But I think that's encouraging at least.
And I'm encouraged by this. And here's where I think that you have to look at it. Go look at JaVale McGee and what he did for the LA Lakers when they won the bubble championship.
Yeah.
Is he started. Dwight Howard did. Now, very different. Two veteran,
soon-to-be
older
wrestler
guys.
Dwight Howard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So when you look at it, JaVale McGee started for the Lakers. He never closed a game. I mean, for the most part, he was never part of their closing team. Jason Kidd was an assistant coach on that. He saw, how do I get the most out of JaVale McGee? And he said, well, I'll start him. I'll play him the first 5 minutes of a game, maybe even 6. And then we start using bench players. And then he plays the first 5 minutes of the third quarter. And he'll come back in for a few more minutes. When you look at JaVale McGee, played about 15 to 20 minutes max on the Lakers. And he started. And the majority of his minutes came at the start of the first quarter and the start of the third quarter. And then he played just a little bit more the rest of the game. So really, when you look at this is where you have to try to convince Christian Wood, and I'm okay with it, but I just worry about the youth of players and how many things you talk about NBA players and how much starting means to them, and then how much their status and ego. We all have egos, we all have status, and the younger we are, the more I think our egos can get in the way at times. And so I just go, hey, I already know JaVale McGee's not playing the last 5 minutes of Dallas Maverick basketball games. It's going to be Christian Wood, and hopefully Christian Wood understands that and is very accepting of it, because JaVale McGee had a successful position on the Lakers with Jason Kidd being an assistant coach, and Jason Kidd's trying to put him in that same position. And I'm hoping that they do see Christian Wood as he has to become our Kristaps Porzingis, which we never really got.
Couple more quick notes.
What's so funny? Is something funny?
Cooper Rush is 3-0, baby. I'm sorry. I'm smiling about that still. And the Mavs went to the Western Conference Finals. Like, this is awesome.
A couple more quick NBA notes is if you take a look at Zion, which all of social media did yesterday, he certainly looks trimmer than he has. When people say the best shape of their life, he definitely looks trimmer and ready to go. And I did see somebody go, that's it, I'm betting it all on the Pelicans. Like, I know they were joking, but people are excited in New Orleans. And then did you see the weird reason that Alex Caruso can't change his jersey? So he's number 6.
Okay.
He wanted to change away from that in honor of Bill Russell. And they said you can't change your jersey because you're top 75 in jersey sales. And so
Is he on the Bulls?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, but he just wanted to change it. Okay.
Yeah, and
All right.
so because they're going to retire Bill Russell, so like
gotcha.
no Bill Russell's number, so no new players. But if you already have that number, you can keep it. So he wanted to change his jersey number in honor of Bill Russell, and they're like, "No, can do. Your jersey is too popular in the team shops." And so he said he's going to check again next year to see if he can change his jersey. Yeah,
It's one of those cool things that you should keep because just like 42 in
It'll be
baseball,
the last group
right?
to play.
Mo Vaughn,
Yeah.
Mariano Rivera, those are the two that I remember the most that were able to keep it, even though they had retired number 42, because they're like, look, if you're wearing it now, you can keep wearing it, but you'll be the last person ever in your organization to wear that number.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Miss anything? From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Elliott to the left of Rush, first and goal outside the 1. Snap back, Rush looking left, fade, Lamb, caught in one hand, touchdown Cowboys.
Woo! Your Dallas Cowboys are victorious, now 2-1 after knocking off the Giants, who are also 2-1.
My Dallas Cowboys.
Your Dallas Cowboys.
Yours also. Same
Yeah.
lines.
You might be the most Dallas Cowboys.
Our Dallas Cowboys.
But yes, our Dallas Cowboys.
What? Even Mike's.
Are 2-1. Don't tempt him. Is now it's time for Mike Ask All the Football Questions.
All right, you guys ready?
Yes.
First football question. More likely to make the Super Bowl, the 3-0 Miami Dolphins or the 3-0 Philadelphia Eagles?
I'm going to say, man, people are going to be mad. I really want to preface this with it's a Cowboys Victory Tuesday.
Do it, you coward.
But you probably know the direction I'm going. I think it's the Eagles. I hate saying that. But yeah, I mean, obviously impressed with both teams, but I think I'm going to go Eagles. I'm sorry.
What do you hate about Miami?
I don't hate anything about Miami. I just keep thinking about that Baltimore game. And if I'm like, man, props to them for winning. It was an incredible comeback, but also like, I don't only view the Patriots 28-3 as an incredible comeback. I also view it as the Falcons sticking their heads up their butts. And so that's what I think about the Ravens. Like, they also stuck their heads up their butts and blew that game. So, like, you know, that's part of it.
All right. So far, the Philadelphia Eagles have had a strength of schedule easy. Number 27, the 27th most difficult strength of schedule, Kevin, so far.
6th easiest.
Do you know what they have for the rest of the season? The 32nd.
Yeah.
The easiest schedule remaining.
Yeah.
The Dolphins, on the other hand, right behind the Cowboys with the toughest schedule. The Dolphins are number 2 with the toughest schedule played so far, and they have the 5th or 6th easiest schedule remaining. I'm going to go with the Dolphins because I will never recognize the Eagles for one. But I'm going to go with
I got a segment tomorrow that's going to make you sad.
I'm going to go with the Dolphins, though, Mike, because they just beat 2 good teams. Like, they beat the Ravens, they beat the Bills. And
did they just beat 2 great teams, or is that too far?
One team I think is great.
Okay.
The Ravens, I still think they have some question marks because they have some injuries that hurt their secondary.
Feels like that's always the case for them, right?
But I think that like the Dolphins just did something very special, not only with their defense, but their offense did something special against the Ravens for sure. So I'm going to say the Dolphins.
Okay. Next football question. This has to go to the wild card teams right now. Obviously a lot.
I'm really sorry to all the people who say I'm dead to them.
Yeah,
I
I can't
apologize.
believe
Mike
you,
has a
bro.
good question.
Right now, the teams that would be, I know that they're not all in the wild card. There's only 3 spots, but there's obviously 2-1 teams here. Dallas, Green Bay, Chicago, New York. What team do you know for sure doesn't make the playoffs out of those 4?
Chicago.
Okay.
New York.
Yeah, those are the easy answers, right?
Yep.
Do you think either one of those teams has a chance to make the playoffs?
I really don't. How Chicago has gotten to 2-1 is quite frankly amazing. And I mean, we talked about it at the beginning. Like, I'm super pumped that the Cowboys won, but I don't think the Giants are that great either. So I don't think either one of them are.
I think both those teams, honestly, will be picking in the top 10 by the end of the year.
Okay, yeah.
I don't think they're going to be picking first, obviously, but I think somewhere between like picks 7 and 10 will end up being Chicago and New York.
If one of them was going to do it, I would maybe go with the Bears.
All right.
I would maybe go with the Bears. I don't think the Giants can, though.
All right. Green Bay and Dallas are both 2-1, and I think all of us believe that those are playoff contenders.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask that, too easy. Why do you think Dallas can win this division right now?
Because we're the Cowboys. There you go. End of discussion.
Okay.
Facts.
And I do want to agree with that because some people are still mad at me. I think the Cowboys, if you had to say could win the division, they have an elite skill on the team. they have an elite-looking defense.
Yes.
Like, maybe you need to have an elite quarterback or you need to have an elite this or elite that. It looks like the Cowboys have an elite potential in defense, and they have an elite defensive player in Micah Parsons. So, I mean, I just established that clearly the Eagles would be favored to win the division. But the Cowboys have an elite aspect of their team. So much so, did you see last night, Dez tweeting at Tony Romo? He's like, "Oh, sure wish we had this defense when we were playing, huh?"
Yeah, Mike, have you ever, you know how you go out to your garage and you look at all your lawn equipment and you're just like, I have every awesome tool to mow my lawn today. Or you go out, this guy goes out to his garage and you're like, man, look at all the tools he has for the woodworking and steel work. He has everything.
Yeah.
That's what Dan Quinn is. Dan Quinn opens up his playbook and he goes, I have all these plays and I can do all of them because I have a player for every one of them.
Yeah.
And as Mickey said earlier, waves of them on the defensive front. You look at that defense, I want to go back and watch that series because I want to see who was lined up when. It looked like they were just like, you know what? We got all of them. Just move them all. It was great. And then Donovan Wilson comes in.
Yes.
And he plays fantastic. So, like, they have depth, but they also have elite starters. And so that's one of the things I think about their
Right
defense.
on cue, they showed Donovan Wilson annihilate Daniel Jones.
Man, he's good.
Bills, Ravens, Denver Broncos, and the Colts right now are all considered wild card teams. Now, I put the Colts in there to add the fourth team because they're 1-1-1.
Yeah.
So that they would just be out of the playoffs. Which one of those teams do you know will not make the playoffs?
Can you rename them again? I'm sorry.
Bills, Ravens, Broncos, Colts.
I just don't. I think the Broncos are in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
Like you're right. They're 2-1. I think they are in a lot of trouble. They do also, though, to be fair, they also have an elite skill set on their team in terms of their defense. I totally believe in their defense, but holy crap, I am concerned about Russell Wilson. So if I'm picking one of those, I'm going to say the Broncos.
Same thing, Corey?
I'll say the Colts. They stink.
Okay.
That was your team.
I know. I'm out on them already.
I like what you're saying here because this leads me to my next question.
I'm in on the Jags.
The Jags are 2-1 and leading their division. Indy, Tennessee, Houston. Is anybody going to catch the Jaguars? There's only 14 games left.
They have 84 points for 38 against. What's that point differential right there, Kevin?
Did you say
84-38?
46?
Yeah, man. The Colts point differential, 40 points for, 61 against.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's not good.
The Titans, 51-4, 84 against.
So, just for you, Mike.
Thank you.
I anticipated this question might come up.
Okay.
I have a couple of fun Jags facts for you. All right. I told you the one about the coach yesterday. The Jaguars at 2-1 hold sole possession of first place in the division through week 3 for the first time since when? How long has it been since the Jags have been in first place?
It's probably longer than this, but they just went like 12-4 with Barry Church when he left the Dallas Cowboys. So I'm going to guess 2014 was that year or 2015. I can't remember what year.
That was the year
they went to the AFC Championship.
I think
game?
that was Brady's last Super Bowl with New England.
Oh, so that was like 18.
Was that it?
2004.
Oh, wow.
You have to go all the way back to 2004. And here's one more for you, Mike, that might make believers.
David Garrard was the quarterback.
It might have been. I actually didn't check that. This is Jacksonville's first road win since midway through December of 2019. That's insane.
Hold on. Tell me again.
Jags are back.
This is the first time they've been what since 2004?
In first place through 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, because they did finish in 2017. And that, okay. And that 2014 did have Leftwich was their quarterback.
Wow.
Oh.
So Byron Leftwich was
Does his teammates carry him up the field at any point?
All I know is it just took about an hour for him to throw a football. That dude had to wind up like he was
a long armor.
Yeah.
I have to know, though, Mike.
Yeah.
Are you, right now,
Yeah.
they going to win the division?
I lean to yes.
Okay.
Tennessee's not good.
That was a very impressive performance.
Houston's horrible. Indy, though, can still rally to kind of win 9 or 10 games. And at this point, I think 9 has a chance to win that division, and
that
10,
division sucks.
10 will.
Man, I don't know.
So if you can get to 10 wins, you're going to win that division.
I really do think at this point Matt Ryan is washed.
Okay,
So
I hope you're right.
So you're going Jags over Colts?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to follow this question up. I'm running out of time too quickly. Real quick, just answer yes or no.
Okay.
Do you think that there's a possibility, or will that division be won by a team under 500?
No.
Do you think 8 and 9? could do it?
Yes.
8 and 9 win that division.
I could see it. Yes.
I don't know, Mike. They got their strength of schedule is guess what?
For the Jags?
For
Oh
the
my
rest of the
gosh.
season, second easiest schedule for the rest of the season. They can do it, bro.
They're about to knock out Philadelphia.
Okay,
Philadelphia's
look.
about to be 3-1.
If that happens, I promise we will revisit this.
All right. Next question. Who's in bigger trouble, the LA Chargers or the New England Patriots? Obviously, Mac Jones is out for a while. We don't know how many games, but high ankle sprain. They don't think he needs surgery, but that's probably not a good sign when they're like, hey, we think that we won't have to operate on this.
I think the Chargers are in bigger trouble.
Bosa's hurt.
And it's because of expectations too. What were the expectations for the Patriots? Is like, oh yeah, maybe they'll be in the playoff mix, maybe, possibly. The Chargers were like, this is the time.
And you hate the Chargers.
No, I don't hate the Chargers. I'm just saying.
Remember you took that shot at Herbert? You're like, he wasn't even hurt.
I mean,
except he has
Oh, you
broken
did
ribs.
say that.
he does not have broken ribs.
Cartilage.
Potentially broken ribs.
Yeah, he was good. He was good enough to play and not miss any time. I'm just saying, people acted like he had been shot on the field
that
or
shot he
something
just
like
took.
that. I'm just saying,
Wow.
take a look. If Justin Herbert's the guy, we're about to get to year 3 of no playoffs. Like, that's a thing that matters.
Okay.
Whether you think it's fair that it goes to the quarterback or not. I think he's great.
I think, well, they got Brian Hoyer as the backup for
good?
Mac Jones. And the Chargers have Easton Stick. So everything's going to be fine there.
My next question just for
Chase
Corey.
Daniel. Oh, yeah, what's up?
Just for Corey. Corey, on a scale of 1 to 10,
How much does he
how
hate
much
Justin
does
Herbert?
he hate Justin Herbert? Just on 1 to 10.
Justin Herbert.
150.
No! I don't hate Justin Herbert. I'm just trying to
10
play
being
both
the most.
sides. If we're going to rip Lamar Jackson for not winning in the playoffs,
Wow, here you go.
We already know.
Here you go.
This is my literally written down. Look at number 4 right here. Written down. I've X'd him out. On a scale of 1 to 10, Corey, 10 being he's the greatest quarterback of all time. How much does Kevin love Lamar Jackson?
$2 million.
You know what?
10 being the
All right.
most.
Hey, now my real question before is, do you think Lamar Jackson wins his second MVP?
Oh,
I think that's a great question, and I saw somebody
Interesting.
saying he's the favorite. I don't think so, but I could see him finishing top 5. You know what I was thinking about, Mike? And it reminded me of Trevor Lawrence. Like, you already like Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
But so many people hated on him. Don't you think you went even further?
Yeah, for sure.
That's what happened with me and Lamar
Yeah.
Jackson. I was like, I like Lamar Jackson, and people are like, he's trash.
I think you've done the same with Herbert, though, the other way.
I think you're probably right. Just because I'm like, hey man, I would like to see them win an important game and make the playoffs.
All right.
You're probably right.
My last question, and I do have a Cowboys question. If it's in the run sheet, I don't think it is.
Okay.
How much credit do you give Mike McCarthy for these 2 wins?
Yes. I think that's a really good question.
Is that on the run sheet?
No. I think that's a great question, and I'm glad that you asked that. I give credit to McCarthy and Kellen Moore for a point at speeding up the offense. They're like, hey, if we can't out-scheme them, maybe we can outpace them. I give credit to them going for it on 4th down, and I loved how quick the snap was after that. I definitely give them some credit for making some decisions that I was all on board.
Does it seem like they've had better IQ over the last 2 games at least?
I could see that even when people were mad at the end of the first half with the timeout when you were like, well, the Giants are still in position to do this, and then the Cowboys ended up getting the ball back with just a couple of seconds, but still you're like, well, maybe that was the right decision after all.
Mike, this has a lot of layers to it, this question specifically, because I don't know what Mike McCarthy does, honestly, other than guidance. He's like, I trust Dan Quinn to do his job. Oh, wow, he's doing a badass job at that. Kellen Moore, all right, we got to work on some. Maybe they have conversations. Maybe he's helping grow Kellen Moore, because Kellen Moore looked really good at play calling last night. The play calling was really effective.
Do you think Mike McCarthy's helped out with that when he said he needed to help, like after the first game?
I think maybe. But, everybody tells us they have those conversations anyway, so I don't know. But I am kind of curious down the road when Dak does come back. Do they say, well, now we can go back to doing all the stuff we were doing with Dak before? Or do they say, hey, this play calling was effective. let's do the same thing that we were doing and just dumb it down for Dak a little
Last
bit.
question. We're out of time just for Corey. I know Kevin's answer is already just one layer. Cheese. You mentioned layers to it.
Yes.
If you are having like a Mexican dip with layers, how many layers do you want in that dip?
Beans, guacamole, salsa, sour cream, cheese. You can leave the olives off. Do chives go on there?
Okay,
So
6.
that's 6. So that would be the 6 out of 7 layer dip. So 6 would be good for me, but you can put the olives on for people who like it.
It's weird that they put black olives on a Mexican dip, right?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
If it makes a difference, it'll probably make you even madder. I like
layer
black
queso,
olives.
I could go with that
Really?
too.
Yeah.
But do you like green olives?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm a weird person.
You're an enigma, Kevin.
Yeah, I know. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah,
Coming
it's a
up
very
next.
simple question.
I
You
know.
had to just
and it was
break
not
it.
my question either.
Gosh.
I apologize. Forgiveness Friday.
I'm glad you answered. I didn't know. He's a 2-layer dip guy. He wants
Cheese and olives.
Cheese and olives.
I got a story about a salad I built. I'll tell you off air. Coming up next,
salad?
in honor of Keith Hernandez. Have you ever suffered a bad injury while just doing regular stuff? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right. If you're an adventure.
KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We are, of course, continuing to celebrate the Cowboys' 23-16 victory over the Giants. But wanted to have a little bit of fun here and ask, have you ever suffered a bad injury while just doing regular stuff? And this is an
like
honor.
Rooting for the Cowboys?
Actually,
in the middle
yes.
of the game? That's
Holy
happened,
Grammatica.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is Keith Hernandez is one of the commentators for the Mets. He's going to miss the rest of the regular season because while he was walking around, he tripped, fell on a curb, and tore a tendon in his shoulder. So he's just walking, tripped, fell, tore a tendon.
In his shoulder?
In his shoulder.
So this had to be from like trying to brace his fall,
I
right?
think that is exactly right. And
Didn't
so
Jeff Fry like injure his knee, like stepping off a curb once too?
But at least he never did it with one of those ridiculous weird tube hitting things or whatever the hell we were looking at this morning. So immediately we got a text from one of our card shop buddies. I don't know if he wants to be identified. He goes, "You might recall I tore my bicep last year picking up my dog to put her in my truck after she had surgery."
Tore a bicep picking up a dog?
I remember that.
Big dog?
It's like pretty
Pomeranian?
big.
Okay.
No. It's not like that. So,
Doberman?
Our question is, have you ever injured yourself just doing a regular thing? And this might turn into the Jessica Hageland segment.
Oh, you about to put your wife on blast?
I didn't know her name was
she's
Jessica.
the one.
Drummond.
Yes,
Thought it was just
she's
Jess.
the one
Nee Drummond.
who told me all this stuff. And I was like, I looked at her and I go, "Yeah, this has happened to you, right?" And she goes, "Yeah, if you need to." All right. So here is her list of injuries doing regular stuff. She broke her toes at her house once trying
Plural?
to jump over a box.
Toes?
Her toes.
She like curl her toes when she landed.
Was she just playing a game, jump over the box?
She thought it'd be funny to jump over a box and then broke her toes.
I was joking when I said that.
No,
And
that is actually what happened. And then she has a 3-inch scar on her knee still to this day, walking in her parents' garage because the license plate was bent. And when she just walked around the car, and then she picked up the phone too fast once at work and gave herself a black eye.
Hey, yo.
So these are concerning things that have happened to my wife. We just told you about Keith Hernandez, just told you about one of our card shop buddies. By the way, unrelated, you should go check out RJ Duke Sports in McKinney.
You ever play the game where you put your finger out and then somebody's turned around the other way and you call their name and they turn around and it hits them in the face or something?
Yes.
Okay, so when Adrian and I started
Done the
dating,
pull my finger thing.
Yeah, that too. When Adrian and I started dating, I did that to her. And I said, Adrian, and she turned around and it busted her lip and she was bleeding everywhere and people were very concerned about our relationship.
Oh, yeah, because they
were like,
oh,
"Ooh,
no.
we need to know about this." She got me
Yeah.
one time too, so it hurt.
From the 214, hey guys, I did the same thing a couple weeks ago. I turned around in my kitchen and my dog was right at my feet. I tripped over my dog, braced my fall, and I tore something. It turned out I didn't. I thought I got a concussion once because I didn't realize that the hatchback on a van or SUV was open.
Oh, the gate?
Yeah. And so I turned and like, bam, I turned right into it and went down and I was like, holy crap, because I was walking quickly and turned right into it. And that was unfortunate, but I think it was okay.
I didn't think any of these would terrify me, but we got one from the 940 that terrifies me.
Getting a lot.
I have a 20-pound weighted blanket, tore my meniscus in my knee while asleep.
Oh, no, because of the weighted blanket?
I had been thinking about the possibility of getting a weighted blanket, and now no thank you.
Reggie, you're fine. Once you hit about 40 is when your body starts doing stupid things.
Dude, with the weighted blanket thing, though, it's nice whenever you're under it for a while. And then you're like, I can't get up because I'm under this weighted blanket. It's too heavy to move off my body. So I'm just going to continue to lay here. It is a nice thing. Adrian cut her fingertip off
What?
Cutting a loaf of bread. We had some sourdough bread that our friends had brought over to us, and she got the serrated knife out.
Like Lance Armstrong. You remember that? You hate him so much.
I do.
Did you watch that thing
He's a
where he's
piece of
talking
trash.
about, and then he accidentally
cuts his
sliced part
finger
of his
because he's
finger?
thinking about doing steroids again or something.
Yeah. Anyway, she cut the tip of her finger off, and it bled everywhere. And she's just cutting bread, making a sandwich.
That's probably. I mean, that is horrifying. That's probably not. That's probably not why he cut his finger.
She was
But
in so much pain.
From the 817, I knocked my front tooth out walking up my stairs. And
how you tripped? It's like I didn't even know. Did something hit you? Like did the
I hope
the
so,
attic?
or else what the hell? Do they have those like some kind of weird was it MC Escher stairs? And they're like, no, I was walking down the upstairs and it got really confusing. From the 817, dislocated my shoulder closing my car door, not slamming, just closing. And I think that speaks to Mike's point about you wish there was a cool story for some of these things, and you're like, how did you hurt yourself? And they're like, I don't know.
I know that we provide a safe space, but I wonder, for all the people texting in with like the real stories, do you have a fake story that you tell people to make it like more palatable?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I have a friend who has a scar.
So this is Corey then.
Do I have a scar on my face, Reginald?
I don't know.
It goes from right above his eyebrow all the way down to his cheek. He looks like a villain in a Bond movie, all right?
Or The Wire.
And we would always tell people, because he was in the Air Force, we would always tell people that he clipped the wing of an airplane.
Oh my gosh!
Or there's like multiple stories.
I know who this is.
One day he was I think you met him, yeah.
Chad Hennings.
No, different guy. But he was in the Air Force. He had to jump out of an airplane. We would say that.
Yeah.
We would also say that like a big dog attacked him. When in all actuality, they were trying to put an air conditioner up in the attic, and it slipped out of his hands and hit him in the face. But the other story is much cooler.
So this is all in honor of Keith Hernandez, who tore a tendon in his shoulder trying to brace his fall from tripping over a curb and will now miss the rest of the regular season commentating for the Mets. All right, here's a bunch. From the 817, my back locked up while I was washing my hair in the shower. I had to lay in bed for 2 weeks. From another 817, I tore my rotator cuff sleeping wrong. And then somebody said...
Tore it sleeping wrong?
Yeah. That's why you got to get the sleep number, right? And I missed it now because they're moving, but somebody said they hurt themselves opening a can of jalapenos.
Oh, I did cut my finger open in Oxnard.
What?
Yeah, I had a can of like Frito bean dip, and I kind of ran my finger along the inside of the can, and it's like
because you needed to get all of the bean residue. What's the matter with you?
Use a spoon?
Yeah, no, you can't use a spoon to get those little pieces off the edge. I get what he's saying.
They had spoons in that hotel.
Bean dip is great.
It is, and it was the spicy bean dip too.
And fingers do get the rest of it way more than utensils.
Do you just leave the pudding in the bowl? Like, do you just leave the pudding, like the little scraps that your spoon can't get to, or do you take your finger and run it through there, get some whipped cream?
I don't know. That is a question I'll have to ponder.
Also, there is some banana pudding in the refrigerator right now, and Mike really wants to eat it. Yeah, are we doing this later?
But I'm afraid it might be somebody's, and I've already put a FU note on the fridge.
You did.
For
You
taking
did.
My energy bars, like my protein bars. So I'm thinking, gosh, it is somewhat communal because it was brought up here by the barbecue. Terry Black's barbecue. But what if somebody saved that for
they should have taken it to the house.
Well,
or put some markings on
I know.
there.
They should put their name on there, right? Because I'm
Was your name on your stuff?
No.
Well, I'm just saying.
I know. That's why I decided not to take the banana pudding, because what if somebody from the afternoon show is saving it?
I feel like there's a distinction here, though. You brought it from the house. Like, that's different. Like,
I bought it, right? This is communal. This wasn't bought. It was given.
You make an interesting point.
I typically do.
877-881-1053. If you want to help Mike figure this out one way or another, man, there are a lot more. From the 903, I squatted down and tore my meniscus. From the 682, I sneezed and threw my back out.
Oh, yeah.
And from the 214, this is like because you thought maybe you had a shot. I was closing my trunk while looking at a really pretty woman, and I hit myself in the face and busted my lip open.
No.
That's unfortunate. You lost sight of what you were doing. It's probably happened to the best of us.
One of the first times that I ever
and definitely the worst
realized and knew how much it hurts as a boy or a man
Yes.
to get hit in your privates.
Yes.
I was pretending I was Herschel Walker scoring a touchdown in my front yard and decided, and Herschel never did this, but I was pretending I was Herschel Walker, and I jumped up and spread eagle and spiked that ball in between my legs, and the nose of the ball came up and hit. It was like in second grade. And that's
We've all done that.
I remember sitting on the curb for like 2 to 5 minutes, like in pain. And, it feels like, for some reason, it feels like your privates go into your throat somehow. And I don't know why that is part of the process of that pain, of just the hurtness of it. And like, I feel like I'm going to throw up, and it feels like something's in my throat now.
And nobody's really willing to help you either. Like, it's like,
what are you
happened?
supposed to do? You can't, like...
I was by myself. I was playing like a pretend football game by myself. So I can remember as a kid, like, that was my first moment of, man, getting hit in that area really hurts.
So we got someone on the Twitch chat that said they hurt their back taking down their Christmas tree in 2018. Thank you for the specificity. Ended up having micro discectomy surgery 3 months later.
Easy for you to say.
Oh my gosh.
I had my second back surgery because I was laying sod at my wife's office. And then my
Was
back.
that a euphemism?
Come on, Reggie.
I thought
It's a question.
and then my back was feeling tight the next morning. I was like, oh, it'll be good. And then the next day I couldn't walk. And then I went to Dr. Evan, and he's like, yeah, guess what? You need your second back surgery.
Ugh.
I've had multiple people say that they've also cut their finger open on the bean dip can.
Okay, and so that's more relatable. This one...
Is that like a suit? Do y'all have like a class action?
Frito-Lay is going down from the two.
You should sue him.
My finger's never going to be the same.
Make sure to cut your whole finger off, though, next time.
Oh, my
You'll
God.
get way more money.
Don't do that. From the 214, I was using a broom to get toilet paper out of a tree when I was a teenager after someone wrapped my house. I was reaching really high to the point where the end of the broom was at my fingertips. The broom slipped and went straight into my forehead, and the end cap of the broom had fallen off, and the metal end left a moon-shaped scar on my head.
Oh.
That
I thought they were going to say
terrible.
The broom slipped and it went down and hit them in the mouth and went into their throat, and they were like,
oh my
You
gosh!
know how terrifying that would be?
I cracked a rib sneezing. Pretty sure that's what happened to
Justin Herbert.
Yeah. I'm kidding.
Got a shoulder into the ribs, man.
I'm kidding.
It wasn't that bad.
But that's the thing. Like, sometimes you never know what the hit's going to be that really hurts you. Like, my initial thought about that Tua hit was, it looks like he just kind of sort of shoved him a little bit and he went to the ground, and it didn't look that bad. But then when I went back and, like, you saw his head kind of whiplashed back up against the ground, and it looked like he might have had a concussion, even though the Dolphins were like, no, he passed concussion protocol. Don't worry about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Cowboys win, plus the most bizarre streak in the NFL is finally broken. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Shane Mullen with Mullen.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Rush under center with a back behind him. Play action fake. Throwing deep middle. Caught. Sliding catch over the middle. At the New York 48, C.D. Lamb. His fifth catch. 16 yards.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, where the Cowboys are victorious 23-16. We are trying to track down those soccer rumors with no success just quite yet. And now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And we start with, well, the Cowboys won, and we're pumped about that, but an unfortunate outcome along the way, which I feel like he might have known this was going to be the case. Sterling Shepard tore his ACL, which when you saw the route, you saw the non-contact injury. I hope that's for his dip and not for the Sterling Shepard. Okay.
No.
This is pretty incredible.
Former Sooner Sterling Shepard? No, man, I don't wish any injury upon him. He's already struggled throughout most of his career.
So he tore his ACL. He will be out for the rest of the year. Let's go to concussion protocol, where Minkah Fitzpatrick is in it and Tua is not, if you were to believe what the team says. So Minkah Fitzpatrick is going through the concussion protocol. However, Mike McDaniel said that Tua passed his concussion test, was no longer in concussion protocol, but then said he's not sure if he'll play on Thursday because of his back and his ankle. But he was very clear
that he passed the concussion test.
But if he doesn't,
why was he even taking one?
Yeah, that's a great question. And also,
just to be safe.
I know, to be safe, and also
after every play they make people take concussion protocol tests.
Dude, they're CYAing for sure, because they're not saying that he might miss Thursday because of that. They're like, no. I know he fell down and he needed people to help him back up, but that was because of his back.
He also needed, he needed help walking across the field.
Yeah,
too.
that's what happens.
They probably made DeMarcus Lawrence last night take a concussion test after his foot was hurt. That's why he went back to the locker room.
So they're saying if Tua misses Thursday's game, don't get confused, it's because of his back and his ankle, not because any wrongdoings with a concussion protocol.
I don't believe that.
I probably don't either.
But they can say it. They can say whatever they want. I don't believe it. I can make up my own mind. I'm an old man now.
Man, it sounds like you're going to fit in great into our modern society.
I'm a man. I can make my own decisions.
I don't believe any of your facts or information. I will decide what is true and what is not.
Time's not real.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't. Okay. Let's go from that to. Don't start.
Layers.
I know. I appreciate it, Mike. I do. Is Myles Garrett. He was released from the hospital, but scary situation for him to be certain. He was hospitalized after non-life-threatening injuries sustained in a rollover crash. He said he was trying to avoid an animal on the road. And I know...
Man, this is scary.
Yeah, and that's always dicey. And look, I'm not saying this at all, Corey, but when you go into the believe what you want to believe, you know damn well that there are going to be some people out there who are not going to believe that. But I bet we have a ton of listeners right now who are like, yeah, no, I've had a run-in with an animal on the road.
Yeah, his car flipped multiple times.
Yeah.
And I've had a situation where I've been like, and there are a lot of people out there that are like, hey, your life more important than that squirrel, and And I know a deer
Sure.
can do a lot of damage. But man, that is definitely scary for him to be in any wreck is scary.
Yeah.
To be in a wreck where your car flips multiple times, that's terrifying.
Are you ready for an update on the most amazing statistic that exists in all of the NFL?
Sure.
Yes.
All right, great. Since the start,
If we just said no, what would he have done?
Yeah.
I'd have been really sad. I really would have.
Next time.
Since the start of 2021, the Dolphins were 11-0 against teams whose opposing quarterback had an O in their last name, and 0-9 against teams whose starting quarterback did not have an O
The weird stat.
in their last name. However, that streak is now broken as they defeated Buffalo and the mighty Josh Allen. Now, if it was Josh Olin, then it would have just fallen right back in line.
How is RJ Ochoa involved with this stat? Because I know it's his doing.
He's not complaining about the Cowboys, so not as far as I'm aware. I saw it from WTF Stats and Peyton Bennett. So that I'm not sure about. But yes, an amazing stat right there that they have broken. All right, let's go from that to, you asked earlier about the concern level for the Patriots is high ankle sprain for Mac Jones. There's some thought that he might need surgery, but at the least he could miss multiple games.
Dang, that stinks for him.
It does.
It's great for Brian Hoyer.
Oh, yeah.
Gets his chance to be Bill Belichick's next, hey, we'll flip you for 2 second-round picks.
Oh, my God.
Right?
Surely we're at the end of people being rope-a-doped by that, right?
Also, haven't we already done this with Brian Hoyer?
Yeah. It
Do it
didn't work
again.
then.
Let's see
What
if
makes
it'll
you
be
think it's
better.
going to work now?
This is a great opportunity.
All right, the NFL is a parity league. We talk about it all the time, but you might have heard the stat yesterday. 18 games through the first 3 weeks have been decided by 3 points or less. That is an NFL record.
Really?
Yep.
Man.
I mean, 6 games a week?
Good or bad for Vegas at this point?
I mean,
everything's always good for Vegas.
Well, and it's one of the reasons it's been great for Vegas is historically people like to bet the over. All right, people like to bet the favorites and they like to bet the over. The unders have cashed at a great rate thus far this year. So you know what? Maybe everything is great.
I'm going to go look at Vegas's income. We'll see how this works.
I would really like to know how you put that together. All right, the Chiefs went ahead and released their kicker, Matt Amendola, because of course they did, after he missed a field goal and an extra point.
Wait, is Butker healthy now?
You guessed it, 3-point loss to the Colts. No, they're going to seek out, I didn't see if they signed somebody else new yet, but they're going to seek out another kicker. So they did not cut him just because of Butker. They were like, no, this isn't working. So we got to move on. Let's go from that to drone sightings. Did you see or hear that the Falcons-Seahawks game was briefly put on hold, not because of lack of interest, but because there was a drone flying near the stadium, and they're like, can't have that. Gotta shut it down.
Not unlicensed. I can't remember the word they used during the broadcast, but they kept saying like it wasn't
it's not
supposed
NFL.
to be there.
Yeah,
it wasn't supposed to be there, but there it is. Was it Trevor Bauer? Didn't he cut his hand open on a drone or something?
Yeah. There was other things after that, but yeah.
Hey, who's flying a drone around that stadium? Why? Why are you doing that?
Maybe you're just a flying enthusiast.
I will say this: I've never been able to fly a drone correctly.
Oh!
Every time it
falls.
Avery's it'll fall or fly off, and I'm like, where did it go?
What do you mean it flew
just flies
off?
off? It gets out of range of the remote. And then it just makes its own choices.
They become
there.
sentient because they're like,
What?
"Cole's not doing anything about this."
How much did this drone cost?
Maybe $110, I think.
You gotta get the $1,000 drone.
Oh man, I don't have $1,000.
How much would you spend on a drone?
$110 is about
That's
as
your
much.
max?
Yeah, that's about it for me right now.
Mike, do you know anybody, or are you a drone guy where they would spend
I'm
like
not a drone
multiple
guy. I bet
thousands of
Derek
dollars?
Collins a drone guy.
I bet he has a drone. Flies around the golf course.
I know he's a drone guy because I think he has a drone thing.
He likes
like
bees.
Yeah, that he.
In his fish tanks.
No, not his fish tank. But I think he's done drone work on his like Instagram or whatever.
Huh. He's done drone work. All right.
Well, like the video, and then you're like, that had to come from a drone. He can't jump that high.
Okay. That is a fair point. All right. Do you want to go to Lawrence Taylor or Lamar Jackson?
LT, baby. Talking about our guy Micah. Is that right?
No. He's talking about our guy, Joe Montana. When asked about if Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, he said, no, he is not even the best quarterback. They say he's the greatest quarterback of all time. I don't think so. He's not better than Joe Montana. And then somebody asked, who's the greatest of all time? And he said, well, I am the greatest of all time, which I appreciate.
Yeah. All right, so I this might be a longer discussion at some point.
Okay.
But Tom Brady, like, he throws iPads and he gets mad about things and he's like very Joe Montana, I don't remember him.
Because he was Joe Cool.
All I know is the story of hey, there's John Candy. Like,
Right.
that's it.
Right.
Is there a book I need to read on like the competitive nature of Joe Montana that I don't know about? But this guy was this intense, but it just never showed up, or was he just easy going?
I watched this series on Peacock, Under Pressure, where they played that Queen and Bowie song, like, I'm not kidding you, at least 20 times.
Fine, I'll listen.
And it just seemed like he just never thought they were going to lose, because they went back to like the Notre Dame Cotton Bowl, all kinds of other things, and he's like, no, I just thought we'll win.
So he's just an easygoing guy, and things just went right for
ultra
him.
competitive,
Okay.
but like in a different way.
Like,
He was
you have
like,
the story
no, we're
on
gonna
Tony
win.
Romo. He's like, yeah, he'll flip dollars on whether or not that roach is going to get across the room before somebody steps. You know, like
Yeah.
he's one of the Michael Jordan will throw
Yeah.
quarters with you.
Right.
Was Joe Montana like, oh, I'll show you. I'll
It
make
sounds
this
like he's
putt.
competitive in terms of give me the ball, and I'll be competitive.
Okay, all right.
And then for Lamar Jackson, I just thought this was a neat stat, along with the fact that the Broncos hired somebody to help them coach. Just in case you're ever curious if Nathaniel Hackett was like too far over his head, he absolutely hired someone as a senior assistant to help with game day decisions. And I was like, I thought that was like what your job was. But Lamar Jackson, first player in the Super Bowl era with 10-plus touchdown passes and 100-plus rushing yards through the first 3 games of the season. Never happened in the history of the NFL for people who say he can't throw the ball.
Is that good?
Yes,
Okay.
that's very good. He has 10 touchdown passes already. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's further celebrate this Cowboys victory with our Executive Vice President, Stephen Jones. He'll tell us how things need to get better next right here on The Fan.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. We talk with Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
I want you to be really honest here. How much more do you look forward to these interviews after a victory than a loss?
About 110%. So.
All right, fantastic. And I know there's a lot to talk about from the game that's ultra positive. I have a bigger picture question real quick. Do you guys feel comfortable, or do you think the team feels comfortable that this upcoming week Schultz and Gallup can go and they'll be good to go going forward?
Well, that's certainly hopeful. I mean, we were, thinking both of them might have had a shot last week, but, we got to see how the week plays out, but we're certainly optimistic, as well as Connor McGovern.
And does Connor McGovern then, I guess, let's just say if he were good to go, does he instantly go back to left guard, or does he rotate with Jason Peters? What would be the thought process there?
Well, that's what the coaches will work out this week. I don't want to get ahead of it, and we'll see, see how this week plays out. But I think he's got a chance to be in the picture as well, which just should solidify our offensive line play. I thought Jason Peters did some nice work in there at left guard, and I thought Farniak did well as well. So I just think it's good to continue to get this depth as you see across the league. Not everybody's fortunate enough to have that. I think our offensive line's really coming together as a group and really doing a nice job.
Steven, I'm very interested in this defense. They were phenomenal last night, and it looks like I used this example this morning. It looks like you've given a guy a garage full of every tool he could possibly ask for, and Dan Quinn has that. And it looks like he knows how to do. Is there anything that's missing from this defense that you'd like to add, or is it pretty much we got Dan Quinn everything he needs?
Well, I mean, you can always look to get better. I don't ever want to dismiss that, but certainly we've got a good group of men that, Dan's certainly done a great job of being able to verbalize and really help us as an organization understand what he's trying to get accomplished, and in particular our personnel department with Will and Jerry and myself and his scouts. I just, Dan's done a great job of, really helping us know who he wants and what he needs. And, I do think we've got a good group. I not only think we got, good frontline players, but we've got great depth. And certainly that helps when you're in the fourth quarter and you're able to keep people fresh and come in late in the game when you need it the most, as we saw last night. I thought we had some of our best pressures there at the end of the game, when the Giants were trying to make a comeback. So I do feel like, Dan's got a great group of men over there. The play style is great. I think, certainly we're getting better and better each week.
On the offensive front, I know you mentioned already, we'll see about the progress of Schultz. I was kind of curious what you thought about the play of Hendershot and Ferguson in their stead last night.
Yeah, my hat's off to those young guys. They've come in. First of all, they made a statement by making the team. We're going with 2 rookie tight ends as part of the 3. Another young one in McKeon, who's on our practice squad, who came up and did a nice job for us last night. But I do think Ferguson and Hendershot both are guys, as we saw last night, that can come in, and the game's not too big for them, and make plays. So, it'd be great to get Schultz back. I mean, he's the leader in that room. He's one of the leaders on our offense. It'd be great to have him back. But at the same time, it was great to see, those 3 young guys step up last night and give us production at that spot.
Where have you been most impressed with Cooper Rush starting these 2 games?
I just think, one is his leadership. He's got the confidence of the team. I think 2 is getting the team in rhythm. I think 3 is, his knowledge of the offense and knowing where to go with the ball and how quick he gets the ball out. I think last night we came away with basically, I don't think they got a sack. Correct me if I'm wrong. And I don't think they had that many pressures either. So it was, but I think part of that's hats off to Cooper as well. I mean, we all want to start by giving credit to the offensive line. They pay their guys too, and I thought the offensive line did a great job, but it's really nice when you got a quarterback back there who knows right where to go with the ball and gets it out in a timely fashion.
Noah Brown, I've been, I think I told Kevin this earlier, I've been unnecessarily a Noah Brown guy for a while because he didn't have a lot of stats to go along with it. He didn't have a lot of opportunities, but here he is in the last few games here showing that he's been prepared for that moment. What's been the thing maybe that's been holding him back from getting this opportunity? And then where do you look at him right now and go, man, how much he's helping this team?
One of my themes has been, and our themes has been, is give people opportunities, give people a chance, and see what might happen. And he reminds me a little bit of Miles Austin in terms of Miles being a great special teams player around here. Certainly Noah was. Miles did a lot of the dirty work, blocking, digging people out, in the run game. And then boy Austin got his chance in Kansas City, and the rest was history. And I think that's true for Noah. I think, it's not any different than Tyler Smith getting an opportunity to go play left tackle. I mean, he certainly answered the bell. It's not any different to watch CD progress now. And, after a tough drop there, I mean, what a response. I mean, he came back and, played elite football in my mind after, had the disappointing drop there. And certainly I think I think CD was looking for that end zone before he caught the ball. And, I think you just give some of these athletes that, are willing to be football players and do the dirty work and play special teams and give them an opportunity. And it's amazing how guys like this can thrive. Brock Marion's another one that comes to mind that just came in as a special teams player, a punt blocker, and then he got a chance to play safety and became a Pro Bowl safety. So, some of these guys, they're just football players. They're willing to do what it takes. The other things on Noah's list is, he's overcome some injuries, and he didn't let that deter him. A lot of guys, unfortunately don't get through those type of situations, and they retire and move on to other things in life. But, I think Noah's the ultimate example of a guy who's done everything the right way, and it's paying off for him.
Do you feel that way at all? I know these are totally different players, but there's every now and again I kind of feel that way about Leighton Vander Esch, who's been written off maybe a couple of different times in his career, maybe even last season at the beginning of the season. What have you thought about his play maybe in the second half of last season and then to start this year?
Well, I mean, hats off. I agree with you. I mean, I think the hardest thing about Leighton, too, is Leighton started off on top of the world. I mean, he came in here as a rookie Pro Bowler, I actually think, and everybody had him, him and Jalen as the top two young linebackers in our league. And then both of them, Leighton in particular, went through an injury situation there, and he was able to overcome it. And, he had some disappointments, I know, in free agency. And I know he knows how much we think of him and vice versa, and decided to come back here and, play a prove-it-out deal on a one-year deal. And, he's just been outstanding for us.
So Dak hinted yesterday to a couple of the media members that he could play against the Washington Commanders. If Dak on Friday or Saturday says, I'm ready to go, I want to start, who stops him?
Well, I just think that's something that, you come to a consensus on something like that. I mean, you got to love the competitive nature. That's what everybody in this organization loves about Dak. Never want to underestimate him. You never certainly want to second guess. I mean, this guy's a competitor. He certainly wants to be in there helping this football team. But I know between, I think we got one of the best training staffs in the NFL, and Britt Brown in terms of the rehab, and Jim Maurer. I know the coaching staff is going to certainly do what's in Dak's best interest. I mean, there's that old saying, sometimes you got to protect a person from himself. And, this is probably going to be one of those that we got to make sure that, he's not pushing the envelope, because we all know, Dak would, probably push the issue probably to a point of detriment if we don't stay on top of it. But I'm confident the organization will make a great decision here in terms of timing of when Dak's ready to return to play.
Can I at least pencil him down, with all that being said, as out for Sunday then?
As I said, they're going to work through that this week. And it'll be, we got really smart people we'll all be looking at how he does, how he feels, and what we think is in the best interest of Dak.
What do you feel like Dak does better than Cooper Rush?
I think he's let's start with the fact that he's the quarterback on this team. I mean, the whole team looks to him for leadership. You can see he's the ringleader down there, in terms of, really fired up about when this team has success, whether it's Cooper or anyone else on this team. The other thing, obviously, I think Dak's, mobility-wise, he's a better athlete. And then, just experience. I mean, Dak's been around, seen it, won playoff games, won a lot of football games, had a lot of success. So Cooper, take nothing away from Cooper. I mean, the run he's had here going back to Minnesota last year and winning these two, tough football games against a Super Bowl team last year in the Bengals, and then a team that was, came in at home 2-0 and playing good football. So, I think a lot of people were questioning, had we taken care of this backup quarterback situation the right way? And, certainly this team has a lot of confidence in Cooper, and he's certainly shown that he deserves that.
Did you think those questions were fair at all, though, given that the team had exposed Cooper Rush to being picked up by other teams at a couple of different points?
I think one thing to be clear here on being exposed to being picked up. I mean, he couldn't have been claimed. He was a veteran. He got to choose where he wanted to be, where he wanted to play, and certainly, he was. We know he loves playing in Dallas, loves the situation that he's in, and certainly, he was a free agent last year, and we were able to get him, and so it was something that we were confident in, but, certainly had a team been sitting out there with a lot of money, he had to consider that. But we felt good about that situation, and certainly I don't know that he's going to be exposed again in terms of just anything, but I know he's not going to be exposed. And so in terms of a team maybe wanting to set up out there and offer him, quite a bit of money, but we're just fortunate to have him. I like our quarterback situation. I like Will Greer behind Cooper. As we all know, Will was having a great camp as well and was pushing Cooper for that second spot. So I think we've got like a lot of positions on this football team, and this team's getting healthier. We're bringing guys back. Curse is not too far away. We mentioned the other guys. So I think we've got a good situation here with some good depth, with some good young players that should get better each week.
Stephen Jones joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan after a Cowboys victory. And Cooper Rush did have -2 rushing yards last night. But
Stop it.
Your running back balance was fantastic. Tony Pollard and Ezekiel Elliott. What were your thoughts on going into the game and how they executed there?
Well, I just think they're a great complement to one another. They're a great tandem. They support each other. They're competitive. They want the ball. I think last night's just a prime example of what they can do with Zeke's physicality, with Pollard's juice. I still say we can't get Pollard enough times the ball in space. I know he didn't have any receptions, but, he's certainly capable of that as well in the right situations. But it turned out we took advantage. I thought Kellen was outstanding with his game plan and his play calling, and it worked out. We left some things on the board out there, in terms of having some opportunities maybe to do some things even better than it turned out in the game. And I thought that was a tough one on the pass interference call that wasn't called. But I know we got our share of calls as well. So those things work themselves out. And I do think the drop, with CD, I think it motivated him. And I think it's as tough as he was on himself for not catching that one, I think he came back and made it up in spades. So I do think we can get better as a football team. And I think we will. I think we're one of the youngest teams. I don't have the exact stats right here in front of me, but we're one of the younger teams. And it was mentioned last night, we're a homegrown team as well. Most of this team is made up of players that, as an organization, that we either drafted or brought in through college free agency, and guys that have grown here. And then we've got a lot of young guys who are on the come as well. So I think this team should get better week in and week out.
So, Stephen, I know last night was awesome for the Jones family. Can you give us your thoughts on Saturday night at AT&T Stadium and how tough it was for maybe your dad right there, where if that field goal gets in there, he's handing a trophy off to Arkansas instead he has to give it to A&M?
Maybe.
Well, it's tough on all three of us. Obviously, Jerry lead the pack, but because he actually passed the trophy to the Aggies, and it was an amazing game, a hard-fought game. I thought the Aggies played well and took advantage of some mistakes the Razorbacks made. But it was close to being a lot of fun, not only for Jerry, but for myself and John Stephen, who just finished his career up there. And, we were certainly, as we all do, as alumni of our school, we root for our school, but also want to be very complimentary of A&M and the team they have. They've got a really good young team, and know they're going to, down the home stretch, I know they're going to have a great year, and hopefully our Hogs will as well.
Now, the last thing I got for you a couple weeks ago, you specifically told us not to panic, and that was clearly wise advice.
It was very wise.
After 2 straight wins, I'm assuming I know the answer, but the organization, you view this Cowboys team as a playoff contender, yes? Or a division contender even?
Well, we certainly our thoughts, and I think Jerry was clear. We have championship thoughts, and it all starts with having a good football team during the season, and getting into the tournament. But we've got a lot of work to do. As I said, we're very young. We have to get better week in and week out. I do think we're getting healthier, and I do think we will get better. But there's a lot of wood to chop, a lot of work to do. Just as I said a couple weeks ago, don't panic. The last thing we need to do is rest on the fact that we won 2 games in a row. This team has to continue to get better, and I certainly think we can do that.
Excellent. Appreciate every week with you. We'll catch up with you this next Monday.
Thanks a lot, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of interesting injury updates. He's like, look, I hear what you're saying, but maybe we can't 100% rule out Dak. But McGovern's coming back. Sounds like they feel good about Gallup and Schultz again, so we will see on that. Coming up next, though, what is your confidence level in Cooper Rush? We asked Jerry, Steven, fans, what's your confidence level in Cooper Rush? We'll do it next as part of the Lunch Rush right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All day.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Mullen & Mullen Law Firm.
Pollard motion, circles back left, Rush with a play fake to Elliott, throws a deep ball to the left side, Lamb 15-10, bulls his way to the 1-yard line. Not dropping that one. I saw it, remember that other one? And not dropping this one.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. The Cowboys are victorious 23-16, 877-881-1053. Our question is, what is your confidence level in Cooper Rush?
Million.
We just asked, you know what? So we'll rename this the Cooper Rush for the day.
I like it.
Instead of the lunch rush as part of the expressway, today it's the Cooper Rush. So what is your confidence level in Cooper Rush? And I saw somebody immediately say a 6, just like it was with Dak. And that's one of the things that we've been kicking around is like, not just to start a quarterback controversy, but to get the specifics of why that wouldn't happen or why maybe when you reevaluate, you think it should happen. That was the question to Steven about what Dak does better. The biggest thing is like, I know Dak can survive an NFL season, like for better or worse. And I know there'll be some ups and downs. For Cooper Rush, it's been amazing, but it's been 3 games. And I think the most points they've still scored is 23, right? And that was yesterday. So
nobody scored 23 against the Cowboys, though.
Oh, man, because our defense is awesome. So that's just my concern is how will that evolve for games for the whole season for whatever?
Quick question. I saw somebody on Twitter. I think they tweeted Sean and me this morning and said, if Dak plays that game, Cowboys score 40 last night. Do you believe in these 2 games that the Cowboys – if Dak was quarterbacking against Cincinnati and quarterbacking against the Giants, since you said they only scored 20 and 23, how many points do you think they would have put up if Dak would have played those 2 games?
Yeah, and that's the thing about...
That's a tough question, man.
And that's the thing about Dak destroys the NFC East. And so I get it last night more than I do for the Bengals game. And like,
so how many points did they put up last
35. Night? Probably something like that. And so that's a big bit of difference. But if you're Cooper Rush, wouldn't your argument be, hey, I'm a CD and a Tolbert drop away from maybe being in that vicinity?
Yeah.
But we've seen that Dak can feast on the NFC East.
Yeah, that is a very difficult question to answer, especially considering, Mike, the first game we saw of Dak this year was miserable.
Awful.
And then, but you look back at the history of Dak against the NFC teams. Let's see what the history of him against New York Giants is too. And I know this is the new Brian Dable era, but I don't know how quickly Dak could turn around from week 1. I feel like after a week 1 miserable outing, things would have been very different in week 2 and then in week 3 as well. But I think that Dak would have done pretty well. Probably, I could see the 30-point range too. But I'm also. Man, I got a lot of curiosity when it comes to Noah Brown and Dak's trust in Noah Brown.
That's a great point.
As Mickey said this morning, he and Cooper Rush have a connection because we saw them do a lot of work together in camp. And I did see Noah Brown make some good catches from Dak in camp also, but I just don't know what the trust level is. I'm going to put it in your hands. You're going to catch it.
And I would be really excited to see what happens going into the Commanders game if Schultz and Gallup are both good to go. I know Steven's like, oh, it's really earlier in the week. We'll see that. But then he did, to be fair, also say, we kind of thought they would be good to go for this week. So I would be really intrigued. Cooper Rush goes out there. Schultz is healthy. Gallup's healthy. CeeDee's not dropping the ball. Tolbert's not dropping the ball. You have that rapport that you talked about with Noah Brown. I don't ever want it to say that evolution only happens with the defense. I think that's always unfair. Who's to say that Cooper Rush can't figure out more about himself as a player going forward? He could get better too.
He seems very calm, very poised. Like that's the thing that there are times when he throws that I'm like, did he just throw off his back foot and back up as he threw a deep ball? It was weird, but he still connects on it. There were a couple moments last night, Kevin, that I think that the referees really want back. And that was one. I mean, both of them, weren't they both harassing Noah Brown, one in the end zone and then one. There was in the second one, Kevin, late in the game, Noah Brown's got his hands up. Like, where is the flag?
Right.
Cooper Rush has got his hands up. Mike McCarthy and Kellen Moore both have their hands up, and you can see Kellen Moore. You can read his lips. He goes, "What was he looking at?" Speaking of the referee, and the referee comes to the sideline, and he looks at him and goes, "What were you even looking at?" And you could tell they were just like, how do you miss those calls that blatant?
I thought that part was hilarious because Troy Aikman is just chuckling, and he goes, I mean, I guess I'll turn it over. And the rules expert is like, yeah, that was pass interference.
It's pretty clear.
Like, it took a half a second because they were just, yucking it up. But like
that could be two touchdowns right there.
No, absolutely. It's just I want to. That's why I wanted to dissect this from a couple of different areas because I feel like, and somebody said this earlier. I don't know if I 100% agree with that, but I feel like the nature of it is you give Cooper Rush the benefit of the doubt and not Dak. And so I'm just like, well, let's just play both of those out. But people are stoked about it from the 682. Cooper Rush, I'll give a 6. They said Dak 7. Confidence level in Cooper Rush, a 6. From the 817, confidence level, a 10. And from the 214, is this the Cooper Rush segment? Yes, it is. This is the Cooper Rush as part of the Expressway.
Yeah, he made some very fine throws last night.
Man,
like, don't discredit the fact that he made some very fine throws.
That 4th and 4 throw.
Yes, to wide open receivers, but also he made some very tight throws where, Mike, to your question, there are times when I'm curious if Dak would be willing to throw into some of those spaces or if he'd be more willing to say, I can use my legs or check down. Either way, Cooper Rush felt confident, and he trusted the players to catch those passes. And that specific play that you're talking about, Kevin, is the CeeDee Lamb fourth down play where he gets the first down. But you even keep crediting the coaching staff, the entire team, for saying, hey, we need to hurry up to the line and just get this play done with because we don't know if it was or not, but it was close enough for them to say, hey, let's look at it.
In real time, immediately it was like first down. Then they showed the replay. I was like, holy crap. I think it's probably still first down, and then they snapped the ball immediately. Props to Cooper Rush. His pocket awareness, I thought, was top-notch in that moment because the heat was coming, and he got rid of the ball. They seemed to know exactly where to get to. I thought that play was spectacular, and it was a play that kept the drive going that clearly you needed to keep the drive going. So I thought that was super positive as well. I think Cooper Rush has done a really good job.
There were times in the game where I thought, oh, they'll run the ball here. This is what the Cowboys would do because they don't trust Cooper Rush to make this throw or to complete this. They did. Kellen Moore was like, no, we're going to push on this. We're going to make these throws, and I trust that the quarterback's going to deliver, and if he does it, Troy Aikman said it last night, if you don't do the job and win some games while you're the backup quarterback, the team's going to start looking and saying, we need a different guy.
Yeah.
And so they gave him the chance to, fail or succeed, and he succeeded most moments last night. Now, moving forward, I think a lot of people were going off of Cooper Rush had a very bad first preseason game and never really separated, in my mind, himself from Will Grier that much.
Yeah. If Will Grier didn't get hurt, this could be a totally different story.
At one point, I really did think that Will Grier was going to take the spot from him. So Noah Brown and Cooper Rush both see an opportunity. Tyler Smith saw an opportunity. Steven just told us this. A lot of these guys, they're getting their chance to play. And they're saying, all right, I'm going to take advantage of it. This is like the argument we've been having with Zeke and Pollard, right? Like, why not give Pollard more opportunities if Zeke's not going to be able to go for 8.1 yards per carry? Then why not give Tony Pollard that opportunity? And they're like, oh, it's because we have Zeke. But now here the Cowboys are in a situation where a lot of guys, they needed them to step up, and they have. So that's a good positive thing for this team right now, as you're still waiting for other pieces to come back, and then you reshuffle the deck and say, now what do we do from here?
And to go along with all of this, I think the biggest thing is you don't need certain levels of things from Cooper Rush because then the question becomes, can this defense carry you to the playoffs? And I feel emphatically yes. We talked about that earlier when Mike was asking all the football questions and saying, like, what could get the Cowboys to the playoffs. I think they have an elite defense or the potential for an elite defense. And so I absolutely believe that solid, if not good play from Cooper Rush and an elite defense can take you places.
Is that where we are right now? With
I think
this
so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last week, I believe in the C block, I went through kind of looking at the 92 Cowboys and trying to compare them to that defense and what that defense accomplished and what this defense is on pace for right now. The number of sacks, Kevin, do you have the number of sacks the Cowboys have at the moment? I think it's like 15 or 18, something like that.
Wow.
They lead the league right now in sacks.
And last night was also the most pressure put on a quarterback by any team this season.
Yeah.
So there you go.
So the pass rush up front is something we've been going, man, this you watch other teams and you're like, how do they do it? We never have that kind of pass rush. And you watched it last night, you watched it last week, and hell, watch it this next week. I mean, Mickey said that this morning too. Against Washington, you're going to have plenty of opportunities to say, go get them. And so that number could go up even more, and you'll be looking at it by the end of the season going, and this team was really effective with the pass rush. Did it have as many turnovers and interceptions as it did last year? That's still yet to be seen because we only have, 2 at this point?
Right.
So, there's still a lot of work to do there. But if you're effective in getting the pass rush and holding teams under 20 points, man, this elite is the word you're using right now, and I figured they'd be a top 3 defense by the end of this year. They're already there in my mind, and as one of those defenses that you just don't want to play. They're not giving up points. Did they let anybody? They didn't let the Giants in the red zone. The only time that they got in was whenever Barkley scored. Like that's awesome. That happened to the Cowboys on the first game of the season. We were like, ugh, that sucks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And so people are now mixing in confidence level in the defense with confidence level in Cooper Rush from the 214. Cooper Clutch, comeback player of the year, confidence level 10 out of 10. I did see something that was amazingly fascinating, and I get it. It's not that Daniel Jones is now 0-9 in primetime games. I think you give Kirk Cousins a run for his money. Cooper Rush is the first player since the merger in 1970 to lead 3 fourth quarter or overtime game-winning drives in his first 3 career starts. Just think about it. Every time in the fourth quarter or in overtime, they have taken the lead on a Cooper Rush drive in his first 3 starts. That's never happened in the merger era for the NFL. That's impressive. Like, whether or not you think that's going to carry on and he's going to do this or defenses are going to adjust, that's pretty impressive.
Do you think, Kevin, then that he can win a Super Bowl?
I'm not ready to say that.
I mean, if you look back in the history.
Yeah.
The only other quarterback to do this and have 700 plus 750 yards in the 3 wins, Kurt Warner, who won NFL MVP and Super Bowl MVP in the same year. Do you remember what happened that year, Mike? Do you remember what happened
to working at the grocery
starting
store.
quarterback for the Rams that year?
Trent Green got his knee blown out.
And then what happened? Kurt Warner never gave the job back. There was controversy at the end of the season. Kurt Warner said, no, you can't take this from me. I'm winning the damn Super Bowl.
And the people who are sprinkled in, I get it, is wait till he plays a really good defense. Yeah. I don't know if he's going to get that chance with the way everyone's talking. Like, you're going up against the Commanders, but then the Rams and the Eagles are still a couple of games away. And by that
I think
point,
the Eagles are great defense.
I think they're a good defense.
Okay. They sacked Washington 9 times.
Yeah, and they dominated that line of scrimmage. So I think they're a good defense. I just feel like from what Jerry said, from what Steven just said, you're not apt to see that. I'm just always fascinated. The conversation is, I get it. You paid Dak all the money, so he's your franchise quarterback. But if somebody's on a roll and you were to win 4 straight, if he would get that chance, and they would give Dak a little bit more time to recover.
Somebody said never mind. That's a different question. Sorry, I kind of got confused in that question just a little bit. I think the balance of the defense though gives Cooper Rush more of those opportunities.
That's got to help his confidence for sure.
I mean, again, this goes to pitching, and I know Mike is a genius when it comes to baseball.
That's
all
true.
right. So this is why you use this comparison. Mike, you're on the mound, and you're the bottom of the inning. You go up on the mound. You have a 6-run lead.
Okay.
Do you have a different approach whenever you have a 6-run lead, knowing that your defense, that you can do that and your defense can play, than you do whenever you're up there going, man, my shortstop can't field and we're down by 6?
Yes. But I mean, there's a lot more to that, being a genius that I am.
Oh my God.
If let's just say it's the top of the first and we score 6, I haven't taken the mound yet, but I can be more aggressive knowing that if I give up a solo home run, let's just say to the second hitter, I'm not going to just throw the ball down the middle, but I know that I can be a little bit more aggressive. As the game progresses, let's just say I'm up 7-1 after 4 or 5 innings. That changes things. I've established that I'm throwing strikes. I'm establishing that I'm having a pretty good game for the most part in a general sense that I've only given up 1 run, let's say in 4 innings. It changes a lot. The score should dictate the way that you pitch. It should dictate the way that you hit in a game. Now, I will say this. Analytically speaking, they tell you never to change, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They don't want you to change at all. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but they don't care about pitch count. They don't care about 162-game season. I mean, there's a lot of things that the numbers don't kind of, because they're not dealing with humans. They feel like they're doing MLB The Show. And you're like, wait a second. I can just be a little bit more efficient here. I can attack a little bit more. I'm not throwing the ball down the middle, but I'm definitely not picking. I don't want to get in too many hitters' counts. I don't want them to have free runners. If they're going to score 4 or 5 runs in this inning, they're going to have to get 8 to 10 hits. It can happen, but there's just ways that you pitch differently. Your at-bats should be different at times. I mean, every at-bat you should take care of, as in you don't give away at-bats. I do think plenty of guys give away at-bats in non-meaningful situations, but you never know what can happen in an inning. You never know what can happen in your at-bat. Obviously, there's a lot of money to make up there. There's a lot of money to lose up there in those situations.
That's a really good, interesting point there too, Kevin, because you think about it as when you decide, do I run here or do I throw? Do I just stick with the run and 3 and out, and then we give them the ball back and move on about our business? Or do we say, I think that's the confidence that Cooper Rush has, is because I know my defense can do this, we can do this.
And something that he's doing that Dak did for a long time that I think we're always happy about is he takes care of the football. And they have not run into turnover issues.
Did they even have a play that was close to a turnover last night? I don't think they did have a play that could have been a turnover.
I think that should be a new stat, close to a turnover.
Yeah.
Like when it looked like the Giants were going to muff the punt. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, that's almost a turnover. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. Well, one thing that I'm going to like today is watching the Blue Jays and the Yankees. Actually, a heck of a game last night. And I know most people weren't watching. I was flipping over there during commercial breaks and watching Yankees and Blue Jays because it did go extra innings.
Right.
And today, Judge didn't hit a home run, by the way. In fact, it's funny. They're in Toronto. There's a lot of Yankee fans in Toronto, like everywhere. And they got upset. It was the right decision. In extra innings, they walked Aaron Judge and didn't let him try to win the game. So his last at bat in extra innings, he didn't get to bat because they put him on first base. But he went 1 for 3 yesterday, I believe. No home run, so he's still stuck at 60. Today, Barrios is pitching for Toronto. I looked up the stats. Aaron Judge has 18 at bats against Barrios. He does have 1 home run in his career. So, I'm not saying that's a strong possibility, but Aaron Judge and Barrios has had a really bad year. This is the worst Barrios has ever been. Jose Barrios, who used to pitch for the Twins, now with the Blue Jays. In fact, Barrios not only is pitching for somewhat home field advantage in the wild card round, but he's also pitching for a spot in the wild card round, as in you're going to only use 3 starters. It's a 3-game series, and he is maybe on the outside looking in for a game 3 start. So it's one of those ones where he's not only pitching for his team to win and win to have the home field. Because if people don't remember this or know this, starting next week, because we're getting close, I shouldn't say, next week, right? I mean, there's only 10 days left, 10 games left, is you're going to have a wild card series. But now the first 2 teams get a bye, so the Astros and Yankees will not play in the first round. And it's just a 3-game series. And if you're home field, you get the 3-game series at home. There's no switching where the first 2 are at your place and you go for game 3 somewhere else. If you get home field, it's a 3-game series at your place. Whoever wins that 3-game series then goes on to take on the Yankees or the Astros. And in a weird way, I don't like this at all, is let's just say 6 beats 3. So let's say Cleveland, who's going to be the 3 seed, that's locked in. Let's just say they lose in a 3-game series. The 6 seed wins. And let's just say the 4 seed beats the 5 seed. 5 seed. So the team with the third best record in all of the American League, because the Guardians will not have the third best record. It'll be the best wild card team will have a better record than Cleveland, most likely. Is they don't go, the 6-1. So think of football. When the worst wild card team wins, the best team gets to play the worst team that advanced to the next one. That's not the case in baseball. They're just bracketing it where 3 and 6 ends up taking on the 2 seed, and 4 versus 5 takes on the 1 seed. So if for some reason 6 wins, then the 2 seed will get what would be considered an easier matchup in that situation. So that's my quick baseball talk for today. Rangers take on the Mariners tonight here on 105.3 The Fan. That's a 8:40 first pitch, 8 o'clock pregame here on 105.3 The Fan. Draymond Green. There's a little bit of news on Draymond Green. And it says here from Hoops Hype, and it says, when discussing the reasons behind Draymond Green's desire to play for various teams, the executive noted that the Warrior star would love to play with Luka Doncic.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Sure.
He has always thought about playing for Detroit, helping his hometown team, but he would love to play with a superstar like Luka where he has to just play off of him. Now, I'm going to stop right there. What's interesting there is I feel like Draymond's not that good of a player off the ball on offense. In fact, I don't think he gives you much at all off the ball. He can't shoot. He's not like a drive, penetrate, finish guy. He's not I need to look this up, but I don't feel like he's a great free throw shooter. He's not bad, but he's not like, man, if you foul him, that's 2 points.
Yeah.
I think he's right around 70% in that situation, which isn't horrible, but it's not good. So it's interesting that he wants to play with Luka and possibly finish his career off the ball more, where I feel like, man, he's most effective when he's on the ball, and he has Klay Thompson and Steph Curry coming off of screens, and he can hit backdoor cuts. He can hit guys that come open on a three-point shot. I don't know. It's interesting from Draymond Green that he would like to supposedly play with Luka to finish his career.
Which I also don't believe, just for the record, is that's become my new I'm in the best shape of my life. Not specifically for Luka, just when I want to go play with whatever is I'm like, cool, then go do that.
Would you believe that yes, that he would want to play with Luka? Like in the grand scheme of that's a dude that
I mean, sure.
That's a superstar. Because I've just listening to his podcast. He talks about Luka like he's great.
No, I get that, but that just always ignores like the realities of the situation.
No, yeah, and I'm ignoring that for sure right now.
But I believe he wants to go play. If I was a basketball player, I would also want to go play for Luka. It's just
that's how I take
that's become the best shape of my life, and I'm like, I mean, that's great, and I hope you do, but like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, I take it ignoring all those things and just saying like, if there was a pickup game,
that's fair.
I would want to be on that dude's team, and that's what I think. That's a compliment to Luka more than it is me saying,
Definitely.
"Oh my God, we're getting Draymond." What if we did though, Mike? Could you believe it?
If we did, we'd take him over Christian Wood, which would worry me.
I'm good
All right, you have to let
we
a
also
lot of
put
people.
Draymond on the bench. I mean, obviously,
but you have to kind of let your free agents go. You don't.
Yeah.
So whoever you see as an expiring contract, you have to let go. And honestly, the Mavericks would probably have to make a few little trades to kind of maybe open up the room that Draymond money wise would want. All right. My next Mike likes it. This goes into something I looked up, which I think will help a lot of the Tolos. How to relieve stress.
Oh.
So this is website healthline.com, and I found this interesting.
Sex.
Let me ask you guys this. Well, you just answered it.
Oh.
If there was one way for you to relieve stress, what's the best way you feel like you relieve stress?
Exercise is definitely one of them.
All right.
Yes.
Sex is definitely one of them as well. Eating is not a good way.
Yeah.
But it is effective.
Eating is my number one, unfortunately. But also, exercise is one, or going on a walk, but alone time is because then there's not people around bothering me that lead to that stress. That is unrelated to your answer.
In your face,
yeah,
it's funny because that's actually somewhat the opposite of how they say to relieve stress.
Which that's interesting. I've never viewed sex as a stress reliever, so I'm fascinated to hear that.
You don't feel relaxed?
Well, I mean, that's a different thing. Better, yes, but
I'm not going into it going, oh, I'm just so stressed right now.
Okay.
I need to do it. That's not how I go about it. It's just like every time I get done, I'm like, that was worth it.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So number one, it does say Corey, you did get this right. Get more physical activity. So
that doesn't have to just mean sex, right? Or
Yeah,
does it literally say that?
It actually says if you're currently inactive, start with gentle activities like walking or biking. It says just exercising twice a week can really help out your stress levels. And it says it doesn't mean you have to start training for a marathon or going to the gym and lifting weights for like 2 hours. It just says start with some activities, whether it's walking, biking, trying to do something to get kind of the blood flow going. You know, what Corey was talking about earlier.
Exercise.
That can help. All right. Now, this is somewhat the opposite, but I think it does talk about how we do this wrong. It says number 2, follow a healthy diet. Your diet affects every aspect of your health, including your mental health. Studies show that people who follow a diet high in ultra-processed foods and added sugar are more likely to experience higher perceived stress levels.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I definitely think that's
It
fair.
says chronically stressed people may lead to overeating and reach for highly palatable foods, which may harm your overall health and your mood. So it says your diet, a good, healthy diet, taking out a lot of the bad fats and bad sugars can help out your stress
Like
levels.
that banana pudding that's in the fridge. That
Do you think that's
fat and sugar?
Do you think that's a combination of mental and physical then? Because I get the physical reasons, but also mentally you'll be like, oh, you know, I'm eating good today, or I got my exercise or whatever.
Yeah. Number 3, minimize phone use and screen time to try to relieve your stress. While these devices are
TikTok
often
makes me
necessary,
laugh.
using them too often may increase stress levels.
Okay, and that makes a lot of sense, but I keep thinking, then why do I go to my phone to play that game?
Because you want to argue politics on
No,
Facebook.
No, never. I would never get involved in that. I'm like, that's
he does that
cool.
on Twitter.
No, I don't do that either. But there's
What's
some,
worse?
There's
What's worse to argue politics, Facebook or Twitter?
Oh, man, that's a good question. I feel
Depends.
like
Do you like arguing with the people that you know or the people that you don't?
That's exactly kind of where I was going with that.
The people I don't, I think, because I was like, I don't want to have these thoughts
But
about
yeah,
you.
I do the same thing. I go to TikTok and try to laugh.
And
or
Mike's
watch
saying
some Call of
that's
Duty.
not good for you, but
Yeah.
I always think I look
laughing
at
is
these
good
games.
for you. But
Okay.
it just says, that's later in the deal. But it just says, I think that we can kind of get, it just says here, the addiction. A number of studies have linked excessive smartphone use and iPhone addiction with increased levels of stress and mental health disorders.
I have an Android in your face.
Me too.
Number 4, consider supplements like magnesium. When you're chronically stressed, your magnesium levels may be depleted. So
CBD.
it says an 8-week study in 264 people with low magnesium found that taking 300 milligrams of this mineral daily helped reduce stress levels. Number 5, practice self-care. Honestly, I feel like that's just an all-in-one answer. Number 6, reduce your caffeine intake.
Yes. Yeah.
Caffeine is a chemical found in coffee, tea, chocolate, and energy drinks that stimulates your central nervous system. Consuming too much may worsen and increase feelings of anxiety.
Man, just one more thing to add to where you argue. For the 972 Yahoo articles comment section is by far the worst place.
Any comment section.
I
Why
know,
are you
but
there?
Yahoo, it'll be an article about oh, what's next for these, whatever your hot topic is, and it'll be like, oh, it has 73,000 comments, and I'm like,
Sliced
how many
carrot.
of those are by a small group of people who are like, well, here's what you didn't think about, you're an idiot.
Kevin disagrees with number 7, and I'll leave it at that, even though there's 8 more. Spend time with family and friends, and Kevin says that's the worst thing that he wants.
No,
It is weird that
spending
you're
time
like,
with the baby.
I want to be away from
is-
people.
Get away from here, Noah.
Yeah.
Spending
Do you
time
make
with the
him crawl
baby,
off, or do you
even
just-
when he cries, when might have accidentally dumped formula. on
Number
his
8,
face.
we'll talk about
What?
this tomorrow. Create boundaries and learn to say no. Your question to think about for tomorrow's Mike Likes It is, what do you have the toughest time saying no to? Oh, that's a tease for tomorrow.
Thanks.
Just keep listening until 12:40-ish tomorrow, okay?
That's a great plan. I like that plan. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the C Block, where I hope it's all football stuff and not about me accidentally dumping formula on my son.
I got to ask that question for one.
Crap.
But also, did we just watch CeeDee Lamb become WR1?
Ooh.
Next.
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys victory Tuesday.
Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because.
Because they did, and the Cowboys lose because they won't. That is my answer.
They won because Walchuk picked against them, and that's 2 weeks in a row that he's done that. And now,
that's a good point.
Yeah, that's why you got to listen to G-Bag.
I always listen to G-Bag.
Yes, you do.
All right. It's time for another segment you should always listen to, the C Block, starring Corey Majors.
And the big question in the C Block is, did we watch CeeDee Lamb turn into wide receiver number 1 in one game last night? I also want to point out, Kevin, if you want to have these kinds of conversations with us, you can do it on Friday. Myself, the tension between me and Sean Sharif, and Bobby Belt, who is always, you never know what you're going to get with that wild card. So you're gonna we're gonna be at Terry Black's. We're gonna be at Terry Black's on Friday night. I'm really looking forward to this.
Look, what time are y'all gonna be there?
I think it's 7:00.
Okay,
is when we're gonna get this thing started.
I'm not kidding you. I know, like, this is an appearance you're gonna be here. You're gonna be at, and I'm like, you should definitely go. Me and my son went to Terry Black's in Austin. He legitimately told me afterwards, he goes, I think that's the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. And he's not like, his palate is a good palate.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Everyone thinks I'm trash. I understand that part. But he's got a good palate. He loves spices and cooking and everything like that. He loved it.
Yeah.
So did I.
It's great barbecue. You saw it come up yesterday, but also in addition to that, there's a great fan. It's like fan hang environment, man.
Yeah.
That's what I'm so happy that we're doing this kind of stuff again.
Yes.
That the world's kind of letting us get back out there and
absolutely.
hang out with the Tolo. So come see us Friday night at Terry Black's at 3025 Main Street in Dallas. But I go back to the question of CeeDee Lamb. I think I did tweet last night, I am still stewing. I'm sitting here stewing about CeeDee Lamb's drop. There was the big play where he was wide open. Kevin, I think it would have been a touchdown. You said maybe he gets tackled at the
1 or 2, but yeah.
I thought he was going to be in for sure. It hits him in the chest in stride.
Yeah.
And Mike, you asked the question about Dak Prescott and the ability to hit receivers in stride. It hits him in stride, and he doesn't catch it. And maybe he was starting to look at the end zone. He took his eyes off the ball, whatever it was. He didn't catch it, and I said, I'm stewing. And the feedback I started getting on Twitter was, you're not the only one. You can't believe it. Some people started talking about Lamb stew. That thanks to Brad Townsend over there covering the Mavericks. But they all started, like, everybody was ticked off. And a lot of the things were, see, I told you he's not a wide receiver 1. See, I told you he's not elite. See, he's no this guy. He's no that guy. This is why we should have kept Amari. And so that was the moment of, like, man, that's the big one right there. That really did happen, where he dropped a big pass that would have changed a lot of people's perception on him. Then he has this moment. In the second half, CeeDee Lamb gets probably the strongest play I've seen him make. And let's go to cut 55 here.
Pollard motion, circles back left, rush with a play fake to Elliott, throws a deep ball to the left side, Lamb 15-10, bulls his way to the 1 yard line. Not dropping that one. I saw it, remember that other one? And not dropping this one.
He trucked that dude at the goal line, and I wish he would have got in for it. But he absolutely trucked that dude and then stood up and was doing the and showing that part of it. And Kevin, there were a lot of moments last night where they gave him those bubble screens that I thought this is what he does best.
Yeah.
They just don't execute those very well. There are other things I think they should be doing better on those plays, but we'll get to those eventually. But then right after that, they line back up. And I don't know if y'all felt the same. I knew there was no way the Cowboys were running that ball. He got to the 1 yard line. He deserved the opportunity to turn that into a touchdown. I felt everybody in that stadium knew that CeeDee Lamb was about to get the football, and nobody could stop him because
even the coverage was solid on that play.
And then Cooper Rush with a beautiful throw.
Elliott to the left of Rush, first and goal outside the 1. Snap back, Rush looking left, fade, Lamb, caught in one hand, touchdown Cowboys.
Ran into the photographer on the sideline, apologized to her. She got a shot of his pants. That was pretty much it.
Does he apologize if he did not score the touchdown?
Probably not. He probably just like, I got to turn
fascinating.
around and focus because I'm in a lot of trouble right now with the coaches.
He Moises Alous, the guy who got in his way in the playoffs.
Yeah.
What's that guy's name?
Bartman.
Bartman, yeah, he Bartmans him.
And then Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ this morning as he joins them every Tuesday morning. And let's go to cut 65 here on what he can say about CD last night.
Well, I know that you fight those setbacks as a player, and you have them all the time. Football is usually one of, as I've said many times, it's a real small percentage of successes. But no one in the world was fighting those demons any more than him of disappointment. And I saw him fighting through it. Well, after the ball that he dropped, he was working through his body language when we were on defense. And then finally he got up and he walked completely to the other end of the bench and just just reached down and gave 5 to Cooper Rush and told him he'll do better. He did that while the defense was out on the field. It was obvious he was trying to work through not letting that play impact not only his night but impact him. And, of course, he came in and played not only inspired but at a level I think it all showed his mentality when he caught that short ball, really took a big collision, kept going, kept driving. Well, you could see what was happening in his rebound from a big disappointment.
That was definitely a moment where I don't know, Kevin, if he went in the halftime and looked at Twitter on his phone, whether it's an iPhone or Android, whatever. But I don't know if he went in and looked or if he looks at Twitter every day and he sees people saying, you're not a number 1 receiver. You're a good number 2. You're a good number 3 receiver. But you're not a number 1. You're a slot receiver only. But in that moment, it was a miserable miss on a wide open play. And then again, misses the next one, drops it, hits him in the hands, and he goes to the sideline. Jerry's saying he saw this part of it. Diggs and DeMarcus Lawrence went over to him and started talking to him. I don't know. I have no clue what they said. And I don't know, actually, I didn't look to see if there was a comment on what those two said to him in his conversation after the game. But they go over and talk to him, and then he has a completely different second half. I don't know if that was his coming out party for, all right, now I'm here. I'm ready to get this season going. We had a couple of missteps with Dak in game 1. I wasn't as great in game 2, and I had a big fluster moment up in New York. But that was a moment where I think he could have turned around everything. And I hope he can find that way to get back into that mentality more frequently. Because we did hear that before the season, that the Cowboys coaching staff, the front office, they basically told the receiver room, we need more alpha personality out of it. We need you guys to start acting more like diva wide receivers and less like a bunch of guys that are all on a college football team and just passing the ball around. We need somebody to say, I want the rock. And last night, CeeDee Lamb had a big moment to say, I fold, man. I don't know what else to do. But he came back up and rose into it. Now, I guess the question on that is, which version of CeeDee Lamb do you think he is? Do you think he's that second half of last night? Or do you think he will revert back to first half?
I'm not trying to cheat your question. I think he's both. Like,
inconsistent still. But still young and inconsistent.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't even know if I do think it's inconsistent. I think he will make amazing catches, but I also think this is not a new problem. You'll see him drop a very catchable ball. Mm-hmm. And because he had 2 of those last night. And I know the one was a little different, but it's still a very, very catchable ball. I think he'll have drops on you, but still do amazing things that give people reason for optimism that he's a number 1. I did not realize, I guess I've gotten closer and closer to realizing this, is how much people kind of dislike CeeDee Lamb. Not all the people, but a certain level of people, because what they felt like they were sold. Like this, from the 972. CD is not a number 1. He'd be a good 2 and a great 3. Like a great 3? I think CeeDee Lamb would be a great 2, and that's how far down that they have got him. And from the 972, you see it again and again. He is good, but not great. And then somebody got really mad, and they're like, BS, I'm not letting one touchdown change all those drops. I think that's unfair. He had a huge catch on that 4th down as well. So it's not just one catch. And then somebody said, oh, he hadn't scored a touchdown in 12 games, and he's trash against Jackson for most of the game, which I also don't agree with.
Okay,
that drop was a bad drop, but he was not bad in that game.
And that's perfectly. I understand the feeling, the sentiment on that. It makes sense that you don't want to let it go because of how you felt about it before. That's fine. I totally get that. I'm interested. 5 100-yard receiving games in his career, and I just did Justin Jefferson. He's at 14.
And I did respond to that person before this year started. In his last 35 games, Amari Cooper had 6.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, and if you're like, I didn't think Amari Cooper was great either, that's fine. I just want, again, consistency as a younger player. You would assume it would take. He's not Justin Jefferson. I think Justin Jefferson's one of the best 3-4 receivers in the freaking league. I'm not saying that at all, but I still think the hope is fair that he could be a number 1 wide receiver. Or that he will be a number 1 wide receiver.
When we say that, I know there's no definition of this. It's just like an ace. Hey, Martin Perez is the Rangers' ace. We know he's not an ace.
But he's not a real ace, right?
Right. So how many number 1 receivers are there in the NFL? I don't know. I know specifically you don't have to go through the whole list right now, but at one point in a year, are there 12 number 1s?
And if that's the case, I was just thinking of he could be the number 1 receiver on a team. But to your point, is he going to be top 12 this year? I don't know about that. I'm less apt to say that.
I will also agree there are too many drops. He has to fix that. I don't think anybody can argue against that. It's the information is there. The other thing that I wanted to get to is I think maybe the key moment in the game last night was after Barkley's touchdown. The game is then 6-13, or 13-6. The Cowboys are down. And they answered. That was the moment where I was like, I think we have a game. This is not the whole first part of that game may have been boring. All right. There may have been a lot of boring moments in that game leading into the second half. But they scored a touchdown, and the Cowboys marched right back down the field and scored another one and said, okay, defense, sorry about that. We know we've been goofing around too much. You get us the ball back. We're going to go do it again. But they walked down the field and said, okay, we did it too. And they had, as Reggie said on his Twitter, they were on time. They were on schedule in that drive. Nothing fazed them. And then they got their touchdown. And they come back and they get another opportunity to do it. And then they go up. That moment, though, that
those
drive,
3 straight scoring drives.
Yeah, it was the first drive where the Giants score, the Barkley touchdown, and the Cowboys answer. That's where I thought that was the most important drive of the game.
Before that drive starts, did you think the Cowboys were going to lose? After that touchdown, they fall down 13-6 in a game that it felt like, I'm not saying they dominated, but they felt like they were controlling that game, and now they're losing.
It felt like, okay, they're losing. They just gave up a big play. This is exactly where an interception by the Cowboys offense turns this into crap. This is bad. But the Cowboys said, no, we got all the right plays, and they showed their confidence. That was a turning point, not only for me in that game, but it might be another turning point for the rest of the Cooper Rush time as he's the quarterback.
He has to do it a lot more, and I don't think Cooper Rush is going to get tons of opportunities in his career, but that's where you're down 13-6. You're tied against Joe Burrow the week before, and you play better than Joe Burrow. Hey, whatever you think of Daniel Jones, you're on the road in a environment that's going nuts, and then you just go back down and tie the game up. I just feel like the one thing sometimes we talk about Dak, and I'm not going to take this away from Dak. Dak has had some very clutch moments in his career where he's had those, oh no, we're down in the fourth quarter to a team I thought maybe we were better than them. And Dak will come back and have a great drive, or a quarterback that I think is better than Dak, and Dak will outplay him the last 5 minutes of a game at times. Cooper Rush is doing that. So to say, well, I know Dak has that over him. Dak has done it more times, but Cooper Rush, his 2 starts here, he's been as clutch as you can be in the fourth quarter.
Sure.
Dak can't play any better than what Cooper Rush did the last 10 minutes of both of these games. He might have had You can
better
I won't argue
beginning
with
of the
you.
game. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
That could or couldn't happen,
Yeah.
but he literally cannot play better than Cooper Rush has played these 2 fourth quarters.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for college football on a Tuesday. Texas is not back, but maybe Kansas, Tech, Kansas State, and Stephen F. Austin are. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
We're taking over your smart.
5 through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricade.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for college football on a Tuesday. 877-881-1053. If you have a team that you would like to discuss or know more about, somebody said you guys need to talk more about Oklahoma State. Oklahoma State does have a big game this weekend. They are number 9 in the country going up against number 16 Baylor. So we will see how that plays out. Do you guys want to start with, who do you want to start with?
Well, it sounds like everything runs through Lubbock.
Oh, man.
Let's go to, well, the play that led to it, cut 32.
Handoff goes to Bijan Robinson. He gets hit. He fumbled. He fumbled. He fumbled. The Red Raiders got it. He fumbled and the Red Raiders got it. Bijan Robinson fumbled the football. Tyree Wilson hit him, knocked it out, and it looks like Reggie Pearson came away with it.
Now, Bijan Robinson clearly has watched the program. He carried a football around campus all day on Monday and said he is not going to let that happen again.
Good for him.
But it did happen, and that led to cut 33, where Tech is always the national champion.
Snap good. Hold is good. And the kick is good. Trey Wolf has done it again. He gave him the lead at the end of regulation. He gives him the win in overtime. And the fans are streaming onto the field.
Now, they did stream onto the field. They were already warned about this, so they were fined $50,000. However,
wait, who was fined?
The school.
Okay, I was like,
they drop this net and scooped up a whole bunch of people. But
I'm for this. I think it should be way more. I think it should be $1 million fine. And I'm for Texas Tech. Did you see the dumbass kid who pushed one of the Texas fans, or Texas kids?
players? Like, he pushed him hard.
I said, you shouldn't allow this.
That kid was running full steam, and that Texas player had his back turned. It was weak, man.
People are going to disagree with me and say this is wrong. If that Texas player goes there and beats that guy where he has to spend a week in the hospital and can barely breathe and eat out of a tube, you deserve it, you dumbass. You're not supposed to be on the field.
And the thing that's not going to help with this is the school's not paying the fine because their longtime sponsor, Citibank, was like, no problem. We'll pay it.
Pancake Factory.
And so, so they said they're going to pay it. Doesn't really matter. And
so they're going to, if they do that again, well, do you think they'll be like, deal, keep doing it. Y'all just keep winning.
I mean,
y'all just keep winning.
The school should know who that kid is. And you know what I'd do? I'd be like, you know what? You're done for this semester.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do not. And
that is
no money
he
back.
Assaulted that person.
I will allow you to. I guess I would say, hey, I'll allow you. It's a mistake. You're a dumbass kid. We all make mistakes, but you now lost this whole semester of school. And if everything goes right and you don't do anything else stupid in your life, we'll allow you to come back and retake these classes starting in January. And you're gonna have to pay for those classes. But your parents. As long as you're not on scholarship, you lost approximately $20,000.
Now, garbage human being Ric Flair was there. I don't know if that inspired Tech to win. And they played on Sean and RJ yesterday. Joey McGuire said that they knew Texas would fold and they just needed to wait for their time. And they did. And Texas has now won 3 of its last 11 games. It's a true fact.
Is that good?
Look it up. No, it's not. Now, the sad part about that is
sounds good.
hey, A&M's won 0 of their last 1 game against App State, which still makes me sad. Is the kickoff has been set for Texas OU. And since OU lost as well, you get the disappointment kickoff of 11 a.m. The marquee time that you're going to want, at least for this game, is 2:30.
Is it not always at 11? I feel like it's always at 11 a.m.
I don't think it is always at 11 a.m. I thought there was several years where they put it at 2:30 when both teams were very, very good.
We'll never know.
Okay, well, I'm sure somebody knows. I apologize
Nobody
for
has
not
the answer
knowing
to that
answer for you. But yeah, I always feel like if you get put at 11 a.m., you're the give up game.
Not necessarily, because Fox does the big news Saturday. They try and throw teams in
literally nobody knows who that is. Like, we brought that up the other week, and I asked everybody I asked Mike and Corey, and they're like, I don't know what that is. And everyone texting in was like, nobody knows what that is. So it's not game day or anything like that. Nobody knows what that is.
Y'all not real college football heads.
It's not game day.
That's true. All right, let's go ahead and go to, since they did beat that team, let's go ahead and go to cut 35 right here for Kansas State.
And Martinez will take a knee, and that is going to do it. Your Wildcats are 3-1. Cats win it 41-34.
Your Wildcats, Kevin.
That was boring.
He does not seem fired up about that. Well, maybe because he's used to them winning in Norman, because over the last 30 years, Kansas State is the only team that has a winning road record against Oklahoma that they've played multiple times. They are 6-5 against Oklahoma on the road in that span.
I wish Carter could explain this for me, because I don't understand. I don't understand how K-State does this. They break my heart all the time. Going back to Darren Sproles running all over us. They just always break my heart.
It's a tough team, Kevin, or Corey.
Thanks.
Also Kevin.
Thanks. I hated it.
A lot of JUCO transfers often. Chris Kleiman has really come in and picked up the torch from where Bill Snyder had it. This team plays really tough. I was talking with Carter in here earlier, and this might be one of the better, if not the best defense in the Big 12. And I know that feels oxymoronic at times, but obviously Baylor's going to play really good defense, but this is one of those that's up there.
However, they are not the best team in the state, record-wise at least. That would go to the Kansas Jayhawks, who for the first time since 2009 are 4-0.
It's true.
Where are they ranked right now?
I still don't think they're...
Kansas State is 25th.
Uh-huh.
Kansas, 4-0, not listed.
Yeah, this is absurd. This is one of those, like...
They just beat Duke.
If we took a generic schedule or resume, you would be ranked, but you Kansas, and we don't believe. And this is one of the reasons why, like, I would get upset about this, because this is absolutely, like, this is pretense. This is bad. But, like, look, man, these rankings don't matter. They don't. We do this for the TV so that we can have a number next to the name so we know which games are important to us, but the rankings don't actually matter right now.
Well, when do they start mattering? Last week?
Probably got about 3 more weeks. And I did some research. Only since about 2014, for all the people who are definitely mistaken, has the tide turned, because at 2014 it had been split. Half for Texas OU, half at 11, half at 2:30. So since then, the game has shifted more and more to 11 o'clock, and that is definitely, at least in part, a reflection of some of at least one of those teams.
How big is that game going to be when they finally go back at each other?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. I'm talking about the Texas and Texas A&M when they finally get that opportunity. I'm way ahead.
Okay.
I'm skipping way ahead of things. Sorry.
We had skipped to something else.
Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, that's going to be humongous for both sides. Absolutely. All right, since you brought up Texas A&M, let's go ahead and play that cut 30 right here.
KJ's going to run it again. Diving, fumbles the ball, and Chappelle's got it. Tyreek Chappelle in the right spot as he hands it off to Richardson. Here he goes. Wow, can you believe this? What a turn. Touchdown in the most unexpected way possible. Fumble, handoff, scoop and score. Kick him again.
And they really needed that, because once again, Texas A&M got outplayed, but they were victorious after losing to Appalachian State. They have now won back-to-back games over top 15 opponents, and Arkansas was number 10. This is A&M's third straight win over a top 10 opponent, which matches the longest streak in all of Division I college football, real Division I college football. However, let's point out the most dominant team in Texas over the weekend. That would be Stephen F. Austin. Have you ever heard of the school Warner?
Like Pop Warner, Kurt Warner?
Warner Brothers.
Warner Brothers football?
No! How is that a school?
You don't know that.
I think it is because I remember on Space Jam.
Yep. Thank you, Mike. Facts. I believe.
All right. Well, you know what? Maybe so. That Stephen F. Austin played the school from Space Jam, and it showed as they were victorious 98-0.
Is that good?
I mean,
this game.
Not for Pop Warner.
Yeah, so apparently at the end of this, like they took a knee because they did have an opportunity to make it triple digits. It seems like the Lumberjacks head coach here, he does this. Like he's had times in his history where he tries to run it up, but as a matter of principle will not take it to triple digits.
Okay, and like I hear what you're
As a
saying,
matter of
but also
I don't understand, like a principle with air quotes, I guess.
they had the ball for 21 minutes, and they scored 14 touchdowns.
I mean, it isn't NAI. Like, this isn't down one division. As
Yeah.
I know that, Kevin, you struggle with these divisions
No,
sometimes.
I do not struggle. I call it like it is with your faux
What do you mean,
Division
call it
One.
like it is?
Call it like it is. Nobody thinks your school is not Stephen F. Austin, but other schools are fake Division One. Nobody thinks you're a real Division One school.
They're Division One schools. It's just a subdivision. Have you never heard of, like, subdivisions?
Nonsense. Yeah, nobody thinks any of those schools that you reference are real Division One schools. None of them.
It's like saying a hot dog's a sandwich.
He is technically right, though.
Which is the best kind of correct?
Is a hot dog technically a sandwich?
I always say yes.
Oh my God.
So North Dakota State,
I don't know why
North
I
Dakota
asked that
State
question.
football is a powerhouse in the FCS subdivision, which is in Division One. There's an actual Division II elsewhere. There are other programs.
Nobody
that are
thinks
a
of
step
North
down.
Dakota State as Division One.
Text into
They're not going to
truckwreck.com
play in the
text
Rose
line.
Bowl or
It's like
anything like that.
A&M.
I hear what you're saying, but I just disagree.
Corey, it's like when
It's not an opinion. This
And
is
yet
just
here we
facts.
are.
Aggies say they got like an Ivy League education.
Yes.
I do
no,
not
they
say
didn't.
that.
I
It's
always
like-
hear that.
Yeah, you know, it's like
Ivy League of the South, as we always say.
No, that's Vanderbilt.
It's like
You know that's
a
Vanderbilt.
college
That's
education
neat.
isn't a college education, is what you're saying, right? There's levels of your college education.
All right, look.
Are you saying there isn't a level?
If
of
you went to
a
Texas
Looking down
A&M
your nose at different divisions.
yes, I am. But I'm also looking down at all A&M people who say that they went to A&M and got an Ivy League education. Unless you like also transferred somewhere else. No, you did not. Come on. What are we even doing here? Now, let's go to Middle Tennessee State.
Nice.
They defeated Miami
Did they?
45-31. In all time, they're undefeated against Miami, 3-0. But most importantly, Chase Cunningham had 408 yards on 16 completions. 408 yards on 16 completions.
So you're just throwing 50-yard bombs on every throw. It's
I
just
mean,
like,
I think that's like 25 and a half
Way more
yards.
completions than the Bears.
That is true. Do they have 25 completions just now for the year? So Middle Tennessee State is rolling as well. And then Clemson beat Wake Forest, their 63rd straight win when leading at the half. That is the longest in all of real Division One. For the KNC Masterpiece, that was just for you, Reggie. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. When the time comes to sell your vehicle, Classic Chevrolet will buy it for full market value and not a penny less. That's pricing true to their Texas values, and it's the right way to do things. So find new roads and visit Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for a chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Most excellent, Heggie. How about you?
I am doing good. Now, we were talking about this earlier. I know we got football to get to, but I just wanted to ask, we were talking about Keith Hernandez earlier today. He tore a tendon in his shoulder and will miss broadcasting the rest of the regular season because he tripped on a curb. Have you ever hurt yourself just doing a regular thing? Like you weren't trying to do anything absurd. You're just about your business, maybe sleeping, whatever, and you injured yourself.
You ever cramped up while you've been making love?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like a hamstring, you're like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Zach, you're not married.
Yeah, it didn't matter.
Does it help you keep
I'm
going?
also Jewish, Mike. I don't know if those same rules apply. We're lovers.
Gross.
Back to you guys.
Yes, that hurts. That does hurt. No, there was one time recently I was taking my daughter out of her crib, and I walked down the hallway and make a right, and I didn't realize like my wife had put something right there, and so I round the corner and trip and go full on down. I'm holding my baby, and then I'm having to like side roll so that I'm not crushing her, and I don't think my shoulder's really been the same since. You know, I have a similar situation. I liked anything in the house is a defender in either soccer or basketball. Okay, and I'm constantly trying to hit like the recliner with a crossover or some kind of cutback or whatever. Well, it happened a couple of weeks ago where it was a pretty nice crossover, but I felt it in my back, like just the lunging a little bit to the left and reaching. You know, so unfortunately, I think you get to a point, and if you don't take care of your core and do stretching and stuff, like for a lot of us, just a back injury that'll take you out of commission for 3 or 4 days is right around the corner at any time.
I was a wee little laddie, and I literally tripped over a football, tried to catch myself, and ended up fracturing the wrist.
Oh, that's bad.
And that's when I realized I have zero balance.
Which wrist was it?
It was
just throwing on.
Okay.
The right wrist.
Do you think that prevented you from like advancing your baseball or football career?
100%. I knew at that very moment athletics was
basketball.
Just out of it.
Okay.
So that's why I'm doing this.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, y'all are doing great.
Otherwise, he would have been one of the great ones.
Sure.
Best it ever was.
Yeah, don't ask me to hand you anything in the back seat from the front seat because I became Justin Herbert the other day when it happened.
Yeah. Oh no.
I think I fractured rib cartilage trying to turn around and hand a bag to somebody in the back seat. And seriously, I was like, don't ever ask me to do that again.
Then also, are you guys drone people at all? And how much would you spend on a drone? Because we were talking about,
they're fascinating.
Yeah, the Seattle-Atlanta game that they had to stop for a second, and not like you might have thought due to lack of interest. It was because of the drone. So, like, how much money would you spend on a drone? And somebody suggested we ask you about this, Broadus.
Yeah, I think the drone is a great thing. I'll tell you what, one of the funnest times I've ever had with a drone was during 4th of July, and you hover it near fireworks.
Yeah.
So you put the drone just off from where the fireworks are blowing up, and you can get some spectacular pictures. We did this at the lake, and so it was really cool to have it hover around. We have a bald eagle out at the lake, so we flew the drone over into the bald eagle area where we got to see the nest and things like that. So, yeah, I'm a big fan of the drone. It's interesting what they're doing in the military with these drones and stuff now too. But the one with the fireworks show was a lot of fun.
I had an interest in drones, but my issue was they seemed difficult to fly at the price point that I was at. And I was wondering, do they get easier if you spend a lot more money?
Yeah.
The technology is much better for them.
So this is you as an adult.
Yeah, but we still
just a couple years ago. As a child, you're get me a damn drone. I'm not thinking about the price points.
Yeah, it didn't matter what it was.
We drank a fifth of Tito's and still crashed the damn thing. So it's capable. You can be sober, drunk, it doesn't matter. Yeah.
What was the highest price point you think you would have been willing to go on a drone at one point?
If the kid's really bothering you for one, I could think somewhere between $250 and $300.
Okay.
All right. I could justify that if I knew it was not going to break all the time. And
Yeah, my kid got one for Christmas. It was like $110 maybe, and we were flying it near the Tom Thumb area. Wolchuk, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, all the good stuff happens
where
in
we're
that
famous
area.
over at that Tom Thumb.
Yeah, a lot of fights went down behind that Tom Thumb.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, you're right.
It wasn't
And
good.
It ended up disappearing. All right, just because it got too far away from the controller,
Mm-hmm.
it disappeared, and we found it. Somebody found it over by the Jack Carter pool. That's like what 6-7 miles away.
Yeah, that's far.
It just
Wow.
flew off on its own and just landed somewhere else. So
If you live in Plano, this far is like yes.
Yeah,
It sounded like you had depressurization there. Like sometimes with these aircraft and they lose pressure and then they just fly
keep floating.
and they keep flying until they run out of gas.
Yeah.
And
Our
then they
engineer
crash.
Brian
black
brought us
box
here.
on
The
that one, yeah.
depressurization.
Depressurization. Yeah, that happens. That's how Payne Stewart passed away.
yeah,
Oh well.
yeah, Kevin.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah, we really
cracking
pivoted
jokes.
right there.
Brought us being serious.
I'm not going to joke.
No, I'm
about
just
that
telling
at
you
all.
that it happens.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Seems weird to call it a pass away when it's sudden, you know? That's not a passing. That's like a
No, he was asleep.
sudden tragic death.
That's asleep. That thing flew all the way to North Dakota before it went down.
And it was horrific.
Yeah.
Payne Stewart was my favorite golfer growing up. That
Was
really
he?
troubled me.
Was it
Yeah.
the hat?
Yeah, the whole
clothes?
NFL gig.
Yeah.
Get up. It was great.
The Antigua stuff. He used to
Yeah.
wear the Antigua gear. Yeah.
What is your confidence level in Cooper Rush right now? I was debating.
Zero.
Zero?
No, I'm just.
Here's what happened.
Know what the hell you said last night?
In my brain, I was
This week we
debating.
get homecoming. Last night was senior night. we're just scheduling these.
Oh,
you know,
sweet. Let's get out the mums and the garters.
Yeah,
this is
how
gonna be
you
awesome.
This is the schedule, man. Early, you like okay,
Yeah.
what's the automatics? Okay, if last night homecoming, this Sunday is last night was senior night. Then we get homecoming. These are free wins.
Yeah.
New York and Washington are free wins.
Yeah, I think Cooper Rush could take this team to the playoffs if he was the starting quarterback. Does that answer the question? Kind of like
I mean, that's
how much faith do you have in him? Yeah. I mean, just like if Dak was the quarterback, they'd be first round shark bait. I guess I think he can give you a decent regular season. Maybe not as good as stats or as many points, but I think he can get you to the playoffs.
Did y'all like Steven's answer? If you haven't heard it, about the differences between Dak and Rush, or what Dak does better than Rush? Because when Jerry got asked that, he goes, "It's best not to compare," which of course everyone interpreted as,
I don't want to answer this question.
Wait a minute. He wanted controversy earlier.
Yeah.
How could you
He
not
was
compare?
tamping down that fire today.
Was he
it's
really?
like when he
Two
talked
wins
about
is too real?
when he talked about Dan Quinn and Sean Payton, and then
Yeah.
got mad at the media for making it a storyline.
Yeah, okay.
There's a pattern here. I'm going to start a fire and then
Yeah.
pretend like I didn't start it.
The media misinterpreted it, and you're like, oh, well, because I remember Jerry first said something on our show that took on a life of its own, and Sean and RJ asked him, and he was like, well, the last time I was with you guys, something I said got misinterpreted. I was like, oh, no, man, I was listening because I was on vacation. I interpreted it the same way everybody else did.
Does it appear that Cooper Rush makes decisions quicker?
Yes. Absolutely.
But you see in preseason games where that's not the case. We were times
Yeah.
where I remember broadcasting the games with Brad, and I'm like, he's got to throw that ball. He's got to get rid of that ball. But it seems like that he's put those times where he's tardy behind him. He looks much more confident, like, okay, I'm throwing it here. I'm throwing it here.
If you're looking for that marquee play, I really thought, because they brought the pressure on that 4th and 4, he got the ball out quick. He got it exactly to where it needed to be. If it was like half a yard further up, I would have felt more comfortable. But I thought that was a great example of him making a quick decision.
Mike McCarthy said it when they hurried up to the line and and then the Giants used a timeout, came back to the bench, and he said, we changed the play to a play that Cooper had run 100 times, and he was more comfortable with it. So good for the coaches to do that. But so that maybe it's to your point that, okay, Cooper, here's the call. Oh, okay, this one I know I have to get it right here. So, nice job of those guys, doing what they had to do to get that done on that 4th down.
And then smart on the follow-up by McCarthy, Moore, whoever you want to give the credit to snap the ball quickly. Because
how many times have we been in the press box or whatever? It's like, hurry, and then it's like a challenge situation.
Because I thought they were probably going to win, but as I told Corey,
it was going to be close.
Like 55-45, and so when they snapped the ball, I was like, great.
Well, the problem was, too, though, that here's the Giants, they use a timeout, and then are you going to use another timeout on a challenge? That could be. I mean, that could have been devastating for them right there. You caught him in a bad spot.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Well, it is a big Cowboys Tuesday, a victory Tuesday, if you will. But we're going to take a pause for the Rangers at 4:20 as superstar Marcus Semien will join us for a late season baseball conversation.
How much of a bump is he going to get since y'all have now bumped DeMarcus Lawrence back up with your players?
Wow, did we ever? Thanks for recognizing that, by the way. But no, I'd imagine Semien is just going to continue his trajectory, which has been pointing straight up since late May.
Are we near 100 runs? Isn't that what we're working on right now, Mike?
4 away from a hundo.
Yeah, let's go.
And he's 1 steal, 1 homer away from 25-25.
There you go.
And
Let's
unlike
go.
some players on the team, it seems like he always cares. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Big Terry Black's on Friday, Kevin.
Oh, Terry Black's on Friday. That place is awesome.
Say Division I FCS, Kevin.
Never!
Text away your From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. As promised, the Cowboys beat the Giants with authority. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. There's Lucius Alexander, Wolchuk, and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. And we are the G-Bag Nation. Pardon me.
Bless you.
Yeah. Okay, got that out of my system, guys. Let's talk some Cowboys. I felt like it could have been much better if the refs or CeeDee Lamb or Diggs had been more precise with their execution earlier in the game, or if the Noah Brown triple hold on the final drive had been called. But to me, in the end, it was clear Cowboys better than the Giants, and them winning with their backup quarterback has to make you think, well, maybe this team's actually pretty good here if they're going to run the ball and play defense like that. Get this passing game together with Michael Gallup coming back. And, what's it mean for who this team is your question at 877-881-1053. It is 2 wins against what's probably going to be non-playoff teams. And the Cowboys throttled the Giants. So I don't want to say this is now a contender or anything like that, but it does give me a level of intrigue of where this team could be as you look forward to, them developing throughout the season. That's where I'm at.
I feel that 100%. I feel really, really good about this right now because you're starting to put stuff together in terms of defensively. You know what you got. Pass rush was on point last night, and that wasn't even like a Micah Parsons freak show game either. Which was really, really encouraging. Offensively, like Kellen Moore, Mike McCarthy, the amount of confidence that they're instilling in these guys where they're coming out of the gates, they're throwing on the first play of the game. Boom, chunk play, confidence through the roof. Let's go. 4th down and 4. Let's be aggressive. No problem. Oh, everybody thinks we're just going to run the ball on 1st down every single time? Let's go 7 for 8 on play action for a buttload of yards. We should have been 8 for 8 with a touchdown, one of them going to CeeDee Lamb. But I thought Kellen Moore, monster beast of a game. Mike McCarthy with the willingness to be aggressive in moments and the willingness to not just say, hey, we got to just play scared and do everything possible to just not lose the game. It's like, no, we're going to throw the ball. Well, I'm not worried about it. And then the rushing game is clicking, man. And how cool was it to see Jason Peters step in and immediately there goes Tony Pollard.
First play, they go right behind him, and it was nuts. I mean, Broaddus and I were talking about this when we were watching the game together and then in the post game last night. It's, Jason, we've been there, out there at Oxnard for camp. Tyler Smith is a big man, okay? I mean, these offensive linemen are big boys. Jason Peters gets out there, and he is dwarfing everybody, and immediately you see the impact that Jason Peters has. I also loved at the end of the game when there's this scuffle at midfield and you see Jason Peters, all right, and he pulls the rook over. Tyler Smith, strap up. Let's put the helmet back on, okay? We're getting our armor. We're ready to rock just in case something goes down. And you can see just Tyler Smith is soaking it in. He's eating it up. He is just absorbing everything that Jason Peters wants to teach him.
It's a big part of the excitement, I think. It is. When you get Tyron healthy too, Tyron, Zach, Peters, and Tyler, that's just some giants. some giants out there that could open some massive holes.
It's exciting with this offensive line's doing. They're getting better, and Tyler Biotish is another factor of this. I think in the pulling game, when you get these guys out on the move, we talked about that with Terrence Steele at times, the athleticism. But I think Tyler Biotish has taken that to another level this year when they've had him getting out in space. Tyler Smith has been absolutely dominant when they get out there when it comes to tosses and these sweeps. But you talk about play action last night. Cooper Rush, 11 of 15, 158 yards, a 90.6 passer grade, and a big-time throw. 48.5% of Rush's dropbacks used play action of some sort. Second highest frequency in Week 3 and higher than any single Cowboys game play action usage of last year.
There you go. That's a huge stat.
Certainly something that Kellen Moore and Mike McCarthy wanted to use.
Brian, I was wondering, has being Dak-less made this offensive brain trust be more resourceful or to consider things they weren't? And that's the statistical information that you need right there to prove that, yes, because going to play action, like more motion, these are things that can make the job easier for the quarterback, and I hope they continue to implement it when Dak comes back.
Mike McCarthy said it post-game last night, though, they had a lot of check with me's built into the program, built into the game plan. So check with me's are they get to the line of scrimmage, you have run-pass options. Mm-hmm. So they were putting the ball game in Cooper Rush's hands to make the right checks. You heard several times during the game, you heard the kills, and that's him changing from one side to the other, whether they were going to run the football or how they were going to get the play off. So, yeah, I think that there's a lot of confidence in Cooper Rush. The thing I'm really happy about we've all talked about the defense and what they've been able to do. That wasn't one of Michael Parsons' best games. The pressure and stuff that he creates and the havoc he creates, but he wasn't at full strength last night. You could tell. But the thing about it was there were others that stepped up. Tank Lawrence stepping up. Armstrong stepping up. They had to have that in that football game last night. So that,
and the Giants were doing a lot of extra stuff to contain Parsons.
They were
which
trying.
Freed up
they were
other
trying.
Guys.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and if you look at the stat sheet, it wasn't one of his best games statistically. But again, the havoc that he wreaks with everybody, and the way he could create problems with blocking schemes, that just opens up opportunities for others. And I think it set it up last night. I mean, Tank, the way that he was able to win one-on-one. Neal is not a bad offensive tackle. He had not been playing poorly at all. The Giants folks will tell you, like, man, we've got a good young tackle here. But he flat just swatted hands down, got shoulder pass, went up the field. But one more thing I want to say about encouraging for me as far as what's going on offensively, and it happens to deal with Tony Pollard. It's not Tony Pollard come in and get your third series after Zeke has two. It is they are using Tony Pollard along with Zeke. They finally figured it out. It doesn't. When have we seen a football game in the last 4 minutes where Tony Pollard was killing the game?
That was really interesting.
That was like, they're like, no, we're not putting Zeke, bang it in there and hope for 2-3 yards. We're putting it in there to try and get this thing 6, 7, 8 yards a shot because we're blocking well enough to do it. They finally figured it out with Tony Pollard and how to use him and how to use him with Zeke.
And to me, that points to Dawson, you saying, hey, with the backup quarterback, we got to be more resourceful. So we got to make sure that we're using the guys that need to be used. We're putting them in positions to succeed with motion. We're using the play action. The overall play action numbers are incredible. The most encouraging for me was the early down play action. Everybody in the world thinks you're going to run the ball. And even better, you're showing them run looks. Well, I got 2 tight ends on the field. Of course I'm running the ball.
They went 3 tight ends a lot with McEwen.
Go 3 tight ends, and then boom, on first down, you're 7 for 8, 133 yards on off play action. And the only incompletion is CeeDee Lamb, and it should have been a touchdown.
I'll tell you what, it really helps the Cowboys, though. Notice how much that Cooper Rush plays under center. He takes a ton of snaps under center.
Old school, baby.
Not all his snaps are, and that's what I'm saying. The play
that helps
action,
you sell the play action better.
Exactly. I mean, when you have to turn your back to the defense and then set back up, that is a whole different look for defensive guys.
So are you saying Dak doesn't do that as much as he should if you want to run play action?
I don't think they want him to turn his back to the defense. I think that's something they're concerned about.
With Dak.
Because it's like you turn your back and now you have to find everybody again.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough.
That's tough. That's not. I mean, some quarterbacks are very capable of selling that play action and next thing you know, they flip their eyes and okay, where is everybody?
Yeah. I am not paying a guy who I don't feel like can do play action. If they think that's a problem for him,
I am putting that out
is
there.
a nightmare.
I am putting that out there as why you would not have your quarterback play under center as much. Because I've been with quarterbacks that can't take their eyes away from the field. They have to keep everything in front of them.
It's not any sort of anomaly. Teams that run play action more benefit from it tremendously. And if you can, I would say, that's one of the things that you got to make sure is in the game plan a little bit more, however you got to do it once Dak Prescott returns. But, man, what an incredible evening of football to sort of confirm the things that you thought you saw against the Bengals. Could Cooper Rush really do it again? Now he's 3-0, and the conversation is just so much more robust. And I think it's going to get louder and louder. You play the Commanders game. This morning, Jerry saying 1 or 2 more weeks for Dak. Does that mean he's coming back to play the Rams and the Eagles after Rush gets to go Bengals, Giants, Commanders?
That would be my guess.
Can you imagine the Dak haters feasting? Because they're not going to beat the Rams. They will beat the Commanders. They will not beat the Rams. They will probably not beat the Eagles because the Eagles are a really good playoff team. This Cowboys team does not beat those kind of teams. So if Rush is 3-0 on the year and Dak is effectively 0-3, boy, you think the Cooper Rush truthers are annoying now? It is about to go through the roof. This might be the most dramatic quarterback controversy we've ever seen.
Dak might catch a huge break here because what's happened is these last 2 games or 3 games have allowed guys like Tyler Smith to develop a little bit. It's allowed Noah Brown to develop a little bit. It's allowed the defense to become a little bit more of what its identity is.
Seems like it's allowed your dang play caller to develop a little bit.
So Dak might benefit from guys actually elevating their games that might help him when he comes back.
Well, big help for him is also getting his best buddy Michael Gallup back, right? I mean, they have
Noah Brown's playing pretty damn well for me, guys.
He is.
I ain't gonna lie about that.
But Noah Brown and Dak don't have the same rapport that Cooper Rush and Noah Brown do. Gallup and Dak do have that connection where you can put it in a spot, and that is the specialty that Gallup has, where he makes these crazy boundary catches, the toe touches, getting it inbounds. Dak has a confidence in MG to where having him, I think, will be a comfort for him back in the lineup. But you're right. I mean, we did see Noah Brown and Dak have success in Oxnard. Will they be able to finally translate that to actual game action like Cooper Rush and Noah Brown have?
The growth of the team, the ability to run the football, the ability to use Pollard and Zeke at the same time, I think it has to. If Dak is failing in areas that Cooper Rush is succeeding in, that's where you're discussing. It's like, well, why is he not getting the ball to Noah Brown? Well, why is he not getting the ball to Pollard here? Why is he not getting the ball to Ferguson? Or, these guys are showing that they have the ability. Last night they won the game with being depleted. If you think about it, their starting tight end wasn't in the game. To me, this is going to be the telling thing. My hope is that everybody's elevating their game. Dak comes back in, he fits in, and they kind of continue on the path they're on. I think they need to score a lot more points, though, myself.
My hope is that we can keep context on what kind of teams Cooper Rush is playing and what kind of teams Dak is playing.
Yeah.
Last year, Dak in the offense averaged 41 against the division. 41 points in 6 games against the division. Cooper Rush, mid-20s. So, I don't think you can make a strong numbers case right now. The only thing you really have is let's see where this thing goes over the next 10 games. If Dak comes back and really struggles, maybe Cooper Rush could be reinserted into the starting lineup. We don't have to come to a decision or really fight it out right now because we're going to get clarity on this no matter which way you feel over the next 10 games. I would just ask the Dak homers to be open-minded.
Yeah.
I'm leaning Dak significantly in this conversation, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if Cooper Rush is making enough progress that maybe he can grow enough to be close enough to make it an interesting evaluation.
Every game they win right now is a huge benefit.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's just because it keeps them within touch of Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That's all you can ask. Just keep this thing within a game of Philadelphia, maybe tight. However you have to get Dak back. That's how I look at it.
So if you're keeping it tight here, Dawson, and you're trying to, and you're Dak's people, and you're saying, hey, let's try to make this, I mean, come on, we want to look good here. Are you just bringing him back for that home nooner versus the Lions? Is that the one? You're like, okay, I don't want you to play. I don't want you to have to go to L.A. and take on the Rams. I don't want you to go to Philadelphia on what I believe is a Sunday night outing. Let's let Cooper Rush get a little taste of what a legitimate NFL team looks like. And then, Dak, you're like, hey, Dak, let's get you for the Lions at home at noon. That's the first game back. Then you'll get to follow it up with the Bears, get this thing rolling here.
Do we not
the
think
Bears.
Cincinnati's a legitimate team?
I do.
Cincinnati?
Yeah. Do we not think they're legitimate?
Well, I don't think they weren't playing. They weren't carrying themselves like a legitimate team through the first 2 weeks of the season, just like Dak wasn't carrying himself as a legitimate $40 million quarterback week 1 versus the Bucs. So now do we know what they're capable of?
I call that as a good win. I call that as a good win for Cooper Rush.
Oh, for sure.
I call that as a good win.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Bengals will probably lose to the Dolphins this week to be 1-3, and then they go to Baltimore. So maybe they'll get it turned around, and then they'll go to the Saints. I don't think they're going to be a playoff team. But that's nothing to be surprised of when it comes to the Super Bowl loser. It keeps happening. They can't keep it together the next year.
Yeah.
Okay. Congrats to Penny Hardaway, Lucia's favorite player as a kid. Now the coach at University of Memphis, an independent accountability resolution process hearing panel. Wow, that's a word salad. Decided that he did not violate NCAA rules when he was providing benefits to 3 prospective student athletes a few years ago. So he is cleared. That's one of the breaking news items from this afternoon. Flagtober is upon us. Okay, I cannot wait to get out there this weekend. Brian, you're going to be with us on Saturday, right?
Yes, sir.
And see many of you that we see once a year, or maybe we haven't seen in a couple, 2-3 years. The Tour Day DFW is back for the first time since March of 2020. Okay, since everything went down. We're bringing flags to every Twin Peaks in the Metroplex coming up this weekend. The entire schedule is at 1053thefan.com. There's actually 2 flags this year, and you can order them at 1053thefan.com/Flagtober here coming up this weekend. One has a blue grenade, and then one has like a World War II, like USO tour type of gal.
A pinup gal.
A pinup gal, is that what you call her? Okay.
Respect our flag.
Yes, respected. Thank you very much. 1053thefan.com/Flagtober. And thanks to Twin Peaks for hosting this thing. We're going to hit every Twin Peaks in the Metroplex coming up between Saturday and Sunday.
Flag.
Yes, sir. Favorite moment from the game? I think the Cowboys might be morphing into a tough team before our eyes. I don't know if you noticed this as the cameras were cutting, but I'll give it to you. And I want your favorite moments as well on the text. That's coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels. 214-333-3333, truckwreck.com. Go to 105thefan.com/Flagtober. We want to crack some coldies with you this weekend, the Tour de DFW. Okay, what was your favorite moment from victory? Check in here on the text and chat. Lamb's 4th and 4 catch, play of the game, in my opinion, says the 405. Okay, clutch throws coming back to win it when it was nut cutting time, says the 972. Yes, Rush being 12 of 13 during those 2 scoring drives was pretty amazing. But my favorite moment of the game, and it could generate a big personnel move if I was the front office guys today. I'd be looking to trade somebody as a result of what I witnessed yesterday. But your favorite moments at 877-881-1053. Then we got the G-Bag of the day coming up here in 5 minutes. Third quarter, 2:45 to play. It's from the Giants' 47-yard line. Cowboys were down 13-6 after the Barkley run, which was fantastic. But this was the Cowboys' answering drive. And on 1st and 10, Rush throws to Hendershot on the right, and it goes for 29 yards. I don't know what you, Brian and Zach, saw from the press box, but the best part is Hendershot gets up from this, and he starts doing the run bouncing thing where you're like kind of like celebrating, but what he was really doing was lining up Ojulari to come across his face with the shoulder pads. And as the camera clicks away from Hendershot doing this dancing thing, you see him fly through Ojulari's face, and it whips his head to the side, and he turns like, what the crap? And Hendershot's just bouncing away like he accidentally did it because he was celebrating. But I rewound it a bunch of times, and you can tell he cuts right into this dude's face. Now, it cuts away and shows you a highlight of the catch for about 10 seconds, but when the TV cuts back in, the cameraman that had been following that was still on Ojulari on the sideline as he's like looking out onto the field and trying to mother bleep somebody.
That's great.
Okay, so it's not just the fact that Hendershot and Ferguson gave you more of a collective Wookiee factor at tight end, but they also bring some nasty.
Yeah.
Instead of the Jason Garrett way of trust the process and put your head down and don't start fights or anything, this dude's out there violently trolling, letting Ojulari know, I'm here, bro, and you better not turn your back on me because I might just take a cheap shot at you after I go for 30 yards up the field.
Hoochie Daddy Hendershot. That's right. That guy's a bleeping alpha.
Yeah, he is. Man, I was impressed with the young tight ends. He was a
foxhole guy.
A little bit of a rough start there for Hoochie Daddy, but he certainly was really good late in that game, came up with some big catches, and I thought Ferguson had a nice game as well. I thought blocking Ferguson held his own, and even McEwen getting in there, mixing it up a little bit. I didn't think there was a big drop-off from losing Schultz, and I think it bodes well for the future of that tight end position. I loved the Jason Peters play. I mean, just immediately him getting into the game. Just looking at him, when we talked about it to open, just the size of him really
he wears like a running back
out.
face mask.
It's crazy. But immediately they go right behind him, and you just see, holy cow, look at this. You can run a semi-truck through this hole that's created between him and Tyler Smith, and bye-bye 46 yards later, Tony Pollard. It was hard not to love that. And at the end of the game, I also did love Jason Peters and Tyler. They're like the Bash Brothers. I think that's what they're going to be by the end of the year together. They're just like Tweedledee and Tweedledum out there together, just out there, going to be mauling people. I have kind of fallen in love with the two of them. I really hope that is your left tackle, left guard tandem.
Yeah, not a moment, says the 430, but who was fighting at the end of the game? That was Farniok and
I couldn't
Dexter.
tell.
Dexter Williams? Dexter
Lawrence.
Lawrence.
Lawrence. It might have been.
Yeah, it's
because he took a cheap shot at him when they're doing the kneel down.
The landing
fired
shift.
off
Yeah, they're doing the landing
D-law.
shift. Yeah, that was the whole thing. My favorite play of the game, and it was, I thought it was just one of those times where you're like going, man, this looks bad, but all of a sudden it turns out great. Dallas facing a 3rd and 12 on their own 21, and they run a toss sweep to Elliott for 27 yards.
Yeah.
And you're thinking like, oh, please just don't, the previous play, that Cooper Rush had thrown the football. He threw it to Ferguson for 8 yards. So you're thinking, okay, he's just trying to chip away. And I'm thinking just, get half of that and then punt the ball. Everything will be okay. And Kellen Moore gets in his back, and they run a play. And on the play, Smith knocks down like 3 guys along the way. He pulls outside. Peters actually goes the wrong way on the play. I mean, he's like going he should have taken a step to his left, but he kind of like froze like, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. But everybody's doing what they have to do. They get the edge sealed. They get Smith out in space. And now Elliott is running downhill and just weaving through guys. And, that was, to me, was a huge play because you always talk about, like, when sometimes you need to pass when you're going to run and run when you need to pass. And that keeps defenses off balance when you do things like that, especially with a guy that likes to bring pressure on third down.
Isn't it money, guys? I mean, these young linemen have just been so good when you get them out in space. I mean, Tyler Smith is putting people on their ass.
Yeah.
On the move.
Well, Ojulari and Thibodeau, I think, had one tackle each in this game.
Yeah.
And that was the big worry going in.
Very promising what they can do when they get Peters out there. And Jerry this morning talking about him playing right tackle. I don't know how you get Tyron, Tyler, and Peters all on the field together, but however they decide to do it. And we got to know they're going to be creative because you just saw Peters at left guard.
Yeah.
That's going to give them the confidence to keep tinkering.
They've been a lot more confident with their combinations than I have, but they're doing a great job with how they're playing their guys. They really
Well,
are.
they threw us off last year, really the last 2 years, when they talked about we can't mix and match.
Yeah.
And then they totally pulled a 180 and they're mixing and matching like crazy now. I don't mind it at all. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander, sir.
Yo, let me get right to it because I have a lot of audio for you boys today.
All right.
On this Victory Tuesday, as they call it.
That's right.
Our door-to-door energy salesman with the fraudian slip is our winner from yesterday. Got everybody uncomfortable, but I loved it.
Hello. Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm Fernando. I work at Peak Energy. We're a few doors down. We're in 1845. Okay. So we do solar around here. We're just coming around talking to neighbors. Sorry, dude. Neighbors. I apologize, man. All right, no, man, that wasn't even...
No, it was.
It's over. Don't salvage it.
Yeah.
You moron.
Yeah.
All right, then. Go ahead and shut the door.
I'm sorry.
Just mosey on next door.
All right, let's see what I got here for you boys. Oh, number two, Pastor Michael Irvin on the first take.
Oh, he's killing it this morning.
Yeah, preaching the gospel on the Cowboys defense and CD Lamb and whatnot.
What you looking at on that defensive line is something finger licking good special. That's what I'm talking about.
That grosses me out right there, by the way.
All five, they just be coming rushing and just getting it a quarterback. It's finger licking good special, and we can get somewhere with that. I'm going to tell you this, too. I have been hurting because I have been having to tell the truth about how great Philadelphia look. And they do look great. And I said there is no chance. But with that finger licking pass rush, we do got a chance. We'll get a chance to get to Philly because we got that finger licking pass rush that is so good. And a pass rush can stop everything. Now, we should talk about CD Lamb. Did you know the number 8 stands for new beginning? That's why 88 is so special. God knows I needed so many new beginnings. And 88 can take a new beginning. The Bible talks about men like this. They call them mighty men of valor. You might mess up, but you would do everything you have to do to make your mess up right. And that's what CD Lamb did last night. He did everything he needed to do to make his mess up right. Yes, I dropped a big pass, but I came back and I had a CD Lamb drive. You want to talk about a playmaker? That's a playmaker. He made the plays. And then the one-handed stab for the grab of the touchdown on the go-ahead. It's what playmakers do.
Holy cow. That's peak Michael Irvin. I don't know if anything
awesome.
could ever be more Michael Irvin than that.
Dude, it doesn't even include what he was doing last night, his own selfie video in like his weight room portion of his house, it looked like. Right after the game, he gave a post-game press conference, and he was, he must have a sauna or something in there because he was dripping sweat.
He must have a Starbucks machine there.
Going hard in the paint.
I've heard lots of stories of him at the Plano Lifetime sauna.
Oh, okay.
Booty butt naked.
Oh, yeah. He is a very confident, I would imagine.
Very confident.
Yeah.
Crotch first.
Air drying in the Cowboys locker room his entire career.
He's got that BD and he's flaunting.
Good for him.
All right. Wow. Okay. And Troy Aikman.
Yeah. I saw that meme. That's fun.
That is funny.
Takes a shot at Joe Buck's Indiana Hoosiers.
Cowboys hurry it up. Pass, a spinning grab by Hendershot. And then up and over Dane Belton and picking up 10 and making the Indiana Hoosiers football program proud.
It doesn't take much, does it? That's not fair.
That's not okay, Captain
sorry.
Bruin over there.
I'm sorry.
Captain Bruin over there, yeah.
Troy Aikman, it's hard out here for a Hoosier.
Yeah.
That's fun. I went to a soccer camp when I was 13 years old at Indiana University. So I consider myself a Hoosier for life.
I was recruited by Indiana.
Were you?
I was.
Why didn't you go?
Lee Corso was head coach.
Wow.
Yeah.
So did Lee come and visit?
No, I talked to him on the phone.
Cool.
They were a really bad team at the time.
Yeah.
Really bad team. So, yeah.
Beautiful campus.
It is very pretty.
Yeah.
Bennett applied to school there and got into Indiana. So, yeah, it is a beautiful place.
But not that great at sports.
Nah.
Even college basketball.
Basketball, yeah.
Did you guys watch the Kansas-Duke game on Saturday at all? Anybody catch the highlights?
Caught highlights, man.
Okay,
Caught some highlights.
All Reds,
big
bro.
money on that.
Yeah, I had a lot of money on that. All Reds Jayhawks looked fire too, didn't it?
Yeah, I do like that. Daniel Highshaw run right here on Fox. Listen to this call.
Here's a blitz. They beat it. Highshaw. Oh, they trumped him. What a wonderful play call. Highshaw spinning. Look at Highshaw go! What kind of speed do you got, young man? Get there! He does!
That's awesome, man. Great call.
Great call, but I only played that so I can play this one. This is the Kansas Jayhawks versus Duke. Daniel Highshaw run in Spanish.
Buscando un pase, Jalen Daniels pasa a Hishaw, Hishaw la atrapa, Hishaw se la lleva, Hishaw primera, Hishaw se la lleva por la 50, se sigue corriendo, no se ha caído Daniel Hishaw, y se sigue corriendo, Daniel Hishaw, Hishaw nota touchdown para los Kansas Jayhawks.
Yeah.
Daniel Hishaw no se cae, señoras y señores.
¡Señor!
Para esta segunda anotación de los Kansas Jayhawks. Itala.
Man, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Highshaw make you go high pitch, apparently, in any language.
I love when your voice cracks right there. I love that when they do that.
Hishaw nota touchdown para los Kansas Jayhawks.
No, that's the wrong part, Alex.
Se sigue corriendo, no se ha caído Daniel Hishaw, y se sigue corriendo.
There we go.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah. We can do the voting now, Mr. Dawson.
Okay, let's vote.
Yeah.
Let's do the voting portion. Door-to-door salesman or one-time G-Bag of the Day champion. Lucius. Pastor Michael Irvin on First Take. He definitely goes to the men's tea clinic. I think that's what's going on with Playmaker.
Oh, yeah.
He is supercharged. Is it Troy Aikman? It's hard out here for a Hoosier. Is it the Kansas Duke game? Highshaw. Look at him go. Turpin almost got through yesterday. Damn punter tripped him up.
Oh, darn punter.
I was going to make Mike eat his words and be on pace for 5 of them things.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go with Hishaw. Do you follow?
It's not bad. Michael Irvin just licked all 10 of his fingers on ESPN today. I have to vote for him.
Lucius.
Hey, he's touching the desk and the pens and everything. Somebody else got to sit there later, and Michael Irvin just.
Yeah, I'm going to need Broadus to come through after him. He cleans everybody's workspace before he leaves.
Excuse me, boys. Excuse me. I'll do the Troy Aikman takes a shot, I guess. I'm sorry, Broadus.
Let's go. We're tied at 1 across the board, Woolchuck.
Oh, give me Mike.
2 to 1 to 1. Brian.
I am zooming here right now, and I'm going to tell you Pastor Mike gets that one.
By a score of 3 to 1 to 1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion once again, the playmaker Michael Irvin sliding in.
In the name of the Father.
Like a glove. Okay, we got to run. Krusty's Corner coming up next. Where are we headed, sir?
Yeah, let's take a look at this game from the All-22. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, NFL Power Rankings at 8 o'clock.
Hey, look, finally a website that won't give your PC a virus. Check out 1053thefan.com and browse safely. DFW Sports Station is 1053 The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, king of the Krusties, former Cowboy scout Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
I was trying to find out that information for you. That's why I was on.
Thank you.
I'm texting people right now to try and find that out for you.
Yeah, there's rumors online about the World Cup final and Jerry World and all that. Apparently, reporter, is it John Sutcliffe?
Yeah,
with ESPN. Right. He threw it out on some podcast or something, and people are trying to take that as news. It's not confirmed. ESPN is not reporting it, but apparently one of their reporters mentioned it. So you know how the soccer world, the media world goes. They'll take just a little spark and try to turn it into an inferno. But hey, we're standing by, and if that would come true, that would be very exciting. Here's Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
All right. Hey, I had a Twitter question real quick, and I was wondering if you guys can guess the answer, because it's a Gang of 7 question real quick.
Yeah.
On Twitter, a guy asked me, what do you think you could get for Cooper Rush right now in a trade? And I asked 4 of my Gang of 7 guys, and 2 of them actually 3 of them got back. And they gave me a number what you think you could get for Cooper Rush if you traded him right now.
A 3.
You say a 3?
Yeah.
Chief? Well, I'm trying to think about what is there a team that kind of needs it right now?
A 4th rounder.
And
4th rounder. Okay.
I would think probably in the 4th or 5th round range.
It was 2 4s and a 5. That's what I went.
That's a good haul.
3 guys got back. They said if you traded Cooper Rush right now, you could get 3 guys answered, 2 4s, 2 4s and a 5.
A backup quarterback is worth so much more than that. A backup quarterback that you can win with.
Yeah.
Until it gets...
I like what you said with the 3, because one of my guys is like, man, I'm saying a 4, but he goes, hell, I might give more.
Yeah, they'd probably go up to a 3 if they're offering 2 4s and a 5.
Well, and it's all circumstantial. If you get one of these contenders who gets a quarterback hurt and they're like, dang, we need a guy who can keep us alive for a month or whatever, then all of a sudden price goes up a little bit. But at the moment, I don't think there's a team that actually is in need of one. Like our quarterback's hurt and we need a quarterback. But in a couple of weeks that could happen.
I'm not really considering it until it's a 1 that they're offering or a 2 from a team that could finish in the bottom 5. So it'd be a high 2.
That's what right now the Eagles are dealing with. They've got the 32nd pick overall, which is their own pick, and they've got the Saints pick, which is now 7. So that's when you start to talk about.
Oh, because the Eagles own the Saints' first-round pick because of the Olave trade before the draft. So so that means we as Cowboys Nation, our second team kind of needs to be the Saints this year. We need to be big Jameis Winston guys.
Yeah, because if that thing turns into a top 5 pick and they're thinking about a quarterback there, that's more than enough, right?
Well, it's going right now to turn it around because they're talking about maybe moving on, benching him. He needs
Andy
to
Dalton
play better. And maybe put some chum in the water in Seattle there. Like, man, this Cooper Rush is playing really well, John.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to make a trade.
All right. I promised all 22, and I did all 22. And I've had a busy day today. But that's part of it. Jason Peters, I talked about him. The snaps that he got the opportunity with. I'll tell you what, the lateral agility, the lateral slide, the power that he played with in this football game, was better than what he played against when he was with Chicago. He looked like the movement and stuff like that, the things that Gavin that I was worried about, that ability to cut off and make those blocks where you have to get your body in front. It's not quite there, but it's close. But when he was with Chicago, he had no chance of making those types of blocks. So he's come in, he's done a good job of getting in shape, getting in condition, but the opportunities he got, I only mentioned the one time it was on the 3rd and 12 play was the only time I felt like that he was off in what, his assignments were. But other than that, he was a hard guy to move. In pass protection, he did a really good job of working with Biotish on some of the combination blocks that they had. They had to pass a couple of twist stunts. He was able to get that done. So, yeah, having him in, man, I didn't know what to honestly expect for him at guard. I really, really didn't. But for the first time out of the blocks, it looked pretty darn good for him.
Do you think they ramp up to 4 series next week? Are we going to full games soon?
Yeah, I did Cowboys. I did the Cowboys break this morning, and Nick Eatman after the game talked to him, and he was telling Nick, "This is my preseason game. This game against the Giants is my preseason game."
Okay.
So he's feeling like, and now maybe they're telling him, okay, we're gonna like you said, ramp it up, and each week you're gonna get a little bit more opportunity to maybe where you have a starter out of it.
It's exciting.
Yeah,
he's got to be. I mean, he's better than Farniok by a mile.
He's
you saw
definitely
it in
better
one
than Farniok.
play. That's all you need to know.
And you know what? McGovern is versatile where you can use him in a bunch of different roles and as your fullback guy, as an added blocker. And I think Peters, we've talked about it. I just love the idea of having him next to Tyler Smith and how much better that can help him.
Agreed.
Well, it was some impressive work. And like I said, I was worried about the run blocking stuff, and it was just fine. That the long run that went behind him too, that he had to adjust on, that the Giants linebacker tries to run behind him, tries to go behind him on the play, and he was able to adjust. If he's not in shape or not in condition or not, the movement part of it's not good, maybe the linebacker makes the play, but he slammed the door, and then that's how the ball got through there. So nice job with him and the opportunities that he got. Again, we'll see if he gets more as the season goes along. These tight ends did a really nice job of blocking. There's several of the runs that went to the outside were because of what Jake Ferguson and Peyton Hendershot were able to do. And what they also used is they used Noah Brown as a big body on the outside as well. The crack toss stuff to get the ball to the outside, Noah crack, and then they get everybody around the big blocks, with these tackles, pulled the center a couple of times on that. The Cowboys had success in 12 personnel running the ball because of what Ferguson and Hendershot were able to do at the point of attack. So keep that in mind going forward, though, as they start to run this ball or get more into it. These tight ends, they play with a lot of nastiness to their game in the way that they like to finish. So I was excited to see that.
Hugely encouraging.
Actually,
didn't miss Dalton Schultz much.
No,
last night.
You really didn't. Really nice job by Turpin and him using him as a blocker as well. We talked about him on how he's a returner. He was the kickoff return that he had that they kicked it short like it was a short kick, punch kick, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
I don't know why you would even kick him the ball, because the Cowboys ran a scheme where they left one guy unblocked and it was his man to beat, and that's the man who made the tackle. They had everybody else blocked on the play. And if somehow, some way Turpin beats the guy that they leave unblocked, that's a touchdown on a kickoff return. The punt return stuff was a great thing too as well. And that was when you look at how that set up, that was when with Bell, the backup safety, had a key block on this punt return that the punter made the tackle. Bell had a block that sprung that thing. So Cowboys special teams doing a pretty nice job on that as well. When you look at the defensive side of the ball and what you were able to see, Diggs should have had 3 interceptions in this game, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
one of them should have been a house call.
One of them should have been a house call, went right through his arms. The other one, early in the game, he had a chance where he had his hands on the ball, misplayed that, and then got the final one. But this could have been a game where you had multiple sacks from Lawrence, and then you would have had 3 turnovers from Diggs. Unfortunately, though, he misplayed the ball on 2 of those plays. Donovan Wilson ended up this game with 11 tackles. He could have had 15 tackles. He missed 4 tackles for sure, but overall, the way he played, the physicality, the blitzing that they brought him, this guy's got a feel for how to rush the passer. And now you're starting to add guys to like the rush game when you're talking about Lawrence, you're talking about Armstrong. They brought Barr one time. Barr just destroyed. Barr doesn't have the quickness of the power, or excuse me, the quickness that he once had, or that burst. But what he has is he's got the power. By the way, I think it was a BS call on his holding thing. When you watched it on the tape of the end zone copy, he doesn't grab. I thought he grabbed Barkley. His hand wasn't even close. I was expecting jersey, tug, move, hand. None of that. That was a bad phantom call right there. He got beat on the play. Barkley dropped the ball. It should have been Dallas's ball on a punt, but then that holding part of it got called. With Lawrence, that was more about with him and the pass rush and stuff like that. That was just him one-on-one winning against his guy. The tackle there, no chance.
He whipped Evan Neal several times.
Evan Neal, like it was like he was still a couple of different times. Tank has got this ability to slap hands and get his shoulder inside and then get to the spot. There were a couple of times there where he was able to. I think that could have been a 4 or 5 sack game for him as many times as he beat Neal. If you're looking at the all-22, that's something that you can keep an eye on there. He did a great job of rushing. Cowboys defense played very, very well in this football game.
Can't wait to talk to Tank Thursday at 5 o'clock here on The Fan. I want to know what he was talking about with the doctor as he sat there on the turf. I was thinking, oh no, is that the foot?
Yeah, it looked like to me because he broke that bone in the foot, the fifth metatarsal bone or something. Broke that in the second week of practice of the season. Yeah,
last year. Yeah. So it was so great to see him back in the game. We got 2 guys, 1 booth, an audio celebration of the Cowboys' victory. We'll get you that audio coming up next here on the G-Back Nation.
Commercial. MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for a little Two Guys, One Booth, an audio celebration of the Cowboys' recent game. Here they are to walk us through it, Wolchuk and Chiafala.
Heck yes, of course we love to do this after every Cowboys game day. So much sweeter, Eric, isn't it? After a Dallas Cowboys victory.
Oh, nothing better, dude. Are you kidding me? And they were in their bag last night. Brad, Babe, Christy as well. Two Guys, One Booth, but we do not forget about Christy Scales up in here. Last week we learned she is our inches expert.
Yes.
On the Cowboys flagship, and she makes a great appearance this week as well.
Fingernails for that inch.
All the inches, Wolchuk.
So without further ado, it's time for Two Guys, One Booth.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that,
Do
and
that.
then we'll do. Then we'll
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
do that other.
We begin with Babe Laufenberg. So you go up there to New York City, the bright lights of the Big Apple, and much like Bobby Belt yesterday was talking with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy, and they were like, Bobby, you got to go try a slice of pie, and Bobby's trolling them like, no, I'm going to go to McDonald's, and what did he do? Tweets a picture of him going to a McDonald's, although he just drew them off sides. He didn't actually go to the McDonald's. He went with the Tolo to go and get a nice slice of pie. But Babe is giving some restaurant recommendations. So, Babe, when we're up there at the Big Apple, where should we go?
Babe Laufenberg told me today there are many very pleasant places in the Garden State.
As a matter of fact, one of them being Point Pleasant, New Jersey.
Very pleasant place.
It's a shrimp box if you're ever there. Yeah, you think I'm kidding?
What
I'm
do you,
not.
no, I don't. What do you order?
Shrimp.
Shrimp! It's a shrimp box.
The shrimp box.
Get the shrimp box when you're there.
Usually a good call.
What do you order? The shrimp.
Yeah, if they have it in the title of the restaurant, that's what you get. Like the Waffle House, obviously you're going to get waffles when you go to the Waffle House. I think
IHOP?
same thing with the shrimp box. Yeah, with the IHOP, of course, we're getting the pancakes.
Original House of Pancakes?
We're doing it.
I'm getting the pancakes.
All right, here's Sham. He's not really sure that the ref who made the call was in a position to actually make the call.
Illegal block in the back. Offense number 13. 10-yard penalty. Play first down.
Okay, I'm not saying David Sills didn't do that. That guy was barely in Bergen County. I mean, how did he see that from over there on the right sideline?
Do you know how far we are away, Brad?
Oh, I
Especially
do.
when we do a game
Oh, I do.
at AT&T Stadium?
I do.
Okay.
But his perspective
You can
is
see.
different. He's down on the line, down on the ground.
I do.
Man, and from AT&T Stadium, they probably feel like they're miles away from the field.
It is a corner. It's a weird view over there. I mean, I remember even calling high school games, and we're a couple booths away from the Brad Sham radio booth.
I'm not going to lie to you.
It's an interesting angle.
I do, when I do the color there in the preseason, it's all from the monitor.
Sure. It's hard not to look at the jumbo.
No,
The big
not
screen.
the jumbo.
The one right in
the one
front of
that's
you.
right in front of you. Right in front of me. The TV right in front of me, I get more from that than I do from actually, you're so far away from the field. And if you ever stood behind Babe as he's doing the game, he has binoculars and then your spotter has binoculars. But man, I do everything from that TV.
You're
monitor.
not using binocs. Krusty's not binocular guy.
No, I'm not. I know.
Is it because of the glasses?
I just always hate having to pull them up and down to put the binoculars up. So
yeah.
But the TV monitors in the stadium are excellent when it comes to calling a game. My opinion there.
And by the way, thank you to Larry Flores for pulling all of these.
Salute
cuts
to
for
Larry.
us. He did an excellent job.
He was a beast this week.
No,
this is a good batch
He
of
was
stuff.
fantastic.
I feel like the officiating was just horrible last night.
It was so
all
bad.
the way across the board.
I mean, how many times, like the Cowboys are getting called for holding left and right, some good, some bad. It was whatever. But then the Cowboys, I feel like, are getting held very blatantly, and they're just refusing to call it. It's okay. I'm cool if you don't call it.
Sure.
Let's just keep this both ways, right?
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of felt like it went both ways. That offensive pass interference call on Shepard was not good.
That was bad.
No,
that was
and
bad.
the Noah Brown one. Come on, guys.
Yeah, you caught. Yeah, they held Noah Brown quite a bit. But yeah, they missed some calls for the Giants too. I felt like that crew right there will screw it up for both teams.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It was just not a very well officiated game. Let's sprinkle in a highlight here. One of the favorite plays of the night. Big Jason Peters checks into the game. And what happens? Tony Pollard, go break a big one.
And on this first down, there's a handoff to Pollard around the left side to the 50. He's got a first down and another 14 yards all the way down to the Giants' 46-yard line.
I don't know how you have the patience to not leave him in the whole game after that.
I know.
If I'm on that offensive staff.
He told Nick he could have played the whole game.
Yeah.
He told Nick he could have played.
If a coach tries to tell me we got a pitch counter, we got to be smart about this, like hell. Okay, he's been playing pro football for 17 years. He's fine. He is mauling. And this game's on the line right now. We're going to be 2-1 or 1-2 when this decision is made. The game is very much in doubt.
No, it's a great point. That is a great point. And I just love that it was like, okay, we got Peters in, and we're going to run right behind him on the very first
immediately,
play.
yeah.
And we're just going to get the biggest run play of the night for us. It was just absolutely gorgeous. All right, Brad and Babe, here they go. Parsons is getting all up in the kitchen of Daniel Jones, and they had a little fun with it.
Four-man rush. Jones hit in the face as he throws it incomplete over the middle. Oh, man. Was that Parsons?
Parsons.
Wow. Micah Parsons shook off all of the congestion and blew it right into Daniel Jones' personal space.
That was rude. That was rude of Micah Parsons right there. That was a big shot that Daniel Jones took.
And we see it. He knocked the right guard, Mark Glowinski, flat on his Glowinski.
Yes, he did.
Wow.
That ended up with Daniel Jones. I don't know if he has a Glowinski, but
he does. Yeah.
Whoa, that was a big hit.
It was rude.
He's got whatever virus Micah has now, that's for sure.
Oh, 100%.
That was your COVID moment of the game.
Lewinsky, my guy Lewinsky.
Yeah. Broadus was calling him Lewinsky.
I called him Lewinsky. I said Glowinski the second time. I didn't say it right the first time.
All right, like some people eat their H's when they say words. Maybe Broadus just eats his G's.
Eric's looking over at me yesterday like, is it
you were like
Lewinsky?
laughing at me, and I'm like, why don't you correct me, you idiots?
Well, because Broadus
I did correct you.
You didn't correct me.
I said it's Glowinski, and that guy is ass, my dude. And then
After
you kept on saying it. So I'm thinking, you know what? I'm just going to let this go.
I looked at Walchuk, so I was like, wait, they have a Lewinsky on
No,
their
it's
team?
not.
I had
It's not Monica's son.
And Broadus just keeps going,
I
yeah,
told
that
you
Lewinsky sucks.
I told you his ass on Tuesday or Wednesday. I told you his ass.
He is ass, though.
Yeah.
And he got Glowinski. He really did. All right, let's go to this is fantastic. Christy Scales maybe steals the highlights here for two guys, one booth. We need a fire extinguisher. Christy, can you please tell us why? Christy?
Cowboys will have their worst starting field position at the 23. Christy, what did Jason Peters have to say to the noseman Dexter Lawrence?
Well, it was very amiable, but Dexter Lawrence is listed at 348. I think he's much bigger than that. Peters only 324. He's way more than that. It was amiable there, but once they go head-to-head block, we may need a fire extinguisher down here because all that fat rubbing together, we may have a grease fire, to borrow a Nate Newton term.
Well done, Christy.
Oh man, Christy's such a legend, giving us and it's great because Walchuk, you're cool with that one. I mean, we could consider that fat shaming a little bit.
Christy's
you're
my
okay
favorite.
with it.
She can say whatever the hell she wants. That and the vocabulary. I don't even know what amicably.
No, I think she said amiable. Amiable.
It still goes over my head, but I thought it was used to perfection.
That's when you're still nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that what it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was good. It was well done.
Still nice.
That is good. Yeah,
and we're talking about big uglies, the offensive linemen. We know what the deal is.
Yeah, it's actually a compliment for those guys. I think they appreciate it.
These guys are trying to stay heavy.
And Christy can get away with that. It's just like Lawrence Taylor, as Bob Papa was telling me and Broadus last night on the pregame. Like, it's a no-smoking stadium, obviously, at MetLife Stadium. But Lawrence Taylor, you can see him puffing on a cigar on the sidelines at a random Giants game, and he gets to do that because it's Lawrence Taylor.
Lawrence Taylor, by the way, after the game last night, they're asking him about Micah Parsons. He's like unimpressed. Yeah, he's pretty good, but we'll see if he can keep it up for 13 years.
Yeah.
You know, whatever.
That's what he has to do. He can't criticize anything about his game right now. He's just like, well, can he do it for more than a decade? And then if he can, then I'm going to have to kind of be like, okay, yeah, this dude's pretty incredible.
Speaking of heavy set guys, the text wants to know if it's possible Glowinski is Bill Clinton's son.
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Those, I don't think those got deposited in the same.
Yeah, I don't think he knows how anatomy works.
Jerry Springer up here. You are not the father.
All right. We had a blocked field goal. That was hot.
Field goal from the left hash at the 37, so 47. Neither Gano nor Brett Maher of the Cowboys has missed a kick this year.
Jinx.
Got him.
47 high snap, and the kick's blocked. And it's rolling down around the 1 yard line and spins into the end zone. The field goal blocked. special teams. And Dorrance Armstrong, who blocked one last year, got this block as well.
Yeah, I'd tell you what, that was a great job, because what they did was they overloaded that side, that would be the defense's left side, offense's right side, and they slammed. I mean, Neal didn't even move. They ran 3 guys at him, 2 got home, and it just happened that Dorrance Armstrong got home the cleanest. So, yeah, great job of scouting that and understanding that maybe Neal, the big tackle, was not going to move his feet on that particular play.
The second time Babes put in the call for a special teams play. Put in the call for the Turpin return in the preseason.
Sure did.
And then he's got the call for the blocked field goal. First blocked field goal the Cowboys have had in 5 years. Tyron Crawford with the last one. I believe it was a Thanksgiving Day. We talked about this last night. Brian against Washington back in 2017.
You know, I saw Dan Rogers blogging the boys. He tweeted that over the last 6 games, it's actually Dorrance Armstrong with the most sacks for the Cowboys. Micah, Tank, Dorrance have all played, and Tank and Micah have 5, but Dorrance has 5.5.
Wow.
Going back to last year.
He's up to 3 now on the year.
Yeah, pretty impressive.
Kind of felt like, we were talking to him, and I mean, I just felt like that with this defensive line coach, I think that he's benefited from that. I really do.
He's your pet cat.
He is my guy.
He is. All right, let's go to this breakdown or a play prediction here from Brad. And, Brad, what would you like the Cowboys to do?
Cowboys now 2nd and 20. If you want to get 10 of these back here and then give yourself something
I would throw it deep to Gallup.
Okay.
Oh, wait, he's not playing.
Oh.
Rush and an empty gun.
He's got jokes. Brad's got jokes. We all wanted to see Michael Gallup last night.
Deep to Gallup. Oh, wait.
I would too, Brad. I really know. Seriously, I think that's going to be a good play here coming up soon.
What is this? Choose your own adventure now. If you're hurt, just let us know when you feel like it. That's what Jerry said this morning.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Kind of a, that one, the one that I didn't really understand was the tight end, Schultz. That one.
Business decision?
That's one of those things where you're kind of in a situation where you're on a franchise tag and,
You can't count on him. I think I bench him after that. That's what I teased that in the first hour, but I didn't get to it before the G-bag of the day. I'd bench Schultz. Be like, have
just
fun.
to prove a point?
Yeah, no, you're making business decisions, so are we.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be in high demand in free agency. Oh, you're sorry. You would like to play hurt now because this is football. Okay, maybe we'll find some snaps for you here in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Definitely it backfired on Schultz last night. He was probably hoping that those guys were going to go in there and trip over themselves, and Hendershot was going to look like a schmuck, and next thing you know, we're all going, if we never see Dalton Schultz play another snap, I don't know if anybody's really going to be crying about it.
Wally pipped, man.
That's right.
Sorry, bud.
All right, here's Brad breaking down a standoff.
And so Brian Anger is going to punt, we think.
I thought we'd get Maher from 58.
Well, we're not gonna. We're gonna get Brian Anger
See
for
if they got
a
something
punt.
up their sleeve, Brad.
It feels that way, doesn't it? They're pointing, a lot of gesticulating. Cowboys are pointing, Giants are pointing, pointers are pointing. 5 on the play clock. Maybe someone's trying to get somebody to move. They're not going to snap this ball.
I think Reginald Atatula has just made everybody up their dictionary and vocab.
Yes.
I mean,
what was that word he just said?
I don't even know.
Did you hear that
gesticulating?
word?
Gesticulating.
Yeah.
What the hell does that
You got
mean?
any Webster's
like
up in
using
here?
your hands and like
Gesturing.
a lot of expressions, I
Yeah.
believe.
I'm going to need an encyclopedia.
Well, yeah, you called the chords at Oxnard umbilical cords.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh,
You make fun words. You're good at talking. You just don't know what all the words mean.
I got Wolchuk-isms. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
You gesticulate all the time with those sausage
I'm
fingers.
gesticulating with my anduies.
Yeah.
As we speak. We had not 1, not 2, but 3 tank sacks.
Had some penalties. Now here's play action, and Jones back to throw. Sack back at the 20. That is DeMarcus Lawrence for the hat trick.
Man, what a beast he was last night.
Our DeMarcus Lawrence.
That's right. That's right. Friend of the
Our
G-Bag
guy.
Nation.
Yes.
Every Thursday about 5 o'clock. What a beautiful time it is. All right, here's Brad Sham. Looks like Brian Dable was not happy about a particular call last night. He was red-faced. He was grumpy. Bad words were said. And here's Sham giving you the picture.
I think Brian Dable is calling for an excommunication.
The game would stop to adjust the first down markers. It is still 3rd down.
Thanks, Land.
I think Brian Dable wants to adjust Land Clark's head right now.
Yeah.
Christy?
Christy,
can you confirm?
Is there a head adjustment happening?
Dude, the head adjustments that were going down is Donovan Wilson.
Yeah.
Like making it his number one goal to remove the head of every single quarterback that he faces on a week-to-week basis.
Donovan Wilson chooses violence.
He's looking to kill you. He's like, damn the flags. Don't really care. I'll miss a couple of tackles, but I'm going to crush everyone that I actually get a clean hit on.
He is a heat-seeking missile. He is fun to watch play football. Probably the play of the game. In fact, it was our play of the game. 4th and 4. Cooper Rush. The ball's again on him, on McCarthy, on Kellen Moore.
Oh, ball admiration.
We're going for it, baby. What happens?
4th and 4, Rush in the gun. Slot left, one man split wide right. Snap is back, blitz off the edge. He throws it left. It's caught by Lamb on the stick mark. That might be a first down.
I think
where
he
they
got
have
it.
spotted it.
Yep.
They're moving the chains at the 37-yard line of New York. Wow.
God, CeeDee Lamb was so awesome after that drop. The one on the sideline where he almost scored, where he just lines the guy up and batters his like he's a ram.
Yeah.
Dude, that was impressive. I think you got a perfect look at CeeDee Lamb not engaged yet, and then how he can transform like the Incredible Hulk if you just get him in the rhythm of the game and he works up a lather from beginning to end. You got dropping CeeDee Lamb, fail, and then superstar CeeDee Lamb, same game.
It was pretty dang impressive, man, because you could crumble in that moment. Like mentally, Monday Night Football, you've been hearing it a lot. If you're CeeDee Lamb, you're not number one, oh my gosh, and then he comes up clutch in just huge ways. All right,
I wanted to smack that smile off his face, to be honest with you.
After the drop,
he comes back like smiling, and if I'm a teammate, I'm just like, what are you smiling for, bro?
Yeah.
You know? You can be furious, you can be sad. Knock the smile off right now. That can't happen again for the rest of your career.
Do you kind of contribute that to, like, it's one of those things? Have you ever had one of those bad days where everything's going wrong and you're like, you kind of laugh because I can't do it. I can't believe all the things.
It's fine. That's a me problem, that it would prompt me to be so frustrated, but that's how irate I would be.
No, see, that's the thing. I've had days where I just laugh. I just laugh at myself. I'm like, and I smile, and I'm like, man.
You marvel at your own sort of
Like,
incompetence.
like things. I can't believe I just had this day, and you start to laugh about it. And I know. I don't know. I'm not putting myself in his mind, but I know myself. I've had those days where things have happened. I've just smiled because how bad everything was.
There was a little maniacal laugh that Broadus busted out when he had his truck stolen a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
It was like, I know he's probably crying to sort of like, or he's laughing to keep from crying.
Yeah,
right
but
now.
you laugh in sports when you get screwed, or your truck is like, you laugh when the ref calls a bad third strike that was at your ankles. That's what you laugh about. You don't laugh at your own mess ups.
Well, the thing that, like I say, you just. Like the way people react, I just kind of, I'm not like to
He
me,
was in mourning.
Yeah, it's like I go, what else can I do wrong? Just kind of that. Like you're right. I mean, when I truck got so I walked out there, I just started laughing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what else can go wrong today? I'm not happy that my truck got stolen. I'm kind of like that's par for the course for me today.
What can you do, man?
Yeah, par
bad
for the
day.
course. Yeah.
All right, we close it down here. 2 guys, 1 booth. Here it is, Babe, Brad, and I guess they're just trying to use some level of professionalism in this moment.
Sometimes they're bang plays, but this one, no need for it.
No, he's across the border.
Yeah, just pull up.
Yeah.
Now they're going to talk about
that's a
it.
border problem.
Oh, don't get me. Okay,
Yeah, no, sorry.
I had a good joke, but nope.
Sorry.
Don't do it.
Playing with fire there, boys.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
And there it is. 2 guys, 1 booth. Best sounds of the broadcast.
Love it every day after the Cowboys play around here about 3 o'clock in the G-Bag Nation. Now, coming up at 6 o'clock, of course, we have TD Tuesday for you, so come back around for that. Relive the highlights across the league. Wooly Bully is top 10 is coming up next. Zach, where are we headed with that, sir?
10 thoughts from the Cowboys' big Monday night victory. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Speaking of Monday night victories, it was a victory for me last night. I get home and I flip on the game and boom.
We are 1 hour away from Marcus Semien, the Rangers superstar, joining us here on the Fan.
Heck yeah.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there'll be less big company trucks on the road because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's the Frankels at truckwreck.com. Now here he is, the Woolly Bully himself.
Yeah, baby. We've got 10 Cowboys thoughts from the victory last night over the G-Men. Blogging the Boys puts this out after every Cowboys game. They're going to skim through some of these, and we'll just kick them around. It's also National Corned Beef Hash Day. Not going to do anything based off of it, but no, you don't like the eggs on burgers. We talked about
Put
that.
Scrambled egg on that thing. You're just fine.
But you're in on the corned beef hash.
Yes.
All right.
What makes it hash?
It's to me, it's like the meat and the potatoes together.
Okay.
So it's like
a hash brown.
It's chopped. It's chopped up.
I'm in.
Like corned beef, like the brisket with like little bitty bits of potato in it and stuff like that. Put a scrambled egg on top. You'd like the fried egg. So but corned beef hash is tremendous.
Pretty good stuff.
But it's a ground up brisket is what it is.
Breakfast sando? Or is it kind of lunch,
it's kind
dinner,
of,
whatever?
It's kind of like you just put it in a bowl.
Yeah, it's not a sandwich.
It's not a sandwich. It's like you grind
it's
it.
a
You
hash.
grind it up. It's a hash.
Okay.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah.
Sounds incredible.
And it is really, really filling. It's a really good winter time. Hey, we're going hunting kind of a thing. Hey, we're going fishing.
It's good stuff.
It's after you like have
Put
a
it in
full
the pan in the fire.
Boom. You got it. There you go.
Good,
Love it.
Good stick to your ribs.
Or flat top.
Hits you going.
Flat top stuff. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fancy camping site.
The Blackstone. You have one of those. Be good
I
for
tell you what, roughing it to me staying at a Holiday Inn. I
Yeah.
ain't staying in a damn tent.
We got an RV by the river. We're camping.
Roughing it
Darn
staying
right.
at a I'll tell you what, I like that Holiday Inn. We stayed out there at Oxnard. I thought that was pretty sweet.
They were nice to us.
I liked it.
Yeah.
Walked across the street. We had that poke spot. I can't wait to go back. I'm not
There's
lying.
a lot of good stuff within striking distance.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Walked down there. We had that nice walk set up.
Real quick, we had a conversation last night about you, Dawson, of how amazed you were at the Popeye shrimp.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my gosh, I brought that
That
up.
was money.
We were talking about it like, hey, you ever think about something, and like, like kind of like Dawson and those popcorn shrimp.
I've never seen somebody love fast food fried
Dawson
shrimp more than Gavin.
He sat there and like, man, this is the most amazing meal I've ever had.
The batter they have on the shrimp.
I'm a big fan of the tackle box at Popeyes. That's my go-to item. And at the Popeyes in Oxnard, they made it lickety split.
Yeah.
It was in 3 minutes, and it was like perfectly done.
Have you ever
It was
been
caught that day. That shrimp was taken right out of the water like an hour before it got into your mouth.
I've never been to a Popeyes that didn't have a menu board. That was kind of weird.
That was a little wild.
kind of weird.
They might have just been making an adjustment.
And then Gavin walked in like, what do you need a menu board for? Get the tackle box thing. It's right there.
Gavin knew.
Gavin
He'd be
knew.
DoorDashing that the entire week.
That needs to be the training Popeyes for the entire nation.
I love it.
It was like the breading was perfectly fresh. Nothing said stale or bad or overdone fast food.
Yeah.
It was money.
You were marveling at that thing.
It looked delicious. I'm not going to lie. Shout out to Jordan, by the way. Tolo Jordan, who's in here, brought some coldies.
Yeah.
And, of course, the top 10 at 320. Usually
Eric,
done
what
at
kind he
420.
bring?
He brought some Miller Lite,
Yeah,
as a
that's
matter
good.
of
There you
fact.
go,
That's
yeah.
the coldie he brought because he's a true Cowboy fan. He's a true red-blooded American.
Hell yeah. Top 10's always better when you're popping coldies here. Let's get into it. Number 10, the Jason Peters debut and how glorious it was. Oh, man, watching him out there just towering above everybody and then the initial block that he had. I just want to see him and Mr. Tyler Smith manning that left side for the rest of the
healthy,
season.
my friend. Stay healthy.
Yeah.
Peters is going to the right, and Tyron Smith's going to go in at left tackle.
Whoa.
Smith
You really
at
want
left
him over there on the
or
right?
Are we sending Tyron over to
Man,
right tackle?
I'll tell you what.
They're going to have an amazing run game, guys.
Yeah, it's
this
gonna be
is
great.
going to be unbelievable.
You might be onto something.
If you
McGovern
can get him
didn't look
healthy.
that
McGovern
bad.
plays center.
just tweak the whole
It's like,
thing.
screw this, you know.
Not like a 4-game winning streak. I just move them all around.
I'm high on Biotish right now. I think he's playing pretty well.
Okay, well, I'll take your high on Biotish, and I'll counter you with I'm high on Terrence Steele.
You know what?
He's played better the last 2 weeks. He really
you know
I
what?
thought he played good in week 1 despite the penalties.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, your eyes are failing.
Yes, he did.
He's made
And
me
run
look,
blocking.
made me
Not
look
in pass
bad the last
blocking.
2 weeks. Played well. Sure did.
He has the last 2 weeks.
Sure has.
Yeah, stress that, Brian. Number 9.
I just did.
No, yeah, exactly.
Oh, I
he was,
stressed it.
But not
he
week
was
1.
he was bouncing that into
Oh,
me.
yeah,
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
I was
He was being a
looking-
bleep hole to me, not to you, Broadus.
I was looking
he
right
was
at Eric.
definitely being a bleep hole, but it was not to you, Broadus.
Looking right at Eric.
He's got way too much respect for you.
Yeah, I love you.
And then there's me.
And then there's Eric. Number
Victory
9.
Monday Cowboy, man. I mean, for Walchuk, it's he's just giddy. He's
I got
giddy.
the game day thong on, baby.
Hey,
Yeah,
can
I know
I
you did.
can I make a real quick comment about Wolchuk. He is fun to watch a Cowboy game with, by the way.
Oh, because he's so up and down. He's emotional.
He will stand up and yell.
He's screaming at the screen.
Yeah.
Was he yelling in the press box like an Eagles?
No, we're here. We're here.
Guy?
We were in here, and he stood up and he was yelling at the TV. And then in turn, I started yelling at the TV.
Yeah.
So we were both yelling at the TV.
He brings the worst out of you.
I was very nervous that Brian was going to say, I don't think this is going to work.
This is not for me.
He's like in coaching position. Like he's standing up with like hands on knees, like, come on, let's get this done. Let's go. You know, that guy. And I'm sitting over on the couch going, oh, okay, this is kind of different from Ari.
The weirdest,
like Ari's eating like Sandler the whole time. He's eating snacks the whole time.
Yeah, Wolchuk's doing the Russell Wilson runner pass thing. He's trying to get Broadus involved. Runner pass, let him know. 9-6, let him know. Runner pass.
Help him, Brian. They need help. They need us. Run pass.
No, seriously though, Broadus, how many times did he mother bleep Joe Buck last night? I mean, minimum 5, right? It's usually once per quarter, and then if you're lucky, you get like a couple of the overs.
I am very interested to see the next game that we have to watch. The Philadelphia game here, when we have to watch in studio, could be.
I'm worried about how Wolchuk's going to be in the press box with us when we're at the home games, and we're trying to be professionals around all of the NFL media, and you got Wolchuk over there with his face painted blue, and hopefully he's not looking as sad as the Giants fan did on television last night.
No, it's funny because Tim Collins is like, you're not going to go full Mike Bassick on me. And I said, I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try and be a professional. And I think I did okay. Like, our post game was solid. Now, the first L we take, we'll see. We'll see how that one
I was
goes.
with you yelling at a couple of things.
It's all right. Yeah. Number 9, kudos to Kellen Moore. I think last night he called a good game, fellas. What do you think?
Oh, man. I think the story of the game is something that Broadus was alluding to earlier in Krusty's Corner, just the idea of keeping the defense off balance of, you think I'm going to run here, but watch, I'm actually doing something completely different. And it wasn't only the timing of it, where you think, okay, obviously it's 1st and 10, they're going to do the simple thing of handing it off, but they got 8 play action plays on 1st down, and it's 7 for 8 and a bunch of yards and all those different things. But it's also the presentation of it. Not only is it 1st and 10 and you think I'm going to run, but I'm also going to sell the run in a way that has me having 2 tight ends on the field. I got only 2 routes being run, but I'm going to execute this to perfection, and the defense thinks I'm running the ball. Yeah. To me, that was monstrous, and you got to get that same Kellen Moore when Dak comes back.
It's an optimized line strategy for the modern game is what it is, and the only thing left to deduce is what Brian alluded to in the opening segment, is they don't think that Dak needs that or is capable of running that kind of offense. It's one of those two things. And if it's the latter, then you got to do what it takes to fix it, because you're leaving on the table a bunch of modern principles that the Rams and the Niners are using to have tremendous success.
Yeah, but you saw those principles being used last night, and I think just in my own theory is they've played with Dak, especially since giving him the money, like he's a Pat Mahomes. They play with him like he's a Josh Allen, where, hey, this is a guy that we can just spread it out, let him throw the ball, and we don't have to get super, creative with some of the things that we do here. We don't have to get we don't have to try to win with the coaching, because we think we have one of these alien quarterbacks, and we don't. So let's help him the same way we help Rush.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Chuck, I'm going to call an audible here late in your list because I believe you're doing the next segment as well in the form of Week 3 NFL overreactions or not. So you could finish this up, then get into overreactions or not as we continue here on a victorious Cowboys Tuesday in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat Window Nation with you, though, and it's something Cowboys fans are going to love. WindowNation.com/Cowboys if you want or need new windows.
Park in Seattle tonight. Hi, everybody. This is Eric Nadel, inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time tonight, 8 o'clock, right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals, buyersbarricades.com.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Woolchuck's got some top 10 to finish up, maybe some Week 3 overreactions and more coming up at 4 o'clock. The most exciting thing about what's coming together for this Cowboys offense. But here he is, Woolchuck.
Yeah, let's finish off this top 10, then get back into judging some NFL Week 3 overreactions, or are they not overreactions? Do we agree with some of these? Number 10 on this top 10 Cowboys thoughts. It's not a fart. The Peters debut. Number 9 was kudos to Kellen. Number 8, how about the pop to the running game with Tony Pollard? And I thought it was a good blend between Pollard and Zeke, but Tony Pollard certainly was fantastic. He was averaging 8 yards a carry. Zeke was close to 6 yards a carry. But that balance between the run game there was really, really good between both of them. The offensive line certainly deserves a lot of credit there, but Tony Pollard stood out in a big, big way, over 100 yards on the ground.
Yeah, they got the yards over expected per carry, and when you compare the two between Zeke and Pollard, there really is no comparison. Elliott is slightly below where they have him, like his yards over expected are slightly below what he should actually be getting. And Tony Pollard's is like a little over 2 yards higher than what he was expected to get on a per carry basis. So you can see the difference. I do like the idea that having both, it's not to say that Ezekiel, it's been bad. Like this is not the worst version of Zeke that we've ever seen. It's a nice 1-2 punch, sure. But it seems like even they are getting to the point now, like when they're trying to ice the game last night and they go to Pollard over Zeke, it's like, okay, something's clearly clicked here where they're like, we understand like one guy's better than the other, and they both benefit from each other. But yeah, Pollard's such a stud.
This team took advantage of Leonard Williams not being in that lineup for the Giants.
For sure.
Anytime that anybody, and that's the great thing about what you're starting to see with the Cowboys, especially on defense. If they're bad at a spot, they will attack that guy.
And how annoying was that? For years, the Cowboys wouldn't do it.
They wouldn't do that.
They're depleted in the secondary. They're not attacking.
They won't do it. But this staff, I think, has figured out Leonard Williams being out of that lineup really hurt them in the run game last night.
Number 7, the 2 no calls. Did you want to call defensive holding on the Giants for what they did to Noah Brown in the end zone? Did you want to call pass interference? You could have called whatever the hell you wanted. All right. When you tackle a guy in the end zone, call something, but they didn't. That was a little bit annoying. Number 6, the self-inflicted wounds. If there's a negative, it's the fact that you still have 23 penalties that have been called on the Cowboys this year. That's 4th most in the NFL. They had another 8 last night. If something went awry and they didn't have 17 unanswered in the second half, didn't win the game, I think that would have been number 1 that we point to. Still, the penalties were a little bit of an issue, and there were still some bonehead penalties as well last night from the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the penalties are exacerbated further by teams going for it on 4th down. It's just another moment where you can break down defensively and do something wrong that allows them to extend the drive. And this is 2 games in a row now where you've pretty much suffocated them, but a penalty got the best of you in a key moment that allowed them to drive the field.
Number 5, the Dorrance Armstrong block was fantastic. I mean,
yeah, they overloaded that side. They knew that Evan Neal was not going to move his feet or try and go bounce outside. They ran 3 guys to that gap, and it happened to be that Armstrong got home first to make the block. Yeah. Good job by him.
He had a strong game. Another sack for him. He's up to 3 on the year. Him and Tank have 3 sacks. They're right behind Micah with 4. He's had a strong year. Overall, number 4 would just be the pressure forced by that front 7. 24 pressures on Daniel Jones Monday night. Most by a quarterback, most on a quarterback this season, second most over the past 2 seasons by a defense against any opponent. That Cowboy, and it was not Micah's best night. You could tell he wasn't quite himself.
Yeah.
Certainly was still, dealing with that illness, but Tank stepped up. Armstrong stepped up. You mentioned the Donovan Wilson blitzing, yeah. Anthony Barr, right? I mean, it was a multitude of different players. Micah still, when you needed him on some third downs, he got home, but the pressure last night from the Cowboys was outstanding.
I didn't know if they'd be able to have that again like they did last year late in the season when they had all three guys going, but it's clear they have.
Yep.
Fowler, Armstrong, they have replaced Randy by committee and maybe even improved upon it.
And they lead the league in sacks now with 13.
Let's go. And when on third down, fourth down, when it's obvious passing downs and they rush 4 and it's Tank and it's Dorrance and it's Micah and Fowler, I mean, good luck. And if they want to blitz and they want to send an LVE or an Anthony Barr or somebody to add to it, you're not going to be picking that up. I mean, the opposition, good luck to you. Number 3, the 4th and 4, you go for it. And Brian, you and I were both thinking, should you kick the field goal here? I don't know. We were feeling good about the way the defense was playing, but no, you put your faith again in Cooper Rush, and he delivers with a money play. And I think it was very interesting, the post-game comments from Coach McCarthy, the decision after the timeout. They changed the play.
Yeah.
They went with something that Cooper Rush was more comfortable with, and CeeDee Lamb and him connect for a big 4th and 4 conversion.
Yeah, great job of getting the ball out. And you mentioned that coach changing the play after the timeout. That's the things you want to ask for Mike McCarthy. Go down there and tell Kellen Moore, hey, this is what we're going to do. Be ready. You have a play ready that we're going to go for it on 4th down here. So good job by the communication. Great job of the execution.
Number 2, a tale of two lambs. I think everybody's saying get the 88 off of CeeDee Lamb after the first half.
They were mean to him on Twitter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People were upset. I mean, the drop, I think it upset everybody.
I'll tell you why is because so many of us came to his defense strongly after week 1. He was getting crushed. And so it made us feel like idiots when he dropped that ball.
Yep.
Like, what was I thinking? I can't go on and defend him anymore. That's what I was thinking around, 7:45 last night.
But second half, specifically that touchdown drive, huge for CeeDee Lamb. Finishes with 8 catches, 87 yards, the one-handed touchdown.
That's CeeDee
grab.
Ram. That's CeeDee Ram.
He was beautiful. But number 1, in Cooper Rush, we trust. Again, 3-0 now as a starter. Another comeback game-winning drive. And Cooper Rush, I don't think you can really ask for any more than what he's delivered through 3 starts and now back-to-back starts as a backup quarterback in place of Dak Prescott. And he's making the Cowboys feel very at ease. Dak, take your time, get healthy. When you're ready, go ahead. And,
every victory he gets buys Dak another game
100%.
I expected to hear that from Jerry, but still this morning he's like a week or 2. Is that real?
I think so.
Is that real?
Well, so Jane reported she talked to Dak in the locker room yesterday, and Dak said, he'd actually like to try and maybe give it a go. Maybe he's feeling the pressure a little bit. He'd like to maybe give it a go next week, but that's not likely. But he did say he feels like it's likely to maybe go against the Rams.
Yeah, we were talking to Brad Sham in the post game last night, and he said he went by Dak's locker and fist bumped, and Dak stuck out his right hand to shake hands, and Brad's like, what are you doing? He goes, no, don't you want to see what my grip strength is now? I mean, he was like, Brad was, Dak was trying to prove a point there. Like, hey, this is how, where I'm at right now. So, yeah, I think Dak really, really wants to get back into this thing.
Mm-hmm.
He sees what's happening right now.
Well, they're definitely buying in on him. Zeke tweeted out like a half hour ago, Cooper Clutch. It's just unprovoked. He just tweeted out Cooper Clutch, and rightfully so, because Sean tweeted out last night, first quarterback since 1970 to lead 3 fourth quarter or overtime game-winning drives in his first 3 career starts. So, yeah, it's either Cooper Clutch or whatever you want to say. That's 100% the case. And now he joins Tua and Jalen Hurts as the only 2 undefeated quarterbacks this year.
This would be like what, Romo-esque, to be in the NFL for 3 years and not show anything. This would be the biggest surprise ever.
He's been in the NFL even longer than that. Cooper Rush has been in the NFL.
He's a vested veteran, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's been. This is like at least his 5th year.
Yeah, I think to me this
28 years old.
Yeah, this is. I mean, is it like Kurt Warner like, where you're not doing anything and then all of a sudden you get an opportunity to play?
Well, I mean, Kurt Warner's a Hall of Famer.
But no, I'm just saying about the
path. The way it started. Yeah,
the path. Yeah, the path.
Well, it probably made it even sweeter that the Giants are another team that signed him and waived him.
Oh, no, I told you that. You're thinking of Kurt Warner. We had him, Brett Favre, Ty Detmer, and Mark Brunell all in the same roster.
But he wasn't even on a roster in 2020.
Yeah.
17, 18, 19, and then 21, 22 is how his stats go.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Way to stick with it, Coop.
Let me fit one of these overreactions in for you. We were just talking about the Miami Dolphins. We saw Tua on the screen here, that situation. Dolphins knocked off the Bills on Sunday. They got a quick turnaround. They play Thursday Night Football against the Bengals. Bengals are going to wear those icy white helmets. It's going to be cool.
The whole uniform.
The whole uniform,
sexy
yeah.
look, yeah. Overreaction or not, the Dolphins are now the favorites to win the AFC East.
No, yeah, that's an overreaction for sure. The Bills are still the best team, not only in that division, but in the sport.
I mean, they ran like 50 more plays. Is that what it was? 40 more plays?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see, but I would say the Dolphins are for real as a contender. I don't know if they're better than the Bills.
Keep an eye on them Ravens. They got a quarterback that's not throwing interceptions. He's got 10 touchdowns. He's like the rushing numbers.
It's your MVP right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, that keep an eye on the Ravens. That would be to me that there's that quarterback is playing super right now.
Yeah, he is.
A lot of quality over there in that AFC.
There is, yeah.
All right, thank you, Wolchuk. The most exciting thing about what might come together for this Cowboys offense, let's look at the crystal ball and what might be developing with this team as the year goes on. It's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan right here in the G-Bag Nation.
Stick around. We've got much more to talk about. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. I want to talk about what is the most exciting thing moving forward. And after a dalliance with trying to be a pass-first, pass-heavy team, maybe the Cowboys are going back to the future here, but this time they have the secret weapon to make that game plan work. General at your service. There is Brian Broaddus. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup. Woolchuck and Chiafalo. And along with you and Carter Freeman, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I think a lot of the fan texters think I'm always, skeptical or cynical about this football team. And if they think that, they're probably right. Especially over the last couple of years, I've just become beaten down by this approach, and I've become convinced that it's not going to work, okay? So, we really saw 2019, 2020, 2021, let's pass heavy with Dak. Kellen Moore was brought in, and it hasn't come together, Like, for some teams, they can make it work. For this team, it hasn't. And since that began to transpire, my faith they could win playoff games has plummeted, And you've heard me say it, and you're like, oh, you're so negative. But I'm 100% right. I'm not wrong, as Brian Broaddus would say. I know how these things are going to play out. You're not going to be good teams. You're going to lose in the playoffs. You're going to have a fun regular season ride, and that's what I've been expecting. But last night, by golly, a spark of hope was reborn in the back of my brain, okay? I'm starting to look at these guys like the 49ers. And whether the quarterback is named Dak or Cooper Rush, it might as well be Jimmy Garoppolo. They play about the same. And what you're going to be looking at is an elite defense and a running team and hoping to be opportunistic. And the way I look at this NFL is you need to be really good from the pocket to give yourself a great chance to win the Super Bowl. But the way to counter that is if you can play elite defense, not just pretty good. It's got to be like in the conversation for the best defense in the NFL. I think the Cowboys are there. And you got to be able to run the absolute crap out of the football. And I think everybody they brought in on defense, it's really coming together. This thing is starting to look damn scary for most of the games. And their decision to not keep Zeke out there like he's the bell cow. Right? Now we're balanced. Now it's Zeke and Pollard. So all your frustrations about the running game and about it not going to the right guy and Dak Prescott not being a good option to pass it all the time, like all those things are being put to bed right as the defense is emerging, I think. So are you like me where, you're starting to say, hold on, I thought about this Cowboys team in the context they were going to keep trying to pass the ball to victory like idiots, even though it hadn't worked for the last 3 years. You can't pass the ball against good teams with this offense. Now, like Tyler Smith, and then here we go. Here comes Jason Peters. And I don't know what configuration they're going to put it in, but they plan on Tyron Smith coming back, right? Yeah. And whoever's going to be at right tackle, props to Terrence Steele for not being a total dumpster fire the last 2 weeks. It's nothing compared to Jason Peters, Tyler Smith, or Tyron Smith, whoever you put out there, at least in the running game. Now I have 4 absolute horses, beasts, right? Four guys that can look across that line of scrimmage and crush in the run game, whoever it is. Will Tyron give up a little bit of pressure because he's too old? Yes. Will Jason Peters lack flexibility? Yes. Will Tyler Smith have some bad games against elite rushers? Yes. But when they're running the ball, it is going to be advantage, old man strength, and young buck with Tyler Smith. So are you guys with me? At 877-881-1053. These things have fallen together, and maybe the Dak injury has pushed them back towards the running game even more. They talked in the offseason about, you can't have that good of a defense again. It just doesn't repeat like that. You can't get the turnovers. Well, guess what? Now they're playing amazing defense without even getting the turnovers. So it's falling in place to be, what do they say about what wins in December and January football? Defense and running game. And how sick would it be if this is finally the team that, makes its way to the NFC Championship game? I'm not thinking Super Bowl because I do think you need to be able to pass the ball incredibly well from the pocket in order to win those final 2 games. But damn it, I can see it. I can now start to see this come together. They got to stay healthy, and they got to keep taking steps with the defense to prove that they're going to be. And Tank scared the hell out of me last night when he was laying grabbing his foot there. So a lot going on, but I'm with you, General, says Mitty and Irving. Leave Tyron as swing tackle, says the 940. 302, beat the Rams on the road and we'll talk about it. I hear you. This is exactly what we said in Dak's rookie year 2016. They had to go to Lambeau and Heinz Field. Yeah. And we said, Dak, he ain't going to be able to do that. He went there and won because the formula of running the ball is such a change-up. Most defenses are preparing for speed in the passing game, and when you show up and bludgeon the hell out of them, they're not ready for it. And again, I don't think it carries the day in the NFC title game or the Super Bowl, but I'm starting to think maybe this is a team to break through and actually give you multiple playoff victories in the same season. You're delusional, Gavin, says the 817. Gaslighting Gavin strikes again, says the 210. I'm with you, General, says the 972 Beast of the East. I don't know if they're going to catch the Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles are going to be tough because they're building the same way you are then. Their quarterback's playing well. Their team is very healthy right now, if I'm following it right. I don't think there's anything majorly wrong. They usually struggle with offensive lineman injuries at times.
So far so good for them.
Their skill guys are playing very, very well for them. It's not the Nelson Aguilars and guys like that they've run out there in the past. They went out there and got real skill guys.
Yeah, A.J. Brown's been great. Devontae Smith had a hell of a game for him last week.
Legitimate tight end. This thing, it's going to be a fight between you and the Eagles at this thing. And like I say, you're surviving right now. You're surviving with a backup quarterback, guys at certain positions, but your defense, you just don't need anything to happen to Micah Parsons. Even though that Micah Parsons, I don't think he played his best game last night, because everybody else pulled up around him and did a good job.
But it's still very impactful, just his presence out there, and he still wreaked a little bit of havoc.
Please don't get so wore down that you can't, that it's troubling in the weekends and stuff like that.
But I think that they showed you that they've got enough talent and depth on that side of the football to where if they need to take a little bit of load off of him, they can at times, and they can be okay.
I think versus the Giants, you can. Yeah. That's the one thing you have to consider. The defense
but they'll play the Giants again. They'll play Washington twice. You've got some games where, you can go ahead if you need to give Micah a break at times throughout some games. You have the ability to do that. I mean, you've got guys. Fowler had a great game against Cincinnati. Armstrong stepped up big for you. Tank just had 3 sacks, and he should have had 5. This defense is damn good. And we talk a lot about offensive football. Quite frankly, we focus too much on this show today on the wrong side of the ball. This team's winning because of the defense. It's great what Cooper Rush has done. The defense is what's carrying this football team.
Yeah. And Tampa's offense isn't strong, so I think you need the defense to go on for another 3 or 4 weeks before we can talk about them. But I mean, you mentioned all the names.
They've allowed 3 touchdowns in 3 games.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It is. It is. And I think that's a formula that could really hold up as long as you don't turn the ball over at quarterback, and it's tough. 254 haters are negative. You're right. Defense and running game sounds like a great recipe. Kellen Moore's the problem, says the 682. Wait till Dak is back and see the play calling go right back to bleep.
Why would you say that? Why would you think that why would the play calling go to bleep? I'm just asking a question. If you've seen how it's working or how it can work, why wouldn't you not try that with that? I don't think they're doing anything differently. I really don't. The play calling to me is about they run.
It was more play action than in any game last year.
Dak is one of the if you and I'm not the analytics guy. Everybody in this room knows more about numbers than me. Dak, one of the best play action quarterbacks in the league in last year. I think he was top 5.
Yes, last year he was.
But see, I think they're doing it a different way. I think that's what, when I'm talking about turn your back to the defense.
It does seem that it's a lot more shotgun with Dak.
That's what I'm saying. Get back to putting him under center, and then if you want to see, just keep your eyes focused on Dak and how many times he's under center and how many times they run play action with him under center, as opposed to what you see with Cooper Rush. That could be the big difference right now. Yeah. I don't think there's going to be any, people are saying, I think Kellen Moore's calling the same plays. I just think it's where he's got Dak in the positioning of whether it's shotgun or under center. I don't think he has him under center enough. I don't think that shotgun to me doesn't affect the defense like putting a quarterback under center does.
Putting it in his belly and pretending is not the same.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have we seen Aaron Rodgers take a snap and he pulls the ball, he puts it like on his his side and the fake, and he makes that hard fake, and everybody's collapsing, and then they throw the ball over the top. That's what you're seeing right now with Cooper Rush. You're seeing like under center the other night, he faked it to nobody. He just put his hand out, and there was nobody there, and they threw the ball.
Well, the running game has been there, though. I think and that's a big difference to know it's successful now when Dak comes back and it's something you can lean on more. I think adding Tyler Smith, a big, strong athlete, has given you two guys there that you can really have an opportunity to blow people away. And when Peters is in there and Tyron Smith is in there now, you're going to have four guys that give you the opportunity to absolutely manhandle. And, last year we were old and broken down or young and weak.
Yeah.
Now, adding Tyler Smith, young, big stud, gives you one other point to run from. We're going to double that. We're going to add two more on top of that with Peters and Tyron Smith. Maybe I'm getting too far ahead of myself. I see consistent run dominance by the time we get to the playoffs.
I'm not making light or fun of anything. Let's see about Tyron Smith coming back then.
Yeah.
Let's see. Now, there's people over there that have told me like, hey, Brian, keep an eye, but let's see. Let's see.
He'll get back. He just might not stay healthy for long.
Yeah, and who knows what the condition is of the offensive line physically by the time we get to that point. Like, it's the assumption that no other injuries are going to take place.
Tyler Smith has played so well, it's forced Jason Peters to play guard.
Yeah.
That's what that's all about.
Yeah, Jerry said this morning they weren't planning on that.
Yeah.
They just found out they could.
Yeah.
And to the under center stuff, I think there's another element to that too, where when you're under center and especially you're packaging your personnel in a way that shows like, hey, I'm telling you I'm going to run the ball here because I have 2 or 3 tight ends on the field. And so the defense is thinking run all the way. Okay, they're under center, single back. They got 2-3 tight ends. You are selling everything run. And then also the timing of it where it's 1st and 10. So that's all the stuff as well that adds to it. And when you're in shotgun, oftentimes you're not in
the ball's
you're not in
sideways.
12 or 13 personnel.
Yeah.
So you're giving off the idea that you're probably passing the ball anyways.
Right.
But when you're under center and you got all these tight ends on the field, as a defense, you're going, okay, they're probably getting a run here. And then boom, here it is, 1st and 10, play action, 2 guys in a route. And it's just easy money every single time. And to be fair, the Giants, and I don't have the numbers to back it up, but just watching them versus Carolina, it was very obvious. This is a team that you can go play action on all day long, and they're going to bite on it.
Mm-hmm. Well, it paid off in a big way last night, and now the Cowboys have jumped 8 spots in the NFL.com power rankings. They jumped from 21 to 13th. Are you buying this as this is where they should be? What do you think their high point is for the year as you look forward in your Cowboys crystal ball?
How many playoff teams?
14.
14?
Yeah, 14.
See him right there in that zone?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. One of the NFC wild card teams right now is, I think, their destiny.
Yeah, well, when you see...
I think 8 could be the high point.
The West doesn't scare you with anybody out there, right? NFC West? I mean, who scares you out there?
The Rams and the Niners.
Okay.
Just based on
if
how
they play
last
up to
year went.
potential, sure.
I'm worried about the Niners a little bit now.
Yeah.
I mean, that Jimmy Garoppolo comes in, and last week, what do? They look terrible.
They did.
They look terrible at Denver.
They can be a Jekyll and Hyde team, but the second they get hot, that's the thing with the Niners.
Yeah.
I mean, last year, the first half of the season, people were talking about firing Kyle Shanahan.
I think they were 5-7.
Yeah, and then they end up making the playoffs.
New Orleans, I'm just thinking of teams. I'm thinking of the extra teams that
I think Tampa Bay.
If a division puts 3 in,
yes,
there's not one of those divisions.
No, I think Tampa Bay, when they get their receivers back, they're going to be good. I mean, their defense is really good. Green Bay's always going to give us Cowboy fans a heart attack because of Aaron Rodgers. Always. I don't care how good or bad you think they are. You're scared of the Packers.
I think you're better than the Vikings.
Agreed.
I think you're better than the Lions.
Yep.
Yeah.
I did want to point this out. 538 going into last night's game, or going into Week 3 in general. 538 gave the Cowboys a 38% chance of making the playoffs, and now after last night's victory, they're up to 58%.
Okay, wow, that is very interesting. That's quite a boost. Yeah, but
this is
proved
exciting to talk about, and I love your optimism.
Thank you. Yeah, and you know what? Now they're now favored to beat Washington.
Don't need to do much to sell me.
I
mean,
tell
I'm
you
ready
what,
to jump on that bandwagon, baby.
I got my finger on the pulse of this team. I'm 3-0 now.
You are
3-0.
Yeah, you are.
And sure, I know I can be cynical about this team, and you're probably like, well, I thought you were all down. I'm only down on the fact they're going to lose in the playoffs most likely. If you listen to what I say it's going to be a fun year. We're going to win regular season games, and then your lack of a difference-making quarterback once you get to the playoffs. And I think so many people get triggered by me saying that about Dak.
Yeah.
But that's what he's been for the last 10 games he's gone out there. And even last year when they started hot, if you go inside of his numbers, he wasn't putting up eye-popping efficiency things. They did accumulate a ton of stuff, and I know the stat argument's going to come in, but listen, stats in the NFL right now are a lot of fun, but they're still very much in their infancy when it comes to separating the credit offensively. Who gets credit for a big passing offense? And you see it assigned to like quarterback expected points added. It's not accurate. And they can't control for how good the defenses are when they try to say, well, this is adjusted for the schedule and we have this guy's the best quarter. It'll kind of get you in the ballpark, and then you still very, very much need your eyeballs. And if you look at stats and it doesn't match with what your eyes and your brain were telling you while you're watching the game, it shouldn't be a time for you to second guess everything your eyes and brain told you. It should be an understanding that the analytics came to football last. And it's very, very difficult to quantify this stuff. Like, professionals that spend 4 decades scouting college players can't tell if a quarterback is good if he's at Bama because he knows the offensive line and wide receivers are loaded. They're like, well, maybe he's good, right? And they draft him in the top 10, or maybe they let him go in the second round of the Eagles because they just don't know, So, like, it's not a problem if what you think about a quarterback has to change in a very significant way. So I'm not trying to go after Dak. Again, Dak is my most favorite player in all of the NFL, the most likable guy in all of the NFL. I'm pulling for him to be successful more than anybody else. But the limitations are starting to become clear, and I tip my hat to the team if privately they've acknowledged, boys, we got to get back to playing great defense and running the ball until we find the next Hall of Fame quarterback. And under Mike McCarthy, it sure does appear that is the philosophy of how we're going to win multiple playoff games. Okay, said a lot there. I see your truckwreck.com fan text feedback, and I love it. Thanks for the good conversation. We're coming back with Marcus Semien, the Ranger superstar, right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat about Twin Peaks. This is where I love to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views. Twin Peaks is the ultimate sports launch. It has the menu to match. Pair any All right, welcome back, Nation. It's time for the Rangers Player Show, and we have superstar Marcus Semien joining us right here in a minute. Segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state of the art, and the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. The Rangers Player Show is brought to you by Texans Can, cars for kids, right off the car, not the kid. Marcus Semien joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
What's going on, fellas? How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. Congrats on an awesome first season in Texas. How did it go for you? How's it going?
Well, a little bit up and down. You know, I feel like I started off slow. the first 2 months, which is never fun as a new player and on a new team and new city. But over the summer and here in September, I feel like I've kind of found my stride, and that's just how the year's gone. In terms of our team as a whole, we expect a lot more out of ourselves going into next year, but we did see some great players show up and play some good baseball. I'm thinking off the top of my head about Nathaniel Lowe and young guys who maybe didn't have as high of expectations from everybody, but they showed up and played really well for us.
Marcus, defensively, you've been playing exceptionally well, and our buddy Jared Sandler has put out like a crazy Twitter thread of all your stats. Do you follow along on those stat numbers, and how important would another Gold Glove be for you?
Yeah, of course. I feel like when you talk about defensive awards, every player should go out and try and get them, because you're definitely doing something to help your team. For me, in year 2 of second base, I feel like I've learned a lot of new things that I didn't know last year, and I've been working hard every day to be the best second baseman I can possibly be.
Does being 4 runs from 100 runs scored for a third straight season, is that something that you're going for, or is it just part of being a really good player that compiles these numbers every year?
Yeah, scoring runs is offensively is my priority. I think that you talk about 100 runs, you have to do a lot of things well to score runs. Yes, you need players to hit you in, but at the same time, any way you can get on third base, with less than 2 outs, or run the bases well, hit for extra bases, that means you're doing something right. So and when you hit at the top of the lineup, you get a lot more chances. And we got a couple more games here to get 4 runs, and we'll see what we can do.
Who's there?
Yeah, we got a knocking situation. Someone trying to get into the room right now. Are you by yourself and people are trying to get into this room right now, Marcus?
Yeah, we got a lot of people yelling at me for multiple reasons. One of them is fantasy football. So we have a high score of the week, and I'm supposed to pay them out, and they're knocking, trying to get their money now.
Okay, who is the high scorer, and what's happening in the fantasy football league? What's your squad looking like?
So the high scorer for the 3rd week in a row is Cole Calhoun. So that was him knocking. And my team is 1-2. Got our first win this week, but Cole is definitely leading the way this year.
Okay, so you're I know you're a Niners fan, so you're a football guy, you're a fantasy football guy. That's very exciting. Now, do you guys? Yeah, we do got to ask about your quarterback pulling an Orlovsky on Sunday Night Football. How'd that make you feel?
I did not see it live, but I saw the highlight, and I saw what Shanahan said in the interview. He definitely had Garoppolo's back on that one, but yeah, that was a tough loss because we got a couple Broncos fans in the clubhouse, so just hearing that from Broncos fans was not ideal.
Now, do we have any type of last place punishment in our Rangers team fantasy football league?
We're still trying to come up with it, but I've heard lots of different requests. Have you heard of the Waffle House challenge?
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
So that's been floating around. So we know when we get back to spring training, there's Waffle Houses in Arizona for sure. So we may have to try that out.
That would be awesome. Now, 1-2, are you worried about it? How would you like your chances in the Waffle House challenge?
Oof. I would do it. I wouldn't feel great after, but I think my team's going to be all right. We're 1-2 now, but it's a long year, and seen some good things out of some players this week that make me excited.
Marcus Simeon with us here on 105.3 The Fan. So, speaking of waffles, we actually did celebrate National Pancake Day. I believe it was last week. Do you prefer waffles to pancakes? How would you power rank the breakfast foods?
Oh, boy. I'd probably say pancakes first, then French toast, then waffles. But, it's not like I'm eating that every day. I try and stay away from it, especially in the off season when we're not playing and burning as many calories. But yeah, when we're on the road and I order breakfast, pancakes is probably the most ordered.
Good enough. Marcus, we're in our studio. We got the Major League Baseball Network. We got the MLB Network on TV, and they're showing a bunch of pictures of the teams now doing the rookies where they dress up and they travel on the last road trip. Is there a special, funny thing that you guys ever went through, or you had your rookies do that you remember that just kind of brought a smile to your face when you made that final road trip?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's just, yes, they get to be on the plane. They don't want to do it, but
right.
Be on the plane with their costumes. But when we land in the city, I think the biggest thing is going out to eat or going somewhere in public.
Okay.
Just so you make other people laugh a little bit. And everybody had fun with it this time around. It's something that most players got to experience and just kind of part of the fraternity.
Right.
But it's always a good time.
Well, I saw the other day where the Rockies they were playing Chicago and they're playing the Cubs, and they sent their rookies out in full uniform to go get donuts and coffee and stuff like that. Is there anything like that you've ever been a part of, or you sent your rookies out to go grab something for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on runs, as a this was 2013. I've been sent out to go get food for guys and just do stuff like that. But at the end of the day, if a veteran tells you to go get something or do something, I'm pretty sure he's going to pay you back for it, and maybe even more. And that's what the veterans in Chicago did for me. When you come up as a young player, especially guys who weren't on the 40-man roster,
sure,
you weren't necessarily making a whole bunch of money before in the minor leagues. So you come up to the major leagues, and the veteran guys, it's our duty to take care of those young guys for sure.
So Marcus, you're one homer and one stolen base away from having 25 homers and 25 stolen bases. You join Adolis Garcia, and it would be the first time in Rangers history with multiple guys to have 25 and 25 in those categories. I'm putting in the call. You're going to accomplish this series in Seattle. You're going to get the G-Bag Nation stroke of luck, okay? You have a career high already for stolen bases. What has clicked this year in Texas? Is it just something different with the style, or have you just naturally always wanted to run more when it comes to the base path? Or what's been different this year for you that's made you so successful when it comes to stolen bags this year?
Yeah, I think for me, I've always been a guy who wanted to be safe. I don't want to necessarily get thrown out too much. And, lately I feel like I've been thrown out more than I've been safe. So I just want to make sure that the pitcher gives me the right time for me to run, or the catcher doesn't throw as well, and I can get on second base. If it presents itself this series, I'll take it. If I can get a stolen base and a home run and score some runs, that would be ideal. I mean, that's what I'm supposed to do at the top of the lineup anyway. But for me this year compared to years past, I'd say I've probably just learned a little bit more and taken advantage of pitchers' slower times and things of that nature this year.
It's Marcus Simeon here with you on 105.3 The Fan. What are your passions outside of baseball? What really gets you going?
It's funny when you say outside of baseball, but sports is what I love. I love watching football, watching basketball, watching other, standout athletes, do what they do. It's something I've always enjoyed doing it, even when I was a kid. But for me, I really enjoy sports. I enjoy spending time with my family, watching my sons now play baseball. And, once we get to off season, I live a very slow life. I just want to be a dad and be present for my family, because during the year we're gone about half the time. So it's almost like playing catch up.
Now, how old are your boys?
6, 4, and 1.5.
So the 6-year-old is playing. Is the 4-year-old playing as well?
Yeah, so they're both playing. So last Saturday we had a home game against Cleveland at 6. But before that, I was coaching the 4-year-olds at 8:30 in the morning, and we, just stuff like that. Being able to do that in Texas, it's one of the main reasons we moved out here was to, have our family in one place, and for me to be able to do things like that on a game day.
How are the parents now? Because we hear the horror stories about the parents at the Little League baseball games and stuff like that. Is that something you had to have a talk with your parents and tell them, hey, listen,
no autographs till after the game, guys.
I've got this handled now. Don't get on me. Don't get on the kids. Did you have to lay down some ground rules for your parents there?
No, I think everybody felt comfortable with me running the
there you go.
team.
Might know what you're doing.
So I only did it for 2 weeks, because we go on the road every other week.
Sure.
But once our season's over, I'll be pretty much full time, and I can't wait to see how these young kids just develop. And just when you're that young, you're way more of a sponge, and you get stuff quicker and you learn quicker, and it's a quality that I wish that I had as an adult.
Yeah, what would be the first thing though, Marcus, when you work with kids like that? What's the first thing you're trying to teach them about your sport and your profession?
Well, for me, I want to make sure they can catch the ball and throw the ball first.
Sure.
Everything starts with defense first. It's T-ball, so we're putting the ball on the tee, make sure they hold the bat the right way, stand the right way, know what base they're running to, and it's the basics. But it's still, from week one till the end, you just want to make sure you see improvements throughout the year and that the kids have fun and learn about the game.
Marcus, thanks so much again for your time. Congrats again on a really nice first season with the Rangers. We look forward to watching you finish it up and seeing you next year in Surprise, Arizona, and getting set for year two. But thanks so much for joining us here on The Fan.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. There he is. Now go give that guy his money. Yeah, Cole Calhoun, top scorer in the Rangers Fantasy League 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, and I'm not wanting to give Cole his money. I don't need him knocking on my door.
And that was a loud knock, too, by the way. That sounded like, maybe Marcus,
$2.
Yeah, maybe Marcus needs a bat in there. But for being with us today, though, Marcus does get a Pluckers gift card there. That's $100 there, and hopefully he can put that to good use. Maybe he gives it to Cole to pay off that bet or something like that, or the team.
Yeah,
Fantasy
that'd be a good
bet
payoff to me.
Yeah,
sure. All righty. So thanks to the Rangers for setting that up. I believe that will conclude our Rangers interview series for the year, and we'll have one more Chris Young at least next. We'll have him tomorrow at 4:20, and then next week as well, as we start to look at what this Rangers team is going to do in the offseason to get back in the playoffs. We'll go around the NFL coming up next here in the nation. I want to chat about D&M leasing before we do anything else, though.
Get the latest info on your favorite DFW sports teams, contests, videos, podcasts, and much more. Check out 1053thefan.com. And thanks for turning it on and leaving it on. The Fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to go around the NFL, brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram.
Let's go around the NFL, G-Bag style, on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm going to take first down here. Bobby Belt sent a story to us from NFL.com. Where have all the points gone is the title. And here's your takeaway. Through the first 3 weeks, points are down 5 points per game. The biggest drop and lower than any season since 2010. What you're seeing a lot of is less effectiveness in the passing game and more effectiveness in the running game, which is going to naturally bring down points. But my theory would be, guys, that the defenses that showed up to defend Patrick Mahomes last year with all this cover two, we're just going to sell out to stop your efficient passing game. And if you want to run it, go ahead.
Yeah.
And now, play calling is reflecting like that. Well, guess we better run the ball and the points are coming down, right?
How about that? It's the thing is, these teams have built themselves to be light, linear, able to get up the field and all that. What do you do against light teams? Run the football. Become physical. You just say, okay, you're big, you're not big enough, you want to get up the field? Yeah, sure, we'll run the ball, we'll block you, we'll kick you out, we'll run up inside. That's this thing. Bill Belichick was talking about this several years ago. He's like, because he was talking, they were saying, well, how do you defend all these quarterbacks and all that? And he kind of said, running will return. Running the ball will return. Because everybody's going to get light, get smaller, and running is going to return.
Yeah.
And so that's what people have done. When you get the way to combat quicker, faster, the Von Millers and those guys, you just run the ball because they want to get upfield and they're going to get blocked.
You want to make your defensive ends 235 pounds? Cool.
Yeah.
I'm 315.
Yeah,
exactly. There's four of us.
Yeah, we'll play with a 323-pound left tackle, and then here we go. Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to all my degenerates who have been pounding the unders the first few weeks of the season and absolutely cashing out because Vegas hasn't caught up yet. They will soon.
Cha-ching, cha-ching. Here's Chiafalo with second down.
All right, here we go. Pro Football Focus. We take them with a grain of salt, but we appreciate the work.
Why are we using them? We don't appreciate them.
The 5 highest graded Cowboys on offense and defense. We start offensively. Highest graded Cowboy on offense, Cooper Rush. Second highest, Tony Pollard. Third highest, Ezekiel Elliott. Fourth, CeeDee Lamb. And fifth, Noah Brown. Those are your top 5 players offensively according to Pro Football Focus last night. You flip that defensively. We already know number 1. Say it with me, class. DeMarcus Lawrence. Osa Odigizua comes in at number 2, and he was kind of a menace out there last night.
He was being held all night long.
Yeah. Now, I don't know how some of his counterparts did there, Broadus, on the interior of the defensive line.
Yeah, where's Neville Gallimore been?
I'll tell you what.
He's not in the top 5 here.
Yeah, Neville Gallimore not doing very well.
Micah was number 3 graded, highest graded defender for the Cowboys last night. Malik Hooker, number 4. Malik Hooker quietly.
Man, I'll tell you what, Malik Hooker scares me as far as the tackler goes.
Mm-hmm.
My man throwing the body in there, not really wrapping up.
But you're right. And I shouldn't say that's not his game because you still need him to be able to tackle, but you want him out there for his range and his coverage ability.
I love all that about him, but the thing about it is when you come up and you fill and you just throw your body in there and you're trying to chop people down
no
that
doubt.
way. I mean, Wilson, Curse,
all your other safeties are excellent tacklers.
Yeah, and you're kind of like, oh, let's just throw it in there and hope that we chop the guy down. Yeah, I'm scared of him a little bit right now.
And the 5th highest graded defender for the Cowboys last night was Anthony Brown. So there it is.
All right, around the NFL, brought to you by Metter, Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Here goes Wolchuk with third down.
So the Giants receiving corps took a hit last night. Sterling Shepard, former Oklahoma Sooner, suffered a torn ACL during the game. He's going to miss the rest of the season, according to Giants head coach Mr. Daves, that Corey Majors likes to call him. And Odell Beckham Jr. was not happy about this. He ends up ripping the NFL turf fields after this injury. He said, just get rid of all the turf. It strikes again. It needs to go. And prayers out to Sterling Shepard. Just get rid of all these bleeping turfs, bro. Billions made off this game, and I can't understand why we can't play on grass. That bleep is rough. Prayers up for my brother. Bleep just hurt my heart.
Well, I'll tell you what, though, and this is talking about what's going on with at the stadium there at the Meadowlands, right?
Yep.
Okay, they did that one time. They played with grass at the old Meadowlands, and when you got two teams playing there,
it just kills the grass.
That is a train wreck. You're talking about worse field conditions. Two NFL teams playing at a park. I mean, I know we've seen it before.
No, but to your point, it's happened at Heinz Field. I think they end up having to change out because Pitt plays there and the Steelers play there.
The middle of the field, yeah. It's just,
now it's not Heinz Field anymore, whatever they're calling it.
Yeah, it's some bank loan thing or whatever. But
Acrisure Insurance or something.
They had grass one time at the old Meadowlands, and it was a disaster. It absolutely was a disaster.
Yeah, it's just not. I don't think it's that doable, especially with so many big dome stadiums being built.
If you have one team, I mean, the Raiders play in an indoor facility that has grass.
Yeah.
Right? So
I think the Cardinals
aren't
the Cardinals famous for rolling out
trays.
So there's got to be a way to do this.
But I think it's also the environment that they're in there. It's conducive for growing the natural grass. It also depends on the climate and everything.
Yeah, it just
Listen to us.
Save your knees, man.
I mean, there is a weather geographical element to this.
It comes down to cost for the NFL owners.
For sure.
And I think the players might be able to get it if they're willing to strike. Like, do you want to make this a point of collective bargaining? Like, we need to be on grass and not on artificial turf. I think it would be important because the injuries are huge. I mean, anybody that's ever played on that kind of surface, you can feel it as you're grabbing the surface and turning. You're like, wow,
get stuck.
That's more stress on my joints. Here's Brian Broaddus with fourth down.
Yeah, this is coming from Ron Rivera here. I'm worried about Carson. Carson's not going to bounce back. Oh, no, I read that wrong. He said, this is Ron Rivera, said, no, I'm not worried about Carson. Carson's going to bounce back, he said in an interview with NBC Sports in Washington. He says, Carson Wentz, he's a very resilient young man, and I love his press conference, accepting responsibility. He puts it on himself and tried to make sure that everybody understood that this is a team game and we're all accountable. I don't disagree with him. We're all accountable, including myself. But there needs to be a sense of urgency out there, and he has to have that. So when Carson Wentz is going to go out there, he's been sacked a league high 15 times, guys.
Oh, my goodness.
So that's tied with Cincinnati's Joe Burrows. And the Commanders, their pass protection is
my dude,
not very good as they face the Cowboys here. Cowboys who lead the league, by the way, through 3 weeks, 13 sacks.
Yeah.
So we will see if Carson
Wentz better for him.
Yeah, but Ron Rivera thinks his quarterback's going to bounce back, and I think this is going to be another struggle bus for him as well.
No, you were the first time you read that quote and you misread it. You were actually truth-telling Ron Rivera, and then you reverted back to lying coach Ron Rivera.
Yeah, exactly. If Ron Rivera was not a liar, he would have said, I am worried about Carson. Carson's not going to bounce back.
There you go.
He's not very resilient. He's not very tough. His press conferences are boring. Yeah, that's
Heineke. Get your ass ready to go.
No, they got who's our guy from
North Carolina?
UNC? Howell.
Oh, they got Sam Howell waiting.
Sam Howell can play.
He can throw the deep ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know how we hit Daniel Jones last night a ton?
Yeah,
we hit him 12 times. Carson Wentz was hit by the Eagles 17 times on Sunday. So it'll be another D-line feasting of a quarterback.
Ooh,
and it's Carson Wentz on the menu. Yeah.
All right. Hope you're enjoying the Cowboy season as much as we are now. Feels good to be 2-1. A Sunday night's game coming up, the Chiefs and Buccaneers. It is scheduled for Tampa, and so is Hurricane Ian. So people are asking, are the NFL, making plans? We're not discussing any potential new sites now, said a league spokesperson. We continue to monitor the storm, and we're in constant communication with the club. So they could have to work on that later on in the week.
Tampa is now training at the Dolphins facility there in Davie, Florida, and their personnel, a lot of them have evacuated to Orlando. So they're kind of trying to hunker down. Hope everybody that's listening to us in South Florida be safe out there, please.
Okay, why the quarterback conversation that you either love or hate is going to get louder. Then we'll hit the expressway. Bobby Belt is set to join you coming up at 5:30 here on your home of the Cowboys.
Listen. from the MyFitnessStore.com studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. Good broadcasting about games. Flagtober 2022 is now just 4 days away. We kick off Tour Day DFW Saturday at 11 o'clock at Twin Peaks Burleson. Cannot wait to see all the Tolos down there. Burleson always shows up and shows out. You guys are amazing. The full schedule is at 105thethefan.com/Flagtober. Our first proper Tour Day DFW since, March 2020. We're hitting every Twin Peaks location in the Metroplex, though, and we are excited to see everybody. So please do come on by. Okay, I know it might sound crazy to some, but I do think people calling for Cooper Rush are going to get louder over the next, 3 weeks. Jerry Jones this morning with Sean and RJ saying 1 or 2 weeks. Jane Slater with a report that maybe Dak would want to come back now, but it's maybe more likely it's the Rams game. Dak would love to get back out there, as all quarterbacks do. You'd expect nothing less from Dak, would you, Brian? That's what he does.
Yeah, no, he wants to be on the field. He wants to play with toughness. He knows. He sees what's going on. It's not just about Cooper, but he's seeing that the team is having some success, and he's thinking, man, I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of this, this offensive line that's coming together, and Noah Brown and guys like that. I think any quarterback who's a starter wants to be a part of something like that.
If you're Dak at all, do you consider that Cooper Rush is going to play Bengals, Giants, Commanders, and then I'm going to step in against the Rams? It's not the same dynamics. This team hasn't beat good playoff teams. And I bet it's all confidence and, I'm going to go out here and I need to be out there for my team and everything. But if I'm his agent or something, I'm like, okay, here's exactly what's going to happen, Dak. Cooper Rush is going to go 3-0. And then you're going to start 2 games against teams better than you, and you're going to end up 0-3. That's where we're headed. Cooper Rush is going to be 3-0 as a starter in 2022, and Dak Prescott's going to be 0-3. And how that is going to look to the fans is going to make this, I believe, the biggest quarterback controversy since maybe Troy Aikman.
Well, yeah, there's a situation with Troy Aikman. I mean, Steve Berline came in and won. Aikman got hurt. Berline came in. I think I got this right. He came in and won a bunch of games, and Aikman started the playoff. Berline started the playoff game, one of the playoff games, and then the next week they played Detroit, and Aikman started and they got beat.
And in retrospect, we know it was crazy, right? Yeah. And Dak's better than Rush, Aikman, Berline, but how the games play out and the whole energy and momentum of it, I definitely think that's what we're heading for. I don't know if there's any way to avoid it. That's why I asked that question. Obviously, Dak's going to want to play. The team's going to want to put their starter back in there. But if Jerry wants a quarterback controversy, to me, all you have to do is start Dak against the Rams, and it's showing up before halftime.
Well, let me just push back here. How they lose, if it were to happen that way, I think how Dak plays would be the big thing in this. If they lose and Dak plays like he did in week 1 against Tampa, where it just looks horrific, then I'm with you 100%. Because it keeps that fuel where it's, all right, they're losing, and Dak Prescott still is playing poorly. So, all right, you were winning. Cooper Rush was not playing bad. Now we do have something to talk about here. If they lose and they're just losing to good teams, but Dak is not playing badly and Dak's not necessarily the reason you lost, I don't know that fans are necessarily going to be clamoring to get Cooper Rush back, because how do you know you're winning with Cooper Rush?
Yeah, I don't think he would be. I don't think he would be either. I don't know. Maybe I'm not giving Cowboys fans as much credit as you are, for being able to see the appropriate context.
And maybe I'm giving them too much.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. There's,
because the fan text is certainly the second you give them an opportunity to move on from Dak Prescott, they're taking that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be, or most fans are going to be results-oriented. Okay, I'm 3-0 with Rush, and every time I watch Dak this year, we're losing, and they probably won't put into context the opponent, or maybe if Dak does play well in that Rams game and they lose, they'll just see the end result and be like, why wouldn't we play the winner? The discerning fans will be able to understand that, but I don't think most fans in general are overly discerning.
How about I tell you guys that Cooper Rush plays until he loses?
I could see that.
Yeah, because you're probably looking at them losing. The assumption would be he loses then in that Rams game, and then the first game back for Dak would be that Eagles game on Sunday night.
I think it makes sense to give Dak a little extra time as well.
Yeah, that's to me, and again, I was with Nick Eatman, and we were doing this. We were talking on Cowboys Break about this, and he says, "I am not taking a quarterback out that has a winning streak. I don't care that whoever. I'm not doing that to this team." And so I'm like, well, that's an interesting thought right there. So with all the discussion that we're having, when to play Dak or when not to play Dak, just play Cooper until he loses.
Do you think that the organization would consider
Hell no,
that?
they won't do that. But I mean, we haven't been right about I haven't been right about the offensive line, the wide receivers. I mean, I feel like though everything that I feel like is the right thing to do,
they can throw you a curveball.
They do something completely different. Now, I'm watching tape of Jason Peters play left tackle. I'm going, well, man, they worked Tyler Smith at left guard all year. What are they going to do? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to play Jason Peters at left guard.
Yeah.
I've never seen that. No. Wide receivers. Oh, maybe they need to go out and get one. Well, they're going to get Michael Gallup back. No, this Noah Brown guy. I mean, everything that you think that they're going to do or should do, play the best five, do this, do that. To me, I could see them riding the hot hand here. I mean, I said no, but if you're in that locker room, you're thinking, and Stephen Jones will say, well, Dak's our leader.
Yeah, everybody loves Dak.
Everybody loves Dak.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Dak. And you're, but the underlying thing, if Dak Prescott goes out there against the Rams and loses, there's going to be people in that locker room like going, what the hell did we just do? What are we doing here?
Okay, the 864 asks who gives you a better shot versus the Rams, Dak or Coop. I'm convinced it would be Dak, but he's coming off of an injury and might still be rusty. You know what I'm saying? And Cooper Rush is in rhythm and riding a momentum wave. I'm not exactly sure how that goes. I think when Dak stopped running, it took a dynamic out of his toolkit that defenses have now neutralized who he is as a pocket player.
I thought he was gonna go back to being the old Dak, but he's only been one game and he was bad. The offense was bad, and so
he had one running first down in that game.
Yeah, and that the option play with Turpin.
Do that 4 or 5 times a game, and I think now you got the defense worried. Yeah. Now we can't just drop back into coverage because Dak's going to take a first down on us.
I'll tell you what, the offense looks good. It's just not scoring. That's the thing.
I mean,
about
it's
right
not
now.
like Cooper Rush is. I don't think you're winning these games because of Cooper Rush.
He's not messing it up.
No, exactly.
I mean, he's not throwing into triple coverage.
When I'm saying that, I'm not trying. I think Cooper Rush has played very well. He's made some incredible throws when you needed them most. He's proven to be a very good backup quarterback, and he's doing exactly what you need a backup quarterback to do. But I don't see why you need to overrate that and act like, okay, now you've got a bona fide stud, new franchise quarterback, right? Dak Prescott has won you a hell of a lot of games. He won you 11 games last year. He took you to the playoffs. He won you a division title. For the first half of last season, he was playing like an MVP. And then all of a sudden, we just want to forget all of that. I get it. Week 1 against Tampa Bay was terrible. The conversation to me is a little bit shocking that we're even having.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you were doing radio in 2016, what were you saying about Tony Romo and Dak? What were you saying about that when Dak was winning all those games?
I would not have been
my
surprised.
Gosh, Tony Romo, he's won a lot of games for us. He's done this. He's done that.
I would not have been surprised if they went back to Tony Romo. But when you win 11 straight,
will you scream? No, okay, 4 games. They won 4 straight games. I mean, not 11. How about 3? How about 4?
If they had gone back to Tony Romo, I wouldn't have been upset.
Were you cheering for them to bring back Tony Romo as a Cowboy fan?
I was.
Wouldn't have been upset.
Okay. Well, so,
but I also felt at the time, as a Romo fan, that his body was failing him. And I didn't think he was going to be able to stay healthy, even if they brought him back.
We just went around the NFL there to close out the 4 o'clock hour, and the down that I had talks about scoring being down. And why is scoring being down? Because defenses are much more focused on stopping your pass, right? And in these new dynamics where we're selling out to stop the pass, some quarterbacks have problem solved that. Some quarterbacks have gotten markedly worse. And I would ask you, which one of those is Dak Prescott? Which trajectory is Dak on right now to solve the modern defense dilemma that we're selling out? I think with the modern defenses, you're looking at less time to make a decision. You're looking at much less opportunity for your receivers to be clearly open. Okay. And now, so you're taking away less clearly open receivers. You're not running the ball. What are the things that Dak does better than Cooper Rush now? You know, and I don't know that it's that huge. And if I'm the organization, I got to find this out, because if Dak's not that guy, we got to start looking for a new one.
Very true.
You know, and
but do you think that guy's Cooper?
No, it's not Cooper Rush.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
But if Cooper
and that's
Rush,
the difference between this situation and 2016.
Right, but it's a control for your experiment is what it really is. It's going to tell the truth about Dak. Is Cooper Rush, with all of his limitations, wasn't even in the NFL in 2020, giving us a similar chance to win these games with the modern, what Dak is post-injury against the modern defense? And if you run those controls inside your offices quietly and you meet on Mondays and talk about it, and it's similar, it would either get you really excited about Cooper Rush or really depressed about Dak Prescott. But, you know, I can't rule it out that Cooper Rush is going to put together similar performances when you look at the stat line and how this plays out. And it's the future of the most important position in sports. So while you say, I can't believe we're having this conversation, I think the organization owes it to itself to really pursue finding out what the answers to these questions are, you know, honestly and objectively, and not assuming anything going in.
I do too, but I think the only way you're going to fairly answer that is by seeing Dak Prescott play football.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you're going to come to the conclusion. So you can't leave Cooper Rush in there because of that. And I do think the other thing in regards to adjusting to the NFL defenses and the way they're playing them now, some of that's on the quarterback, but I also think its play callers have had to readjust. And Kellen Moore did not do that right up until probably the Bengals game last week. And then you saw it in a beautiful way last night. And so if Dak has a play caller now that is adjusted and is willing to play a game now that is not just drop back and just try and throw it on these two deep defenses, that's going to change it up for you. So I still think like the ceiling for this team is much higher if you have Dak Prescott playing quarterback and he's playing like himself. The problem is if you're getting, you just got to find out what Dak are we getting.
Yeah,
because
when has he been that guy?
When has he been?
When has he been the guy that we think he could be?
He hasn't been that guy since Atlanta.
I put faith in it. Everything from preseason and all that. It's like, listen, he's lost guys. It's okay. Year 7, everything's going to be better for him. You know, we're gonna. You know, he's always going to work hard. He's always going to be prepared. You know, all the injuries are behind him. Man, that was terrifying what I saw that first night out, though, against Tampa Bay.
I agree. And if that's the Dak that we have moving forward, then that's not a Dak that anybody's going to want.
Absolutely. Then you need to move on. Yeah. But we need to find out if it is or it isn't.
Well, I just think we're heading for a hell of a quarterback controversy when he comes back against the Rams. Haven't played in a month. Here we go. I'm going to play one of the best teams in the NFC.
Go play Aaron Donald and Jalen Ramsey.
Right as Cooper Rush value is at its all-time high. And I don't know. It would be a coward's way out to say I don't want to play in that game. And we know Dak is the exact opposite of a coward. But it is going to get fascinating, and it's going to get much louder here as this season plays out. Little Cowboys Twitter here. Micah Parsons. I'm here to play. I'm here to be great. I could have a stomach virus. I could be pooping my pants. And I still want to play. Little restroom revelations in there for you.
There's a little Paul Pierce in all of us.
I don't want to be held back. I live to play the game. Me at 60 is better than most people at 100%, and I just want to play. Mike McCarthy gave him quite a compliment in his press conference last hour, saying, while he didn't have the big statistical day, he provided a lot of one-on-one opportunities for other players.
Amen, he did.
And it was great to see Tank be the benefactor of that after – really for the last 4 years, him getting so much of the double coverage. Now he gets to feast. That's why it's so important to have multiple guys who can affect the pocket. Dan Rogers, Monday night was the 4th time Tony Pollard has rushed for over 100 yards. Each time he's had over 7 yards per carry, and each time the Cowboys have won. In fact, the Cowboys are now a perfect 12-0 when Pollard has more than 10 carries in a game. Just give him the ball more. Did the Cowboys win last night if Zeke gets those touches? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't think he changed the game pretty good.
But if you look at what Pro Football Focus, top 5 players, Zeke was number 4?
Zeke was number 3. Pollard was number 2.
Yeah. So the thing that I appreciate the most is they figured out how to get both of them going on the field.
Oh, it's an incredible combo now.
I mean, it's one of those things where you're like, Well, how because we know Stephen Jones even said it today. We anytime we got to get him the ball in space, we got to throw him the ball. We got to yeah, okay, that's good. Keep doing that, but keep putting him out there. The fact that they no longer just say, okay, Series 3, it's yours, and go until it goes bad, or go until it goes into a touchdown. Now that they're figuring out how to get them both on the field at the same time, or even having him finish the game in the 4-minute drill, that to me, there is nothing wrong with what they're doing right now with those two backs.
All right, we got to run. When we come back here, we will have the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. Bobby Belt is going to join you coming up at 5:30. Cowboys Insider, LA Live about 5:40. So don't go anywhere, and we're back here on 105.3 The Fan. I got to chat about my friends at Window Nation, though, one more time.